For some unknown reason, the earth was suddenly plunged into darkness. Giant, mutated beasts took this opportunity to appear and invade the planet. In this era, destiny is everything. Those who awaken to power gain immense strength and are admired by thousands. The clueless young man currently glued to this screen is Yumu. He's a completely ordinary high school student. While the rest of the world chases fame and power, he's lost in his silly games. On one hand, a busty girl is crying for help. On the other, he's saying, "Okay, I'm coming, my love. Don't you worry." As he was concentrating, someone rushed past, bumping into him hard and shouting, "Make way! Make way! Lord Xian's motorcade is coming through." A long line of police cars followed, accompanied by the admiring whispers of the crowd as they saw the powerful figure. "Oh my God, I saw him." Yumu, however, showed a clear difference in attitude. Standing apart from the crowd, he curled his lip and sneered. "Power? What's so great about that? I'd rather pay attention to this girl." With that, he turned away, not giving a damn about some big shot. His eyes were once again fixed on the game character. "Hey there, I'm coming. It's about to start." The female character in the game looked straight at him and said, "Player, if you wish to begin the game, please place your hand in the illuminated area." Without a second thought, Yumu did as he was told. Instantly, the screen emitted a powerful surge of energy, so bright it made the young man squint. His hand was sucked into it. The girl announced on behalf of the system, "Animation induction successful. The shadow system is now officially activated." The screen grew staticky, while the young man still had no idea what was happening. "The shadow system? What's going on? Wait, there's something moving in my shadow. What the hell is that?" A terrifying figure emerged. At that moment, the young man's face turned pale. Did this thing just crawl out of my own shadow? The system's announcement rang out, "Shadow materialization complete. Congratulations on your success. The system will award experience points each time you complete a mission, and you can use these points to exchange for rewards." Yumu was stunned, standing frozen for a few seconds. Could it be? Is this the legendary cheat system that novels always talk about? I've struck it rich. I've hit the jackpot. The system continued its announcement. This shadow can only be seen by the user. You can use the shadow to fight and complete missions. Yumu tried waving his arm a little. "Get up. So this was made from my own shadow. And I can control it, too. Since this system came from a game with all those girls, does that mean the rewards will be countless beautiful women?" Just the thought of it made the young man grin with delight. "Let's see if there are any missions I can do right now. I'll start with something easy." Yumu took a deep breath and shouted, "Go, my shadow." The shadow charged forward aggressively, but unexpectedly, its body shrank rapidly. Yumu was surprised, his face contorting. "What is this? Why did it suddenly shrink like this?" The shadow slipped into the grass. It threw a punch at an ant, knocking it flat on its face. Next, it turned and kicked another one in the stomach. Yumu sat dumbfounded by the grass, marveling. So my shadow can fight this powerfully. A few minutes later, another notification was sent to him. "Mission: Exterminate ants completed. Do you wish to receive your reward now?" Yumu's eyes lit up, and he jumped up, cheering, "Yes. Of course. I'm not an idiot. Why wouldn't I accept?" The young man slowly raised both hands. The light from the reward shone directly on Yumu. He felt a tingle all over his body. Is this Xian power? I can feel power. Before, I could only dream of this. But now, it's become a reality. Yumu rushed home, shouting as if he wanted the whole world to know, Mom, I can feel power. I have a chance to awaken." Suddenly, two people standing on the side of the road were whispering to each other. The man asked, "Isn't that the Li family's kid? He probably doesn't know what happened yet, right?" The woman next to him replied, "Definitely. Otherwise, why would he dare to come back at a time like this?" Without noticing the situation outside, he had already dashed inside. Yumu was still oblivious, opening the door and stepping into the house with a smug look. "Mom, I'm about to hit the big time." But instantly, the scene before him left him stunned. His mother was handcuffed behind her back. She screamed, "Yumu, run." Yumu immediately recognized these men as the Xian practitioners he had seen earlier. His mother screamed again, "Yumu, don't worry about me. Just run." Yumu's emotions were in turmoil. He stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, one of the men flashed towards him and grabbed him by the neck. Controlling him, he sneered, "Run where? If you know what's good for you, shut your mouth and stay still." Yumu wasn't afraid. He turned back to question them. "You? On what grounds did you barge into my house and do this?" The man said in a low voice, "Your father deserted his post while on a mission, leading to the annihilation of an entire government squad. We are under orders to open an investigation." After speaking, he released Yumu. The young man's face darkened as he shouted in protest, "My father? Impossible. My father is someone who always risks his life to protect others. There's no way he would do something like that." The guy puffing on a cigarette spoke up, "Don't get agitated. We're only just beginning the investigation. If there's been a mistake, just come with us. The investigation will clear things up." But Yumu couldn't accept that reality. He dashed forward, moving like lightning past the man. He snatched the gun from his hand. The man was stunned, unable to react in time. Yumu stopped immediately, turned around, and pointed the gun straight at him. He shouted, "My father would absolutely never flee from battle. Don't you dare slander a good man. Release my mother now, or don't blame me for what happens next." The subordinate burst out laughing. "Kid, stop playing around. This gun can only be activated by someone who can sense Shin power. What's the use of you holding it? Be a good boy and stop playing with Uncle's gun." Yumu could feel the Shin power. He quickly channeled it into the gun and activated it. He yelled at the man, "You forced me to do this." The guard with him shouted in alarm, "Holy crap. The transistor is lit up. That kid is a censor. Stop him quick." The more he was threatened, the more determined Yumu became. He unconsciously pulled the trigger. The bullet, carrying the lightning of Shin power, whizzed straight towards the man in the black glasses. Contrary to all expectations, the man only had the cigarette knocked from his mouth and the hat from his head. He had no trouble at all stopping the bullet. Yumu gritted his teeth, furious, and stammered, "Is this the power of a Shin practitioner?" The man showed no signs of anger. He calmly walked towards Yumu. He announced, "I didn't expect this. Kid, you've actually sensed power. We don't have the authority to arrest you now, but we must take your mother." Yumu shouted, "I won't let you take my mother anywhere. My father is definitely innocent." Seeing the situation tense and out of control, his mother spoke up to persuade him. "Yumu, let it go. Just listen to them." Yumu was about to speak, but she cut him off. "Yumu, I really didn't know you had sensed power. It's just that your father and I might not be able to watch you grow up anymore. I have and always will hope for a bright future for you. Remember to take good care of yourself from now on. Your father and I will be proud of you." His mother was led away. The man walked past him and dropped a line. "I also believe your father is innocent. But everything has its own procedures. And if you want to save your mother, then you'd better awaken your power quickly. Kid, at a time like this, are you still going to be so stubborn?" Yumu, with nothing left to lose, began to accept the truth. He was determined to plan his path to becoming a Shin practitioner. There's only 1 week left. Next Friday is the Shin power test. It only happens once a year. If I miss it, I'll have to wait another year. He turned to the system and asked, "How many experience points do I need to awaken my power?" The system answered immediately, 100,000 points. The host's own sensory power can also be converted into experience value. Yumu looked at the 100,000 point requirement and sighed in despair. "Does this mean I have to kill another 100,000 ants in 1 week to awaken?" Hearing his question, the system made a suggestion. The system can enable auto-leveling. The host does not need to worry. Yumu didn't have time to think. He ordered immediately, "Activate auto-grind mode." The system replied instantly, "As you command." Immediately, Yumu's shadow shot off to grind experience for him. Yumu sat there, dazed, muttering, "Just relying on that shadow definitely won't be enough. I have to cultivate more actively. The more power I can sense, the more certain my awakening will be." Yumu took out the book, 100 Ways to Sense Power, and began to study it intently. In that moment, memories of his father, Li Zhongmin, flooded his mind. This book was a birthday gift from his father. He looked at the book, his eyes burning with determination, and said to himself, "Dad, just you wait. This time, your son will protect you." A week flew by in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed, and the important day arrived. This was Sandwind City's number 16 high school. Class 12, A3, where Yumu studied. In the tense atmosphere, the teacher's voice rang out. Today, you will all participate in the most important day of your lives, the Xian Power Awakening Examination. If you haven't sensed power yet, that's okay. But I hope you will all strive to work harder when you enter society and become good citizens. If you are lucky enough to awaken your power, you will join the protection force, fight against dimensional monsters, and become noble members of the Guard. And if you can awaken right here during this exam, you will become revered heroes. Although the chances are very low, you are all, after all, the greatest hope of the Central Continent. Suddenly, Yumu burst through the classroom door, shouting, "Teacher, wait. Sorry I'm late." After speaking, he panted heavily, looking as if he had run to school at full speed. Afterward, the students moved to the gymnasium to begin the test. The teacher's announcements echoed continuously. Wong Wong, not awakened. Next, Yumu sat in a corner of the classroom, panting and thinking to himself, that was close. I almost lost my right to take the power test. He looked around and noticed the number of participants had dwindled. Looks like a lot of people have already given up. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. Well, if it isn't Li Yunmu. I thought a coward like you would skip this exam altogether. I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to show up. Qian Fei, a classmate from 12, A3, was the only son of a wealthy merchant family. He didn't forget to mock him about his father's situation. The whole city knows about your father. What's the point of putting on a brave face now? Someone standing next to him chimed in. Well said. You think becoming a Xian practitioner is as easy as picking vegetables? Anyone can just do it. Nearby, other students deliberately spoke loudly for Yunmu to hear. I heard his father ran away when he faced danger. Before I knew he was in the army, I was even thinking of getting close to him. Looking back, I was so lucky. Suddenly, a loud shout silenced everyone. Qian Fei, you little prick. You're picking on Yunmu because he's close to the girl you have a crush on, aren't you? If you know what's good for you, get lost. If you keep barking here, don't blame me for what happens next. This was Zhang Kai, Yunmu's sworn brother, pointing at the crowd standing with Qian Fei and venting his anger. And you guys, drop the holier-than-thou act. You used to want to get close to Yunmu through me. Now that his family is in a bit of trouble, you turn around and bite him. Have you no shame? Qian Fei realized he couldn't argue with someone who had nothing to lose. He turned and walked away, sneering, just a stray dog who's lost his backing. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. When things quieted down, Zhang Kai sighed, satisfied. That felt good. My literary skills are getting better and better. Yumu turned to him and smiled. Thanks. Zhang Kai pointed to himself and chuckled. We're brothers. What's with the formalities? So how's your dad? Is he okay? Yumu replied with a serious expression. It's nothing. Don't worry. They said they're still investigating. We should just get in line. It's almost our turn. Lin Li, the school beauty and Yunmu's childhood friend, ran over, calling out, Yunmu, you came all this way just to cheer me on for the test, didn't you? The moment the two came face to face, Zhang Kai immediately backed away. I don't want to be a third wheel. I'll go get in line first. Yumu answered bluntly. It's not what you think. I'm here to take the test too. Lin Li continued, her eyes turning serious. Yumu, I heard about what happened to your father. Although now might not be the right time, I still want to tell you something. A few days ago, I sensed Xian power. Yumu noticed the coldness in Lin Li's words. He pressed, is that so? Lin Li continued, her voice steady and full of determination. This might sound a bit selfish, but I really want to step into that higher world that everyone dreams of. Even if there's only a small chance, I want to try. So I'm sorry. Lin Li pretended to tear up, her eyes welling with fake tears as if she were truly wronged. But Yunmu understood her true intentions. On the surface, he smiled it off, but inside, he was cursing her. All those promises, all that flattery before, it was all just to benefit from my father's reputation. What childhood friends, what wanting to protect me, it was all a lie. Our ancestors taught us that you can know a person's face, but not their heart. They weren't wrong. From the beginning, it was all about mutual deception for personal gain. Seeing his silence, Lin Li grew a little anxious, afraid it would affect her image. So, she continued to play the part of a kind girl, asking with concern, Yunmu, are you okay? Yumu turned sharply and walked away, saying coldly, "I understand what you mean. Well then, I wish you success in today's test, so you can achieve your dream." With that, he walked straight onto the testing platform, passing the crowd in line. Zhang Kai, his sworn brother, saw this and shouted after him, "Yunmu, the line is over here. I saved a spot for you. Come on." But Yunmu pretended to be deaf, not even turning back, and continued towards the testing platform. Just then, Qian Fei was gloating, laughing smugly. "Finally, it's my turn." Yumu walked up, shoved Qian Fei back, and shouted, "Get out of the way." Qian Fei fell to the ground, screaming and cursing. "You lunatic! Who do you think you are, cutting in line? Get back here. Still don't know your place, huh?" Yunmu replied coldly, "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that I am now a Xian practitioner." As he spoke, he pressed his hand onto the testing machine, causing it to flash with an incredibly dazzling light. The aura of a Xian practitioner radiated outwards. Everyone saw it. Lin Li witnessed this scene and stammered in horror. "Impossible. Could this be?" Qian Fei was also stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat and cursing under his breath. "This bastard. He actually fully awakened? He's really a Xian practitioner." Suddenly, Zhang Kai jumped forward, overjoyed, and threw an arm around Yunmu's shoulder, breaking his domineering aura. He laughed loudly. "My brother, you've awakened. You kept it well hidden. From now on, let's see who dares to look down on you." A man in glasses walked over, holding a box. "I never thought I'd see such a promising seedling at the age of 16. To awaken naturally without relying on external stimuli. This is your Xian practitioner badge. From this moment on, you will enjoy all the special privileges that the Alliance grants to Xian practitioners." Zhang Kai, with a dumbfounded look, held the badge for him and asked, "Who is this old guy?" Yunmu's face contorted as he snapped at Zhang Kai. "Let go of me. This is so embarrassing." Suddenly, Lin Li walked towards him, continuing to play the part of a weak girl, and said, "Yunmu, about that." Yunmu scratched his head, mocking her. "How should I put this? Let me think. Right." He walked past her, repeating her own words back to her. "It might be selfish of me to say this, but I really want to step into that higher world that everyone dreams of. So I'm sorry." Yunmu walked away, his words like a fatal blow, leaving Lin Li unable to react. A short while later, back home, Yumu called his mother. She was overjoyed, her face beaming with happiness. "That's amazing. My son has truly awakened his power. Your father is no longer under investigation, and what's more, he's receiving the best treatment." Yumu replied, "I'm all grown up now, Mom. Don't worry so much. Just focus on taking good care of Dad. I'll come visit him when I have time." After hanging up, Yumu looked down at the badge on his chest and thought to himself, "So this is the badge everyone craves? It looks pretty ordinary." He suddenly realized, the main function of the Xian Practitioner badge is to serve as a bridge to activate the virtual dimension and the mental space. Upon learning this, Yumu was delighted. He thought, "So that means I'm allowed to enter the virtual dimension. Let's activate it right now." Just as he thought that, a notification sounded in his ear. The virtual dimension is about to be activated. Xian Practitioner Badge Verification Successful. Xian Practitioner ID, 930,664. Li Yunmu possesses the right to enter the virtual dimension. Currently updating. When the upload was complete, his body was suddenly pulled into a twisting space. A few seconds later, Yumu opened his eyes and saw countless points of light, like snowflakes, covering the space above him. Besides that sight, he saw nothing else. Yumu walked around to explore, but suddenly, he sensed something behind him. He spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" What met Yunmu's eyes were two lifeless mannequins. He sighed and thought, "What is this weird stuff? Putting it here out of nowhere really scared me." Just then, a crisp, cheerful laugh echoed from right behind him, nearly making Yunmu wet his pants. He quickly turned his head and saw the culprit was a hopping teddy bear. Yumu was even more bewildered, thinking, "What the hell kind of toy is this?" Luckily, the teddy bear meant no harm. It hopped closer and bowed in greeting. "Hello, I am your guide. You can call me Pedro. This is the virtual dimension, and it is also where you can obtain all sorts of cultivation techniques and combat bodies. It's no exaggeration to say this is the most important place for a Xian practitioner to increase their strength. Next, I invite you two to set up your appearances in this dimensional world. Yumu was confused and asked, "What? Two of you? It's just me here." Pedro replied, "Young man, you like to joke, huh? There are clearly two of you. My species may be colorblind, but we're not blind to numbers. Don't underestimate me." Yumu pointed at his shadow and pressed, "You mean this thing counts too?" Upon receiving confirmation, Yumu thought to himself, "It seems this virtual dimension considers my shadow as an independent entity. That's good. Maybe it can help me break the binding rules of the dimensional space." Thinking of this, he cheered with joy. "All right, let's start creating the characters." Ouch, my head hurts. It's best to just keep my face as it is in reality. I'll just change my clothes a bit. Yumu also chose a dynamic sportswear set for his shadow, for convenience in future work. Pedro continued to guide them. "If you two are ready, I will take you to the dimensional world now." "Are you ready?" Yumu asked blankly. "We're going now? Do I need to?" But before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath Yumu's feet disappeared. He fell downwards, tears and snot streaming from his face along with a terrified scream. "Aya? At least let me get ready first." As his eyes gradually adjusted to the insane speed, he looked ahead and thought, "There it is. I see the light." Could that be? Just as he thought, behind the clouds was the dimensional world, a world of utmost luxury and magnificence. Moreover, he and his shadow landed gently on the ground, as if gravity didn't exist here. Yumu glanced around, assessing the place for a moment. Then he exclaimed in admiration, "A martial arts arena. This place is absolutely top tier, off the charts." Pedro continued to explain the basic rules to him. Time in the virtual dimension moves 3 times faster than in the real world. Therefore, those who frequently stay in this virtual world will have more time to cultivate than others. Yumu was surprised. No wonder all the big shots try every means possible to enter this virtual dimension. Suddenly, he heard the whispers of a crowd nearby. "Whoa, look! Someone from Hongsu is challenging Lord Gujili." Yumu unconsciously looked up at the screen above and was completely captivated. Seeing him like this, Pedro immediately explained, "That's the dimensional battlefield. It's the virtual combat system of this place. It perfectly replicates all of your strength to fight against others. Naturally, many people choose it as a place to hone their combat skills." Yumu was extremely interested. "Let me join quick." Pedro was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Right now? All right, as you wish." Activating dimensional battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, the tiles beneath Yunmu's feet gradually disappeared. Before long, the tall buildings also transformed into lush trees. Then, 2 items were suddenly sent into Yunmu's hands. He looked at them, his heart full of doubt. "What is this now? Geez, why did it suddenly give me this?" Suddenly, a whooshing sound from behind him made him jump, as if he had sensed the taste of death. The feeling was strange, but thanks to this reaction, Yumu managed to turn his head to the right. He dodged the sharp arrow that was aimed at him, causing it to embed itself deep into the ground. The arrowhead still faintly pulsed with a lot of power. Yumu immediately pointed his gun in the direction the arrow came from, taking a defensive stance. A stranger appeared high above, looking amused. "Haha, looks like my luck isn't bad. My first match of the day, and I run into a total rookie. Kid, just stand still and enjoy it. Running into me in your first match, you can only blame your bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a volley of arrows at Yumu, but none of them hit their mark. Yumu rolled a few times and dove into a nearby bush. The man gave chase, his mouth full of contempt. "You little brat, don't think you can escape from me just by running. Instead of wasting time like this, why don't you just come out and let me end it quickly? Wouldn't that be less painful?" However, Yumu remained silent, not responding to his words. The man continued deeper, taunting again. "I've said all that, and you still won't come out? Then don't blame me." Just as he finished his words, Yumu suddenly appeared right next to him, whispering, "What are you in such a hurry to find?" The man jumped in fright, completely frozen. "I was careless." Immediately after, a bang echoed. Yumu pulled the trigger without hesitation, blowing his head off and ending the fight. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke some words of wisdom. "You dare to chase me on the open road? What an idiot. I may be new, but I'm not some rookie you can push around. High combat power, but trash tactics. What's there to be proud of? Even the ants at my house are stronger than you. The man's figure completely vanished, suddenly revealing a dazzling golden orb along with a few smaller blue orbs. Yumu was bewildered, muttering, "What is that?" Suddenly, the 4 orbs shot towards him, entering directly into his body. It caused the young man to scream out in extreme pain. After a long while, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, panting. He asked, bewildered, "That thing, what was that just now? Why did it suddenly enter my body? Did I do something wrong?" Just then, the system's announcement rang out. "Congratulations to the host for absorbing void points. The system's first reward is a cultivation technique, the Golden Bell Shield, from the dimensional battlefield. If you defeat a powerful person, the host has a chance to receive void points, which can be used to exchange for cultivation techniques in the dimensional shops." Yumu immediately asked, "A cultivation technique? Are you talking about the techniques humans used for cultivation and ancient martial arts during the most prosperous era before the world fell into this dark age?" The system sent 2 more notifications. The Golden Bell Shield technique you just received is a defensive skill from ancient martial arts. It can reduce damage taken by 30%. Each upgrade can block 1 additional instance of damage. Yunmu felt the strong, golden armor enveloping his body, and he chuckled to himself. "Excellent. I need to test its power right away." So he shouted, "Pedro, where are you?" Suddenly, Pedro poked his head out from a nearby bush and replied, "Over here." Yumu walked closer and proposed, "I want to fight another match. Can I?" Pedro was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "You're that eager already? All right, initiating the next PK match." Not long after, the system transformed the scenery into a different setting. Yumu sighed in frustration. It takes so much time to change the location every time. This is so annoying. As he spoke, his opponent appeared. This time it was a red-haired beauty with a full, voluptuous figure, holding a pair of daggers. She walked out leisurely, seemingly not a fan of sneak attacks like the first guy. Yumu scratched his head, feeling awkward. "So you're my opponent? I've never hit a woman in my life, not even with a handkerchief. But in order to win, I have no other choice." Yumu didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger. He sent a cold, leaden gift to the girl. The female warrior quickly used the sword in her hand to slash the bullet away. Then she straightened up and cursed. "Damn you, daring to use a sneak attack. As a man, don't you feel ashamed, despicable, and cowardly?" Yumu flashed over, getting right in her face, and whispered, "Listen here, I came here to win, not to show off." With that, he used the dagger in his left hand to slash horizontally. But the female warrior jumped high into the air, dodging it, then circled behind to counterattack. The girl turned her head back. "Are you a Pu-Shin practitioner?" Yumu was dumbfounded and asked, what now?" The girl infused her daggers with Shin power, slashed down, and shouted, "You don't even know what a Pu-Shin practitioner is? It seems you really are a basic Shin practitioner." Yumu gathered his strength and knocked her away. Then he shouted back, "What the hell are you talking about?" The female warrior somersaulted a few times and landed a fair distance away. She took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, "Forget it. Let's just get this over with." Suddenly, her Shin power surged violently, abnormally covering her body. It seemed she had activated some kind of technique. The moment her eyes opened, she shot forward like a flash of lightning. She teleported over, slashing at Yunmu repeatedly while he was still rooted to the spot, not understanding what was happening. Drops of fresh blood splattered at his eye level. Only then did he realize he had just been cut. Along with the sharp pain that followed, he let out a series of terrified screams. The technique this female warrior had just used was called the Heavenly Annihilation 36 Forms. She thought Yumu was done for. So she didn't even bother to look back, standing there and mocking herself. "My Heavenly Annihilation 36 Forms is a supreme technique. No one can." She hadn't finished her sentence when she was cut short. Yumu had appeared beside her at some point. The girl was utterly shocked. She tried to turn back into a fighting stance, but it was too late. Yumu slashed straight across the female warrior's body, ending the match. He continued her sentence. "You were saying no one could what? I didn't hear you clearly." The female warrior's consciousness gradually faded as she returned to the virtual dimension. She trembled, thinking, This is impossible. Could he have that technique? On Yunmu's side, his wounds were being healed by the system. He complained, that hurt like hell. For a moment there, I thought I was a goner. That heavenly annihilation 36 forms must be an offensive martial arts technique. Luckily, my golden bell shield managed to nullify a lot of the damage. Just then, the system notification rang out again. Congratulations, you have obtained 76 void points. You have also comprehended the basic skill, heavy blow. Yumu was a bit startled and exclaimed, that many? It seems the stronger the opponent I defeat, the more rewards I get. He felt his strength surging. Alright, let's keep grinding. Pedro, next match. At the same time, outside the virtual dimension, the notification of his victory appeared on the bulletin board. Someone's muttering could be heard. Xiaoyu must be really upset about this loss. Being defeated by a basic Shin practitioner is the one thing she never wanted to happen. Who on earth is this Li Yunmu? The fact that he could withstand the heavenly annihilation 36 forms is a bit hard to believe. Perhaps he possesses some rare defensive technique to be able to do that. The scene changes to 3 days later in Yuntian City. Yumu was carrying a basket of fruit, complaining endlessly as he walked. Big cities are such a hassle. I've been looking for this rundown hospital for half a day and still can't find it. And Dad, too. He's already getting the best preferential treatment. So why didn't he choose a bigger hospital? The question is whether a hospital in such a remote place has adequate facilities to treat him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice nearby. Please don't do this. Yumu glanced over and saw a few thugs pinning a girl against a wall. One of them said, don't worry, we just want to have a little chat with you. We're not going to do anything. Of course, if you open up and have a few drinks with us, that would be even better. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head, her face blushing as she whispered, I'm sorry, but I really have something urgent to do. The leader smirked and said in a low voice, I get it. Your dad's in the hospital, and you need money urgently, right? Of course, you'll be well compensated. I'm not short on cash. Just as he finished speaking, a fruit basket flew straight at his head, sending him sprawling to the ground. His underlings were horrified. They were about to run over to help their boss when Yunmu suddenly appeared, speaking to them coldly. If you're looking for a place to cause trouble, I suggest you find somewhere else. The green-haired guy spun around and aggressively questioned him. Who are you? Yunmu didn't bother to reply, bending down to pick up the scattered fruit on the ground. He sighed. Oh man, they're all ruined. This was for my dad's visit. How did it come to this? This is all your fault. You'd better compensate me. The girl, standing frozen in place, recognized Yumu. She asked in a low voice, Yunmu? Why are you? Yumu looked at her, his expression unchanged, and cut her off. Stay right there. You're this old and still can't take care of yourself, always getting into trouble. The green-haired guy had gotten up by now, pulling out a knife and cursing threats. You little brat, do you know who my boss is? Without hesitation, Yumu kicked the knife out of his hand and replied calmly, Of course I do. Who my dad is, I obviously know. But you, it seems you don't know who your daddy is. Let me make it clear for you. With that, Yumu landed a painful kick to his face. Screams and threats echoed in the small alley, but it was all in vain. Yumu continued to beat him with great enthusiasm. After a while, every single one of them had bloodied faces and were completely immobilized. Yumu took out his wallet, casually used the green-haired guy's body as a seat, and sneered, Holy crap. Seriously? You go out with this little cash and have the nerve to be someone's boss. I'm just taking money for the fruit, by the way. The green-haired guy whispered, Bro, you've beaten us up, and the compensation is enough. Look, can we go now? This hero saves the damsel act is fine once, but are you planning to protect this girl for the rest of her life? Yumu was slightly startled, then turned his head to look. Huh? What hero saving a damsel? What nonsense are you talking about? This girl is my sister. A few minutes later, Yumu held the guy's business card in his hand. After reading it, he shook his head and sighed. So he's Lu Xiaoguang, a medicine dealer. Every time I see you, it's a mountain of trouble. Are you some kind of magnet for thugs? His sister trudged behind him, only able to stammer out the two words, I'm sorry. Yumu sighed. Forget it. If I hadn't run into you here, I would have never found the hospital. As for the business card, the young man couldn't care less and tossed it straight into the trash. Lu Rian looked at Yunmu and said awkwardly, because Dad's injuries were much more serious than we thought. The money I've earned over the past few years is almost all gone. But don't worry, I've been working hard to save up. I won't let Dad get kicked out of the hospital. Hearing this, Yunmu showed a confused expression. Why do you look so guilty? I'm not blaming you. As an adopted daughter, you've already done more than enough. Leave the money matters to me. I'm a Xian practitioner now. I have plenty of money. Anyway, you've worked hard during this time. A short while later, Lu Ruyan led Yunmu to the hospital. So this is it. You go to the room first. I'll go pay the fees. Lu Ruyan nodded, but didn't forget to ask, do you know which room Dad is in? Yunmu replied immediately, I know. You go on ahead. A few minutes later, Ruyan entered the hospital room, announcing, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Yunmu's mother turned, smiled, and said, Ruyan, you're here. You must be tired. Sit down, rest, have some water. Yunmu's father, Li Zhongmin, lay on the hospital bed and smiled, whispering, We've troubled you so much lately, Ruyan. You're so busy, yet you still have to run back and forth to take care of this useless old man. Thank you so much. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened as she replied, Dad, honestly, you're saying those things again. She continued, Oh, right, you don't have to worry about the hospital fees anymore. They've been paid in full. Li Zhongmin replied weakly, See, I told you. As long as you go ask my old friends for a loan, they'll definitely lend it to you. Just as he finished speaking, Yunmu unexpectedly walked in, cutting him off. Hey, old man, I don't remember you having any friends like that. Both of Yunmu's parents were startled by his sudden appearance. Yunmu didn't mind, casually walking into the room. How are you, Dad? Have you been feeling any better these past few days? His father tried to sound cheerful in his reply. You little brat. I'd be a lot better without you here to annoy me. However, Yunmu suddenly noticed something. He froze as he looked at his father's body. Li Zhongmin, seeing he could no longer hide it, said calmly, Why the serious face? Aren't I still here, healthy and talking normally? I just don't have legs anymore. Why do you look like the sky is falling? After such a huge disaster, losing only my legs is already very lucky. Oh right, you paid the hospital fees, didn't you? A young kid like you. Where did you get so much money? Seeing him sit up, Yumu immediately reminded him, Hey, Dad, don't move around like that. You'll tear your wound. I already told Mom, didn't I? I've awakened. I'm a true Xian practitioner now. I get a monthly salary. As soon as he heard his son say that, the father burst out laughing, not believing a word. You're full of it. I gave birth to you. Don't I know your strength? Forget fully awakening. You probably haven't even sensed it yet. What's this about being a Xian practitioner with a salary? If you make me laugh any harder, my wound will really tear open. Being looked down on by his own father, Yumu was so angry that steam was coming out of his ears. He turned sharply towards the door and replied, If you don't believe me, fine. I'm going home. I don't care about you. Fend for yourself. Li Zhongmin became serious again, calling after him, still acting like a child. How many days can you last as a Xian practitioner? Ruyan, help me get that box over there. And you, what are you standing there for? Go get it. Yumu picked up the box and asked, Isn't this the warrior armor set you love the most? His father confirmed, This armor can greatly increase a Xian practitioner's strength. Yumu pressed, It's so precious, Dad. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Zhongmin explained, I don't think I'll have the chance to use it again, so it's useless for me to keep it. It's better to give it to you. But you can't just wear this thing whenever you want. The biochemical regulating materials inside are beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. First, remember to keep it safe, or it will bring you trouble. For someone who has sensed power, and someone who has awakened, it will be a great help. In other words, whether you can wear it or not is not up to you. This armor will judge for itself whether you are worthy to wear it. Yumu confidently declared, Let me say this first. I'm not just taking your stuff, Dad. I'm just taking it home to try it on. Besides, don't worry. You'll have a chance to wear it again in the future. Because I will definitely find a way to help you stand on your own 2 feet again. Yunmu began to channel his Xian power into the armor, causing it to transform rapidly, with continuous whirring sounds. He reached out his hand to receive the parts of the armor. Come here and meet your new master. Lu Ruyan witnessed this scene, unable to hide her astonishment. Dad, Dad, is that? Li Zhongmin replied, his voice full of pride. Yes, that's it. It seems this brat wasn't lying. He has truly awakened. As soon as it was done, Yumu was exhausted, panting heavily. Finally finished packing. I have to go to Fengyan Fortress tomorrow. I won't be able to come back for a while. I'm actually a little reluctant to go. The scene changes to the next day at the Gufeng City Xian Practitioner Association. Hey, isn't that the second young master of the Wang family? Third Master Lu, I told you, your young master would definitely be able to awaken. Just then, someone walked up and shouted, Don't block the way. Isn't that the top rookie of Gufeng City? This is the young master of the Luo family. His name is Pu. Admiring whispers began to spread. Luo Pu. I heard his father broke through to the highest new realm of a Xian practitioner. He's a super Xian practitioner. At that moment, Zhang Dahong, the son of the richest man in Gufeng City, also appeared. Isn't this place a bit too shabby? Is this Fengyan Fortress really reliable? Son, why don't we just go home? It's okay, Dad. It's just a little rundown. Let's just consider it experiencing the life of a commoner. Besides, I brought the money you gave me. It's fine. Just as he finished speaking, another character appeared. It was Lu Nijia, the granddaughter of the Xian Practitioner Association's president. Finally, the day has come. Once I get to Fengyan Fortress, I can see my grandpa. The appearance of all these influential figures made the crowd even more excited than ever. This year's city is truly a gathering of talents. The top 8 from this year's Academy Xian Power exam all have impressive achievements. Just then, a mischievous voice rang out. I say, you guys are really shallow. Our number 16 high school also produced an awakened one this year. If anyone's the most extra, it's Li Yumu. He was even being carried on a palanquin, wrapped up with a flower like a gift package. Zhang Kai stood beside him, introducing him as proudly as a peacock, accompanied by the resounding clang of gongs and the deafening crackle of firecrackers. Come on, let's welcome the awakened Li Yunmu from our number 16 high school to the stage. Yunmu's face was beet red with embarrassment. Even the others witnessing this scene couldn't help but be confused. What the hell is this guy doing? Is this some kind of show? Zhang Dahong looked on and laughed so hard, he almost wet his pants. Huh? Dad, look at that guy. Is that guy mentally challenged or something? Huh? Yunmu was sweating bullets, his face scrunched up like a monkey's. I want to die. This is the most embarrassing moment of my life. The young man was paraded on the palanquin past everyone. The judgmental stares made him feel like he was suffocating. Lu Nijia, however, didn't show the same attitude as the others and just smiled. Li Yumu. So he also just awakened this year. Just then, a woman came out and shouted, All right, it's almost time. All the new recruits, come over here. Next, we will divide you into groups of 2 and then transfer you to Fengyan Fortress. Whoever's name is called, please step forward. First group roll call, Luo Pu. He was the first to be called. With a cold, emotionless expression, he simply replied with a single word, Here. The female officer continued to announce, You and Zhang Dahong are in the same group. You two may step through the transmission gate now. Zhang Dahong, like a child exploring the world for the first time, smiled brightly. Lucky me. I'm second. He turned to strike up a conversation with Luo Pu. You're the young master of the Luo family, right? Have you ever been through a transmission before? Will there be any dangerous incidents? I'm scared of dying. Luo Pu grumbled, annoyed. You're so noisy. In less than a minute, both had disappeared into the transmission space. The female officer continued to call out the next group, Li Yunmu and Lu Nijia. Upon hearing her name, Nijia ran over, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him forcefully towards the transmission gate. While the young man was still in a state of shy confusion, not understanding what was happening, Lu Nijia turned back and gently introduced herself. I'm Lu Nijia. It's nice to meet you. Yunmu stammered in reply, Nice to meet you too. Though he said that, he thought to himself, her voice is so pleasant. The scene changes to the next morning. Before he was even fully awake, Yumu had to drag himself to class. The young man yawned as he opened the door. Good morning, everyone. But a quick glance around left him stunned to see only Nijia. The girl was also very cheerful, waving her hand. Good morning. The young man looked confused. Why is it just you? Where is everyone else? Skipping class on the very first day? Nijia replied kindly. because the first few classes are theory lessons, introducing methods of using Xian power, the Xian power system, and the monster system. Most new students could sense Xian power from a very young age, so everyone completed their theoretical studies before coming to Fengyan Fortress. The theory classes here are for those who awaken suddenly. Yumu stuck his hands in his pockets and let out a sigh. Well, it seems we're the only idiots then. Luckily, I have you. It would be really embarrassing if I were the only one. As the two were talking, the teacher walked in and looked utterly shocked. There are students in class this year? That's rare. All right, I'm your teacher, so please return to your seats. Nijia, why are you here? This person was a university teacher from Fengyun named Li Bowen. Hearing this question, Nijia immediately ran up. Of course, I came here especially to see you, teacher. I haven't seen you in so long. Li Bowen smiled and asked, how has he been lately? My grandpa is doing great, still very strong and healthy. By the way, there are new students who need to attend class this year, so you have to teach them well. He's a promising seedling, but if you don't teach him well, you know. Hearing this, Yumu could only stare blankly. Knowing his fate, the young man was completely dumbfounded as he watched his only classmate walk out and wave goodbye enthusiastically. Well then, I'll be going first. Remember to study hard. Yumu just wanted to scream. After waiting for half a day, it turned out he was the only idiot. As for the old man, he was still standing there thinking to himself, this is the first time someone has attended my class in 4 years. It seems his foundation is not just ordinarily weak. But it must be said, this year there are no naturally awakened individuals who didn't rely on bloodlines and absorbing dimensional crystals. And he also has a good relationship with my niece. This child must have something special about him. Seeing Yunmu looking dejected, the teacher asked, is it uncomfortable being alone in the classroom? Do you want to move somewhere else? Since it's just the two of us, there's no need to put on a show. The two of them went up to the rooftop to chat instead of having a lesson. You really don't know anything? Not even the power system of Xian power. Yunmu replied curtly, none of your business. Despite this, Li Bowen explained with great enthusiasm. The realms of a Xian practitioner, from lowest to highest, are common crystal, black crystal, silver crystal, gold crystal, and rainbow crystal. Above that, one surpasses the level of a Xian practitioner and becomes a super Xian practitioner. Hearing this, Yunmu suddenly felt motivated and jumped down. Finally, we're getting to the main point. Teacher, tell me how to raise my realm. Li Bowen sat beside him, pouring out his knowledge. To raise your realm, you first need to activate your Xian acupoints. There are 12 acupoints that can be activated. The Xian acupoints on your left chest, right chest, and abdomen can enhance your defensive capabilities. The Xian acupoints on the soles of your feet and calves are used to increase agility. Those on the palms and arms are for enhancing attack power. And the Xian acupoints on the skull can help make your mind, reactions, and nerves sharper. After activating these 12 acupoints, you can reach the black crystal realm. Yumu got straight to the point and asked, how do I activate the Xian acupoints? Activating acupoints is not difficult. You just need to kill enough dimensional beasts and absorb their Xian power crystals. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, all the new students were called to gather at one point. Yunmu was still the most clueless among them, muttering to himself, I wonder why they called everyone here so early in the morning. The teachers at this school have too much free time. Suddenly, Hoyu stood up and taunted him as usual. Isn't this the little brother who still has to attend theory classes every day? What era is this that someone still has to study basic theory? I wonder how he even got in here. Yunmu made a face and cursed silently in his heart. So annoying. Why does this guy keep picking on me? Did I steal his girl or something? Just then, Li Bowen stepped forward and tapped Hoyu on the head. Then he said sternly, in my class, don't cause trouble. Get back in line. And the rest of you, come over here and listen to my instructions. Li Bowen continued in a humorous tone. Don't think that just because I'm handsome, stylish, and popular that I'm just a senior student. I'm a properly paid teacher at this school. After a moment, he became serious again. Back to the main topic. Today is the practical class you've all been waiting for. So show me what you've got. Yunmu, still as clueless as ever, muttered, a practical class? What are we learning? Li Bowen announced further. Today, you will form your own teams of 2. Then you will move to different locations to complete the practical lesson. Today's goal is to hunt down 10-dimensional beasts. Hearing this, Yumu clenched his fists, thinking to himself, here it is. This is what I need. Li Bowen didn't stop, continuing, the dimensional beasts won't show you any mercy just because you're students. But don't panic too much. If your life is truly in danger, I will intervene. In other situations, trust in your own strength and your teammates. That's how you'll survive in this world. That's all for now. It's time for you to form your teams. Once you're in a team, report to me. Suddenly, Luo Pu walked over and called out, Classmate Lu Nijia, I'd like to invite you to team up with me. Will you agree? Lu Nijia broke out in a cold sweat and cleared her throat. She thought to herself, Luo Pu is personally inviting me to team up? What should I do? I really don't want to be on the same team as him. After thinking for a moment, she gathered her courage and replied, Classmate Luo Pu, I know you're very strong, but… At that moment, Yumu quickly seized the opportunity and cut in. Lu Nijia, will you agree to form a team with me? Li Yunmu and Lu Nijia's team. The practical class was transported to ruin number 7. Lu Nijia, with her rich knowledge, quickly recognized the location and explained, this is ruin number 7. It was once an important human base in the 5th dimension. But unfortunately, it fell into this state of ruin because the dimensional monsters were too powerful, far beyond what we could have anticipated. However, Yunmu wasn't very concerned, still distracted by other thoughts as he asked a completely unrelated question. Why did you refuse Luo Pu? He's clearly very strong. If you went with him, this practical exercise would surely be much easier. Lu Nijia explained. He's always so arrogant and cold, as if the whole world owes him a debt. I don't like the way he treats people. But anyway, thank you for helping me out of that situation. Yumu replied casually. It's nothing to thank me for. I don't know anyone else to team up with. The other students avoid me like the plague. You're the only one who… Just as he finished speaking, a ferocious roar from behind made him jump. He spun around, his hands ready to defend, and muttered, low-level dimensional beasts. They're here. Lu Nijia was on alert and reminded him. Be careful. This type of monster usually appears in groups, and there will be a stronger leader leading them. I don't know where it's hiding. Before they could understand what was happening, a dimensional beast appeared right behind them. It swung a powerful punch, sending Yunmu flying like an arrow straight into a pile of ruins. Nijia stood frozen, horrified by the monster's power. She whispered, such destructive force. It must be the leader of this group of dimensional monsters. But as soon as Nijia regained her composure, she leaped into the air, observed the situation, and sneered, a stupid, hulking beast. A specialist in offense like you must have weak defenses. In that case, you're no match for me. Begone. As she spoke, she prepared to attack, but the beast didn't let her fully execute her move. It suddenly teleported close and charged at her. Lu Nijia broke out in a sweat, trembling. Could it be a mid-level dimensional beast? How is that possible? The monster opened its mouth, about to devour her, but just then, Yunmu appeared in time. He took the attack for her. He said gently, snap out of it, classmate Nijia. You're one of the strongest fighters in our class, after all. Just one mid-level beast, and it scares you this much? Come on. Yunmu turned to face the beast. He said in a challenging tone, how long are you going to keep biting my arm? This uniform is expensive, you know. You're going to have to pay me back for it, you hear? As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to kick the monster hard in the face, sending it flying backwards to the ground and creating a large crater. As he landed, Yumu couldn't hide his satisfaction. Is this a mid-level dimensional beast? It's not that strong. He turned his head and realized Nijia was still standing there, so he pretended to be in pain. He cried out, ouch! My arm hurts so much. It might be broken. What should I do? Don't I deserve an award for best actor? Nijia couldn't hold back a sigh of exasperation. All right, stop putting on a show in front of me. You don't have to pretend anymore. I know you have a very strong defensive technique. That was nothing to you. Yumu's eyes widened. He showed clear horror and quickly asked, how did you know about that? Nijia calmly explained, the girl you defeated in the dimensional arena before is my friend. Of course, I witnessed the entire match between you two. Everyone thought Xiao Yu lost because of her weak technique, but I know very well that Xiao Yu's Heavenly Annihilation 36 forms has extremely powerful destructive force. The fact that you could withstand those swift and powerful attacks from that technique shows that you are no ordinary person. However, Naija understood why he didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of the crowd. She added, "This world always fears the unusual. Special people like you are always ostracized." Yumu scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Actually, I don't want anyone to know about my defensive technique because my family background is too ordinary. If not to say, completely unremarkable. And if anyone found out, I would definitely be questioned endlessly and become a guinea pig. But now that Naija knows, then you don't have to hide it anymore." Yumu shrugged and smiled. "At first, I just wanted to be normal friends with someone. But now that you know, I don't have to hide it anymore. If that's the case, then, hey, you dimensional monsters, let us completely let loose and have some fun." Seeing Yumu roar, the dimensional beasts immediately panicked and jumped up, screaming, "Help! Help! Mommy, I want to go home." A while later, the sun emerged from behind the clouds, bringing light and hope to ruin number 7. Yumu was still fighting with all his might. He kicked the last low-level dimensional beast in the herd straight in the face. After dealing with it, he stood panting. Phew, that was exhausting. I didn't expect fighting a few of them would take so much energy. Yumu turned to Naija and asked with a curious look, "Naija, let me ask you something. Is there a way for an ordinary person to possess Dark Xian power like your friend?" Naija looked at him with a serious gaze. "You want Dark Xian power? That's a high-level secret." She paused for a moment, then continued, "But since I know your secret, I don't mind telling you. However, even if you know, it won't help much. Dark Xian power is a power that can only be obtained through inheritance. However, there is another way to get it. That is to kill a king-level dimensional beast and absorb its crystal. But don't even dream about it. King-level dimensional beasts are not only powerful, but they can also control countless low-level dimensional beasts. Furthermore, the higher-ups are concerned that inexperienced Xian practitioners will risk their lives for this, which would affect the overall strategy. So they have sealed this secret, not making it public. Do you understand?" Yumu sighed heavily. Yeah, I get it, young lady." At the same time, Li Bowen was standing at the assembly point, looking around and sighing. Strange. Why are they so slow this year? Could there be a problem? But not long after, the transmission gate signaled again. Which group will be the first to reach the finish line? A voice rang out, and soon after, the pair of Yumu and Naija appeared. Waiting there, Li Bowen saw them and couldn't contain his surprised taunt. Well, what a surprise. You two are the first group to complete the practical exercise. How was it? Was ruin number 7 fun? Yumu couldn't contain his anger and replied furiously, "I'll give you a taste of my shoe, you bastard. You clearly said there were only low-level dimensional beasts. How do you explain the mid-level one that suddenly appeared?" Naija almost died, you know. Li Bowen feigned ignorance, his eyes not leaving Yumu. A mid-level dimensional beast? There was a mid-level one in there? I didn't know anything about that. Yumu realized he couldn't get a straight answer out of him, so he turned back and said sarcastically, "The teachers at this school are all talk. When you need them, they're nowhere to be found." Bowen watched his retreating back and smiled to himself. Still so aggressive. It seems a mid-level dimensional beast wasn't enough to scare him. A few minutes later, 2 new students stepped through the transmission gate. Ho Yu, with a fawning expression, said, "It's great to be in the same group as big brother Luo Pu. Killing 10-dimensional beasts was a piece of cake. At this rate, our group will definitely be number 1. However, his confidence quickly vanished when he saw Yumu and Naija already waiting. Yumu immediately sneered. Well, if it isn't Ho Yu, why are you slowing down the great Luo Pu? He's in 2nd place now, you know. And Luo Pu, next time you pick a lackey, pick one that's actually useful. Don't just accept anyone who's good at kissing ass, or you'll just be carrying dead weight." Provoked by Yumu, Luo Pu walked closer, his voice cold. "Excuse me, let me pass." Yumu didn't bother to stop him, just stepped aside, whistling as if nothing had happened. Luo Pu walked up, his eyes glinting with suspicion, and confronted Naija. "How did you complete the practical exercise so quickly? Did this Yumu guy actually contribute?" Just then, Zhang Dahong arrived from the transmission gate, drawn in by Luo Pu's conversation. Naija cursed silently in her heart. Damn it! Why is he suddenly asking me? She knew Luo Pu's personality well. Even if she told the truth that all the credit belonged to Yumu, he wouldn't believe it. Thinking this, she quickly found an excuse. It's just that the attributes of the dimensional beasts inside happened to be countered by mine. I dealt with them easily. Hearing this, Luo Pu nodded in satisfaction, his face relaxing into a smile. So that's how it was. You were really lucky. A man in Zhang Dahong's group added, this Yumu guy is really lucky. He somehow managed to get paired with the super strong Nijia. Now he can get first place in the practical exercise without doing anything. But Zhang Dahong didn't think so. He sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. Luck? I don't believe in so-called luck. That's just a trick to divert everyone's attention. Half a year later, still at ruin number 7. A monster was roaring, clawing at the ground, in a pool of its own green blood. It turned out, all of them had been neatly dealt with by Yumu, lying scattered on the ground. He sighed and complained, this is so boring. Fighting these guys doesn't give me any benefits anymore. Good thing the training days at Fengyan Fortress are almost over. Now it's time for that interesting event to begin. The Central Continent Inter-City Ranking Competition. He returned to the school in high spirits, but thought to himself, my cultivation speed has been too slow these past 6 months. Compared to that shadow system, it's been updating for half a year and it's still not done. It's definitely tricking me. Just wait until you wake up, I'll teach you some manners. Muttering to himself, he couldn't help but complain. These teachers are so idle, gathering us so early in the morning. I trained all night yesterday. I don't have the energy to listen to their lectures. Just then, Tangin stood up and said in a deep voice, are all the new students present? If so, I'll get straight to the point. The purpose of summoning you today is to announce that in 1 week, the inter-city ranking competition will officially begin. The rules of the competition are that Fengyan Fortress will deploy everyone to the Jian River area. At that time, the new students from each city will form teams of 5 to 7 people. Your mission is to eliminate dimensional monsters. The total points you receive for eliminating them will be tallied and used as your city's evaluation score, which will be compared with other cities for the overall ranking. During this process, dimensional eyes will monitor you 24/7. All your actions will be broadcast live to all major cities in the world. Therefore, don't expect to cheat. Also, don't forget to pick up your survival armor from the Xian Practitioner Association. It will save your life in a crisis. After receiving your armor, you are free to form teams. There are no restrictions. Finally, I wish you all the best in achieving the scores you desire. Yumu heard this and muttered to himself, free survival armor? Sounds good, but I should probably still use my dad's warrior armor. Alright, time to find Nijia and form a team. When he made the suggestion, Nijia expressed her regret. I'm sorry, but I've already formed a team with someone else. Yumu jumped in surprise, shouting, damn it, how could you be so fast? Nijia explained, my association arranged it beforehand. I have to team up with Luo Pu. As for Ho Yu, he's already formed his own team to participate. They think that teaming up with people from other cities, even if they achieve a high rank, will cause trouble in raising their own city's ranking. Hearing this, Yumu patted Nijia's head and interrupted, all right, just follow the association's arrangements. Seeing him still standing there, Nijia called after him, what about you? What are you going to do? Yumu waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. I'm okay. Though he said that, he thought to himself, damn it, who would want to team up with me? I don't know anyone in this class. Suddenly, Zhang Dahong spoke up, his voice friendly. Hello, brother. Are you having some trouble? If you're too lonely, come join my team. I'll take care of you. Yumu was stunned, his mind immediately calculating. He is Zhang Dahong, the son of the richest merchant family in Gufeng City, right? I've never spoken to him before. Why is he suddenly inviting me to his team? But what choice do I have now? However, he still tried to maintain a calm demeanor. I don't care who I team up with, as long as I have a team. Zhang Dahong, as if not bothered at all, said cheerfully, excellent. Then let me introduce you to the members of our group. The story continued to surprise Yumu even more when he realized the group Zhang Dahong mentioned included Ling Yin, the son of the second richest man in Gufeng City, and Lu Chang, the son of the third richest man in Gufeng City. And of course, Zhang Dahong was the son of the richest. He looked at the scene around him with a grim expression, cursing silently in his heart. Damn it, what kind of freak show is this? Should this team be called Paradise Experience for Spoiled Brats? Dahong cheerfully announced, the welcoming ceremony is over. The team name will be Dahong. I'll go register with the teacher now. Ling'an spoke up to remind him. Are you crazy? There are only 4 of us here. The teacher said we need at least 5 people to form a team. Seeing Dahong's startled expression, Yumu felt a sense of panic. Should I just quit now? These rich kids don't seem to have their heads screwed on right. The next day, Yumu took the free survival armor to sell it. The shop owner handed him the money and said, here's your 7,500 dimensional coins. You can count it. After the transaction, Yumu held the wad of cash in his hand and sighed in frustration. I thought it would be worth more. Who knew it would only be 7,500 coins? What the hell can I buy with this chump change? I can't even afford the most basic tent to shelter from the rain, let alone the other 3 essential items. Looking over at Lu Chong paying for a pile of expensive gear in one go, Yumu thought to himself, I really envy these idiots. Just then, Dahong pushed a cart piled high with goods towards Yunmu and called out, Yunmu, aren't you going to buy anything to prepare for the competition? Yumu forced a smile and replied, you think everyone has money to shop freely like you rich kids? Zhang Dahong was naive. You mean you really don't have money? You don't even have essentials like a vehicle to get around and a tent to sleep in. Yumu replied nonchalantly, it's no big deal. No vehicle, I'll run. No tent, I'll sleep on the ground. That way, I can be one with nature. Hearing this, Zhang Dahong was so moved that he rushed over, grabbed his hands, and all the stuff fell. I never knew you were so pitiful. I, Dahong, will never allow this to happen to my teammate. Come on, follow me. Witnessing this scene, Yunmu was at a loss for words. What are you crying for? As soon as he finished speaking, Dahong dragged Yunmu to the shopping counter, slammed a card on the table with a thud, and declared clearly, Shopkeeper, pack up all the tools you have for me. The shopkeeper hurriedly complied and calculated. Your total comes to 143,000 dimensional coins. Zhang Dahong uttered only 2 heavy words, card it. Also, I want to take that vehicle and register it under this gentleman's name. By the way, give me one of your best tanks. I need to pick it up next week. Yunmu stood to the side, completely stunned. It's really nice to be rich. Unlike a poor bastard like me. After careful calculation, the shopkeeper announced, thank you very much, sir. The total for this transaction is 12.7 million dimensional coins. Zhang Dahong still wasn't done. He pointed to the tent behind him. Pack up that most expensive tent for my friend too. The shopkeeper replied, that one is 600,000 dimensional coins, sir. Dahong declared bluntly, no problem. Card it. Yumu was sweating profusely. Damn, am I being kept as a sugar baby? I've really hit the jackpot this time. Back at the Xian Practitioner Association headquarters, Hoyu's giggles could be heard. Heh, boss Luo Pu. Do you think that Yunmu guy can even participate in the qualifying round for the Central Continent ranking competition this time? Luo Pu replied coldly, I don't know, and I don't care. Hoyu continued to boast, this time, Nijia is on our side. I bet no one will be willing to team up with him. Luo Pu asked quietly, what does that have to do with anything? Why are you always targeting him? He explained resentfully, I just can't stand him. He clearly comes from a low-class background but acts so arrogant, looking down on everyone. Just seeing his face makes my blood boil. Suddenly, a sleek sports car sped past, almost hitting him. He roared in anger. Who's the idiot driving that car? Get out here and talk. And to his surprise, this luxury car belonged to Yumu. The young man poked his head out innocently, while Hoyu was in complete shock. Luo Pu and Hoyu, long time no see. Hoyu angrily snapped, questioning him. You brat, what are you doing at the association at this hour? Yumu got out of the car and said calmly, what else could I be doing? I'm here to accept a mission. After all, in the upcoming ranking battle, the goal is to kill dimensional monsters. Might as well complete whatever I can. Hearing this, Hoyu burst out laughing mockingly. What did you just say? Someone like you actually has a team? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yunmu, over here. He turned around, his face stunned as if struck by lightning. 3 other supercars were parked neatly in a row behind him. Zhang Dahong sat on the hood of his car, his voice full of confidence. We've been waiting for you. How's the car? If you're not used to it, we can buy a new one. Ho Yu looked at the lineup of luxury cars and couldn't help but sneer. You call this a team? How does a bunch of second-generation rich kids like you plan to fight dimensional monsters? Are you going to kill the monsters with your money? Not to mention, you don't even have enough people to be showing off. Yumu glanced worriedly at Dahong, but Dahong was still very confident and reassured him. Don't worry, I've already taken care of the fifth member issue. My timing should be right. That person should be here any moment. Before he could finish, the roar of a large displacement motorcycle grew louder as it approached. Yumu frowned. Looking over, he saw a beast of a motorcycle speeding towards them. The rider performed a spectacular drift, spinning the bike to a stop behind him. Seeing this, Ho Yu stepped forward and sneered. This is the fifth member of your team? You're killing me. However, Luo Pu standing next to him didn't think so. He was horrified, his face pale as he stammered. She's a student from the second-ranked high school in Fenghua City, Ling Shui. Dahong waved friendly. Hey, Sister Shui. Long time no see. The term, big sister, made Yumu feel genuinely confused. He was still dazed when he was further stunned by Ling En's words. Why are you here? How long are you going to control me? Yumu couldn't hold back anymore, pointing at Ling Shui with wide eyes and questioning. No way. Don't tell me you two are related by blood. This can't be your family's genes. No way. Lingen was fuming and jumped up. Hey, are you looking down on me? I have a family tree, you know? Do you want to see it? Nearby, Luo Pu approached and spoke to Ling Shui. Having someone from another city participate in the competition will be considered cheating. It will greatly affect the results of our goofing city. Have you thought this through? Ling Shui paid him no mind and replied casually. It's no big deal. I've already transferred to the Goofing Academy. Ho Yu still didn't understand what was happening, but he asked Luo Pu, Boss, who is that woman? Is she very powerful? Luo Pu explained with a serious expression. Basically, the overall ranking of Fenghua City is much higher than Goofing City. And this Ling Shui in front of us has already reached the second stage of the Black Crystal rank. I heard that a few years ago, she was favored by a powerful Xian practitioner and taken as a disciple. So she was taught two extremely powerful combat techniques. If we're only considering the younger generation, we can say she's a top-tier expert. Dahong was overjoyed. Sister Shui, we won't expect you to go all out to help. We're just happy you're here to make up the numbers. Ling Shui smiled lightly, her voice playful. It doesn't matter. Dahong, Xiaochong, you two are starting to look like men. Only Ling En was still unhappy, complaining. Sis, I won't stand for it. Go back to Fenghua City. I want to be free. Ling Shui teleported over and pinched his cheek, scolding him. You still dare to talk back? Mom and Dad heard you were almost ranked last in your class. They nearly had a heart attack. So Mom and Dad sent me here to whip a brat like you into shape. Just then, Yumu spoke up. All right, you two can catch up later. Let's go see the teacher and register first. This straightforward attitude caught Ling Shui's attention. She thought to herself, there's something not so simple about this boy. In a flash, a week had passed. The time for the inter-city ranking competition had finally arrived. The organizer's announcement echoed through the notification system. Attention, attention. Fengyun Fortress has successfully landed. The moment the gate opens is when the competition begins. I hope the new students can represent Goofing City and achieve ideal results this year. Let's set off. Good luck to you all. The image was broadcast live on a large screen in the Goofing City Square. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. It's starting. It's starting. Go, Fengyun Fortress. Our Goofing's ranking this year depends entirely on you all. In the small city of Yintian, Yumu's father, Li Zhongmin, also had Lu Rian help him up to watch his son's journey. He smiled to himself. Go on, kid. Forge a future for yourself. Back at the competition, Ho Yu was smugly driving the Xian Practitioner Association members, his face beaming. Don't you all worry. With my driving skills, no one can overtake us. All the best dimensional monsters will be ours soon enough. Luo Pu said coldly. According to the map, there's a safe river area ahead. We'll stop there for a bit to let everyone put on their armor and prepare for battle. Nijia was lost in thought. Is that classmate Yumu okay? I haven't seen him lately. I don't even know if he has a team for the competition. That kid, He really makes people worry. Suddenly, Luo Pu spoke up. Hey, did you hear something roaring behind us? Everyone, stay alert. Ho Yu asked nervously. Could it be a dimensional monster? How could we run into one so soon? At that moment, the roar from the vehicle behind them grew closer and closer. He trembled inwardly. This is impossible. I personally supervised the modification of this vehicle structure. How can any car be faster than it? Besides, there's no one in Fengyan Fortress with better driving skills than me. Who are they? Could it be? As he was thinking, the other vehicle suddenly soared into the air. It flew over his car. He poked his head out. Looking up, it was Yunmu's group, and the skilled driver was none other than Ling Shui, who had come from Fenghua City. A while later, the team stopped by a picturesque waterfall. Yumu pressed. Hey, have we decided yet? Where are we going next? What's the point of racing to be in the lead when we don't even have a real target? Ling Shui replied nonchalantly. I don't care where we go. For me, dealing with the dimensional beasts here isn't too difficult. Lingyan looked up and hesitantly suggested. Sis, can you take us somewhere a bit safer? After all, Luo Pu and that elite team will surely get the most points anyway. We don't need to risk our lives for nothing. Suddenly, Da Hong chimed in, his voice full of enthusiasm. I hate it when people are so negative. We have an expert like Sister Shui here. Plus, this war chariot is top of the line. If we can't fight, we can run. So I have an idea. Let's make this spot our first stop. Lu Chong looked at the location with some confusion, his jaw dropping. Isn't that the territory of the Pygmy sorcerers? You've got to be kidding me. Yunmu, as clueless as ever, asked, What's a Pygmy sorcerer? Lingyan quickly poked his head up, frowning as he explained. You don't even know that? They're the toughest dimensional monsters in this Jian River area. Yumu asked innocently. Are they really that strong? Ling Shui explained. In terms of individual combat strength, they're not strong at all. They're even considered weak. The problem is, Pygmy sorcerers are creatures that exist in colonies. Their intelligence is also more developed than other monsters, and they especially hate humans. Once a fight breaks out, Pygmy sorcerers often gather in a very large swarm to attack their prey. And if humans get surrounded by them, we're definitely done for. Hearing this, Yunmu swallowed hard. It seemed he was still quite fond of living and didn't want to die just yet. Just then, Zhang Dahong explained his reasoning for suggesting that spot. Almost all the teams participating in the competition know that, so no one wants to mess with them. In other words, if we go there and eliminate them, the points will be all ours because there will be no competitors. Lu Chong looked up and cursed. Dahong, are you brain dead? If our team goes there, we'll be dead before we even get any points. Lingyan also jumped in. Can you not be like this? You need to be alive to use the points. Zhang Dahong reassured them. What are you worried about? Don't we have the great Ling Shui here? Everything will be fine. Hearing this, Yumu turned to ask, Sister Shui, what do you think? Ling Shui casually ate her lollipop, but her eyes answered bluntly. You guys decide this among yourselves. I'm fine with whatever. Hearing that, Yumu made a quick decision. In that case, I agree with Zhang Dahong. Zhang Dahong knew his idea had partial agreement and partial opposition, while Ling Shui remained silent, choosing to be neutral. He didn't hesitate any longer and decided immediately. That's settled then. 3 people agree, so that's the decision. Pygmy sorcerers, let's go, brothers. Hearing this, Lingyan fearfully scrambled over to his sister, his face scrunched up, crying and whining. Sis, just drop me off here. I don't want to go there to die. I'm not going. Zhang Dahong pulled him back, his face serious. Sit still. If you get out of the car now, you'll die even sooner. A while later, the team's vehicle reached the outer edge of the Pygmy sorcerer's territory. Ling Shui spoke up. In a few hundred meters, we're likely to encounter them. Everyone, get out of the car, put on your armor, and prepare for battle. Zhang Dahong was the first to finish gearing up. He struck a majestic pose and asked, Is everyone ready? The suit he wore was the destroyer weapon set, with the power overload cannon. Lingyan was wearing the Fate Reaper weapon set, with the 10-direction revolving slash. We're ready. Lu Chong was also ready. His set was the hunter weapon set, with the deadly dagger's edge. Lu Chong helplessly asked Lingyan, Are you that scared of dying? All the gear on you is defense-oriented. Ling Shui was more lightly armored with the Vanguard battle suit. She announced, I'm ready too. Zhang Dahong looked around and asked, "Where's Yunmu? Is he ready?" But when he saw the suit Yunmu was wearing, Zhang Dahong's eyes widened. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my god, how do you have this thing?" Yunmu, at this point, was confused, not understanding why Zhang Dahong was reacting so strongly. Dahong realized he didn't understand and quickly explained, "The suit you're wearing is the warrior armor from the War God Hall. You can't buy this armor even if you have money. I once offered a very high reward but couldn't find a single set. Quick, let me touch it. Oh my god, this feels amazing." Yunmu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Is this suit something special? I really don't know how Dad managed to get it." Suddenly, a sound came from the distance, along with the shadow of something's legs moving. It alerted Ling Shui. She immediately turned and said quickly, "Quiet. Something's coming. Everyone, split up and find a place to hide." Yunmu and Zhang Dahong immediately followed, dashing off in different directions. A few seconds later, they were hidden. Ling Shui contacted them via radio. "Dahong, where are you?" "Report." Zhang Dahong, using his rifle scope to scout the area, replied, "Target spotted. It's 2 Pygmy sorcerers. They seem to be on patrol." Ling Shui quickly commanded, "Check if there are any other dimensional beasts in the vicinity." Dahong replied immediately, "Roger." He quickly reported back, "Checked. No other targets spotted in the area." Hearing this, Ling Shui gave the order, "Zhang Dahong, Li Yunmu, prepare to move." Yunmu whispered into the radio, "Understood." Over here, the Pygmy sorcerer was suddenly attracted by something. It looked down and stared intently. It turned out to be the half-eaten lollipop Ling Shui was sucking on. The monster had never seen such a thing before and rushed over to pick it up, its eyes glued to it. Dahong saw this and couldn't help but laugh, smirking with satisfaction. "Bingo! Congratulations, you've won the prize." With that, he pulled the trigger, blowing the Pygmy sorcerer's head to pieces, which startled the other one. It was about to flee and report back, but Yunmu suddenly appeared behind it, unleashing the combat skill, Furious Slash. He decapitated it in one go. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke softly into the radio. Target successfully engaged. At the same time, in the organizer's monitoring room, discussions were buzzing. "Hey, Goofing City is doing pretty well this year. It's only been half a day, and they've already entered the top 4. Someone said quietly, "They're not as good as White Snow City. They recruited all super promising seedlings this year. They were almost outside the top 50 in previous years, but this year they've claimed a spot in the top 10. That's a real leap forward." Another person commented, "Goofing City was always stuck in the top 130 in previous years, but now they're climbing straight to the top 70. They're worth looking forward to. I heard Goofing City has a super rookie named Luo Pu this year. Is this achievement because of him?" Li Bowen, sitting on the judging panel, propped his chin on his hand and muttered, "Luo Pu. Don't be ridiculous. Just relying on him. How could Goofing City get enough points to climb to this rank?" Back with Yunmu's group, Ling Yan was running for his life, screaming desperately as the Pygmy sorcerers caught up to him. "Yumu, where are you? If you don't do something, I'm gonna die." Hearing him, Yumu leaped out from the grass and whispered, "What's with all the racket? If you want to be fast, you have to take it slow." With that, he landed a straight kick to the head of a Pygmy sorcerer that was fiercely chasing Ling Yan. After dealing with it, he waved his hand, taunting the rest. "Come on, all at once. I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to play with you guys. This time, let's see how you handle my saber." The monsters, relying on their numbers, intended to overwhelm him with sheer force. But every vanguard that charged aggressively was instantly cut in two by Yumu. While he was at it, he also reaped the heads of a few others for good measure. Feeling his attacks were too slow, Yumu decided to activate the combat skill, Raging Tide Slash. Flowing like water and drifting like clouds, wherever he passed, Pygmy sorcerers fell. After dealing with the mob of monsters, he landed on the ground in an incredibly cool pose. After a long and tiring battle, unexpectedly, two still living Pygmy sorcerers jumped up, intending to ambush him to avenge their comrades. But Yumu wasn't concerned at all, looking at them as if they were walking corpses. At the same time, two powerful streams of energy shot through their heads, finishing them in an instant. Ling Shui, from above, reminded him, "Go ahead and let loose, have fun." We'll take care of the ones that don't know their place. Suddenly, a monster, still alive, jumped up and tried to flee. Ling Shui shouted into the radio. Yumu, don't let it escape. It's trying to get back to the tribe to warn them. At that moment, Lu Chang stepped out, his voice full of confidence. No need to rush. Leave it to me. With that, Lu Chang expertly spun the dagger in his hand, then activated the combat skill, Life-Chasing Slash, sending it flying towards the Pygmy sorcerer. The attack split the monster in two instantly. Lu Chang cheered happily. Trying to run, huh? Not a chance. After observing, Ling Shui praised the whole team. Good job. Our coordination has gotten much smoother. By my rough estimate, we've taken down 30 to 40 Pygmy sorcerers in 4 waves. We've earned a good number of points. Hearing this, Zhang Dahong turned around and urged, then let's do the 5th wave while we're hot. And Z, go lure some more Pygmy sorcerers over here. Hearing this, Ling N's mouth dropped open in a scream. Cut it out, man. I was almost in their stomachs. I'm not going again. Dahong didn't miss the chance to teleport over and make a perverted face to mock him. If you don't go, then Yumu can go. You can stay here and be the main close combat fighter in his place. Lingen was horrified and let out a loud yelp, his mind quickly calculating the pros and cons. Then he called after Dahong. Wait, I'm not being the main fighter. I'd rather be the bait. It's less dangerous. Dahong went over to Ling Shui and asked, Sister Shui, why are you spacing out all of a sudden? Ling Shui thought for a moment and then asked, Is it true that Yumu has only been awakened for less than a year? Dahong confirmed, That's right. I heard he only sensed power about a week before the annual test began. Ling Shui continued, her voice serious. So that means he's only been awakened for half a year. To reach such strength in just half a year, there's definitely something unusual. Dahong replied, Of course. I know he's not like a normal person. And it's precisely because of that not normal quality that I invited him to join the team. Just as he said that, Lingen returned, luring the Pygmy sorcerers. He screamed and cried, running for his life. Hey, everyone. Get ready to run. The whole group turned, their faces pale, completely stunned. That's a group of Pygmy sorcerer leaders. All members, retreat now. The team ran until nightfall to escape the Pygmy sorcerer's territory, stopping to light a fire and rest. Zhang Dahong opened the summary panel to look and laughed with satisfaction. We really harvested a lot today. Let's see. Li Yunmu took down a total of 230 dimensional beasts, accounting for 43% of the team's contribution. Second place is Sister Shui, who eliminated 92, contributing 35%. I was intentionally just supporting the team, but you still killed that many, as expected of a second-stage black crystal Shin practitioner. Hearing that, Yumu tilted his head back and said, Thanks. If it weren't for your cover, I wouldn't have been able to kill so many. If Sister Shui wanted to be number 1, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. Ling Shui said nothing, but she silently assessed him in her mind. He's saying these things to give me the credit. From these actions, it's clear he's intentionally hiding his true self. As the atmosphere settled, Zhang Dahong suddenly turned to look, his face worried, and blurted out, And Z, why are you so down in the dumps? Lingen could only lower his head, wringing his hands like a scolded child, tears streaming down his face. Wah, I tried so hard all day and only managed to kill 5, earning 5 points. Am I too useless? Seeing his friend so sad, Lu Chang quickly walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly, his voice sincere. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You were luring the monsters. Where would you get the energy to kill them? I stayed with the team and only got a few more points than you. Even Ling Shui couldn't bear to stand by. She spoke up decisively but with compassion. All right. You're this old and still whining all the time. I'll just transfer my points to you, okay? Hearing this, Yumu was startled. Points earned can be transferred to others? Without letting the thought pass, he immediately said, Then I'll also transfer 15 points to Xiao Chang. Lu Chang was startled, his eyes wide with surprise. Is that okay? Those are points you worked hard to earn. Yumu grinned, his expression mischievous but enthusiastic. What's okay or not okay? We're a team, aren't we? Of course, we advance together and retreat together. Hearing this, Lu Chang burst out laughing, his voice full of joy. Thanks, Yumu. If you were a girl, I'd definitely fall in love with you. Seeing that everything was settled, Ling Shui gently reminded the group, it's getting late. Let's divide the spoils quickly and go back to the tents to rest. The battle is still long. A short while later, after returning to the tent, Yumu sat down and took out his spoils. He admired them and whispered, is this the Xian power crystal Dahong mentioned? It looks pretty nice. It can even glow. Unconsciously, he remembered Ling Shui's advice from that morning. The crystals taken from dimensional beasts are only effective for 12 hours. Remember to use them all within that time. After careful consideration, Yunmu thought deeply to himself. I originally planned to wait until I returned to Fengyun Fortress to open my acupoints to be safe, but the current situation doesn't allow for waiting. After a moment of thought, he opened the system, his hand trembling, and muttered as if to reassure himself. There's a first time for everything, but why am I so nervous? Which acupoint should I open first? Each one has its own effect. It's so hard to choose. Just then, Li Bowen's advice from before suddenly came to mind. I suggest opening the celestial acupoint first. Although it's the only Xian acupoint on the head, its effect is the greatest if successful. It develops thinking ability, enhances nerve reactions, and sharpens the senses. Without further hesitation, Yunmu raised the crystal. His eyes were determined. Celestial acupoint. All right, I'll open it first. Immediately after his resolute shout, he crushed the crystal. He absorbed the Xian power, then brought his hands together in front of his chest to regulate the energy. A stream of light condensed into a small orb and flew straight into the space between his eyebrows. The system quickly displayed, acupoint opening progress, 15%. Instantly, Yunmu's legs trembled, and his body lost balance, nearly toppling over. It took a while for him to steady himself. This feeling is not pleasant at all. Yunmu gritted his teeth and continued, using the remaining 5 crystals one by one. Over an hour passed. He wearily opened the status panel. Seeing the result, he let out a sigh. Are you kidding me? It's only at 70%? Didn't the teacher say that even people with poor aptitude only need 2 Xian power crystals to open 1 acupoint? Does that mean my aptitude is worse than bad? The worst of the worst. Just as Yunmu was struggling with the Xian power crystals he had just absorbed, a familiar sound echoed in his head. Congratulations, host. The shadow system has been successfully updated. He was stunned for a few seconds in surprise. Then, as if he had just won the lottery, he immediately jumped up, leaping like a child. My baby, you're back. Haha. System, activate shadow mode immediately. In an instant, that mysterious shadow appeared. Yumu squinted, assessing it, his voice full of interest. Well now, you get to wear the warrior armor just like me? This is great. Before his excitement could fade, the system shot out a new series of information as if to bombard his brain. In the current dimension, the shadow's strength is a direct reflection of the host's. Because the host's celestial acupoint is about to be opened, the shadow's intelligence has been improved. The host can now transfer their consciousness to control the shadow's body. The information was so unexpected that it took Yunmu a few moments to process it. Once he understood, he burst out laughing with joy. Control the shadow's body? I have to try this. Without a second's hesitation, he immediately focused his mind, directing his consciousness to leave his body. His real body staggered as if its soul had been pulled out, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. At the same time, his consciousness entered directly into the shadow's body. The change in perspective made Yunmu exclaim in awe. That's me? This is insane. I'm really inside the shadow's body. This feature is so overpowered. It was worth waiting 6 months for it to update. It would be a waste to just go to sleep at night. Hee, tonight is going to be a very fun night of hunting. But I can't let Dahong and the others find out. Soon, the sky turned, and the sun rose from behind the mountains. Yunmu dragged his exhausted body back to the tent, collapsing onto the sofa, panting as if on the verge of collapse. Phew, finally finished absorbing everything. Last night, I had to fight monsters and then come back to open my acupoint. My body was almost overloaded. Luckily, the number of crystals I got was enough to successfully open the celestial acupoint. I guess that's some progress. As he spoke, he took out a strange object, turning it over and over in his hand, his eyes full of confusion. But What the hell is this thing? The group of pygmy sorcerers I killed yesterday seemed to be escorting it somewhere. It must be very important to them. Just then, a voice called from outside. Yumu, are you up yet? Get your gear ready. It's time to move out. Dahong shouted. Hearing this, Yumu stored the strange object in his space, deciding to investigate it later. Outside, Lu Chang was curiously asking his sworn brother, how did absorbing the Xian power crystals go yesterday? Lingyan shrugged and replied, it was okay. It took 4 crystals to open 80% of my celestial acupoint. Lu Chang sighed in frustration. That's already very good. I used 5 crystals and only managed to open 75% of my foot acupoint. It seems my aptitude is even worse than yours. Just then, they saw Yumu walk out of his tent and immediately swarmed him with questions. What about you? How many Xian acupoints did you open last night? With your aptitude, it must be pretty good, right? Yumu rubbed his forehead and replied nonchalantly, I don't remember. I think the 5 crystals I had were only enough to open 70% of my celestial acupoint. The other 2 couldn't believe their ears and immediately reacted in unison. 70%? Are you sure? That's even lower than us. When Yumu nodded in confirmation, the 2 of them looked as if they had struck gold, laughing heartily under the vast plateau sky. Ahaha. Could it be that our aptitude is actually top tier and not trash? Just then, Ling Shui also walked out, looking ready for battle. She reminded them, stop messing around. Let's move out. And you guys decide, where are we going next? Zhang Dahong replied immediately, his voice full of determination. Do you even have to ask, Sister Shui? Of course, we're going back to find those pygmy sorcerer leaders and get our revenge. Time passed, and over the next 4 days, their team progressed at lightning speed. Each member began to work together more harmoniously, coordinating as if they had been training together for a long time. They even managed to defeat a high-level pygmy sorcerer, something no one had dared to dream of before. As for Yunmu, he used his shadow's body every night to secretly grind. As a result, his power increased at an incredible rate. By now, he had opened 4 Xian acupoints, and his overall strength had nearly doubled since the first day of the competition. Yunmu's fierce battles were recorded moment by the dimensional eyes and broadcast live to all cities in the world. His extraordinary excellence quickly caught the attention of a mysterious old man. He sat in a dark room, his eyes sharp and cold. His finger lightly turned a black ring on his hand, as if he were calculating something. His face could not hide a dangerous expression. The door creaked open, and a subordinate entered, bowing and asking, Sir, you summoned me. What are your orders? The old man glanced at him, then spoke slowly as if in thought. It seems Goofing City has a dark horse this year. You know of him, don't you? The man immediately replied, his voice full of contempt. Yes. Li Yunmu, a minor character from a poor background. Nothing special. Before he could finish, the old man cut him off, his voice icy. Minor? How is he minor when he's doing something that countless chosen ones can only look up to? The subordinate paused, then nodded in confirmation, as if just remembering something important. Yes, sir. That kid and his team seem to have earned the most points for Goofing City, even surpassing Luo Pu's team, which had the highest expectations. The old man's gaze became deeper, colder than ever. He got straight to the point. Yunmu and Luo Pu are indeed 2 promising seedlings. It's just a pity that Goofing City's talent cannot be used by me. So it's very likely they will become a significant threat to our plans in the future. The man glanced at the old man's reaction, probing. Sir, do you mean you want to eliminate them? The old man's lips curled into a smile, his voice hoarse but sharp as a knife. A few new students dying in the Central Continent ranking competition. Doesn't that happen every year? No more words were needed. The man understood. He bowed respectfully. Yes, understood, sir. I will make the arrangements immediately. Elsewhere, the atmosphere in Yunmu's group's camp had become somber. He turned to ask Dahong, his voice full of doubt. Are you sure we should raid this tribe next? That place has over a dozen magic-using pygmy sorcerers and an elder skilled in taming wild beasts. Dahong nodded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Don't worry, I've investigated thoroughly. The beings you just mentioned have gone out to hunt, and are not in the tribe at the moment. Yunmu stroked his chin, thinking, a glint of calculation in his eyes. He knew well that pygmy sorcerers awarded more points than ordinary pygmy monsters. This was a rare opportunity. Just then, Ling Shui spoke up, her voice sharp but encouraging. I think Da Hong's suggestion to attack that place is a good one. Seeing the three boys just standing there, she frowned and explained, You three have grown a lot in these 4 days. It's time to test yourselves against more difficult dimensional beasts. Besides, I need the black crystals from them too. Yumu thought to himself, a sense of gratitude quietly creeping in. That's right. Sister Shui has helped the whole team improve their strength so much these past few days. It seems she hasn't gained anything for herself until now. He clenched his fist lightly and stepped forward, declaring clearly, Let's go, Da Hong. It's time to face stronger monsters. Ling Shui tilted her head slightly, her words continuing like a silent command. And Z, the job of luring them out is still yours. Time passed slowly, like dripping water. It was completely dark, and Ling still hadn't returned. A sense of unease crept in. Yumu glanced at Zhang Dahong, his voice low. I have a bad feeling about this. You don't think something happened to Nzi, do you? Dahong clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly, his voice full of confidence. Don't worry too much. He'll be back soon. He successfully opened the acupoint in his right hand these past few days. In terms of attack power, he's not inferior to me. Before he could finish his sentence, a sound tore through the air. Lingen had made it back in time. Behind him, a crazed roar echoed. A giant pygmy monster charged forward at a terrifying speed, lunging to attack. Lingen immediately dodged, retaliating with a slash as sharp as lightning. The giant monster's massive arm was severed, falling to the ground with a thud. Even so, he didn't dare to risk it further and ran towards the team formation, shouting, You think I'm an easy meal? Dream on. Everyone, prepare for battle. The delivery has arrived. Yumu stood up, dusted himself off, and grinned. Oh, I thought you got lost somewhere. Let's get down to business. Before they could even form up, a sneer came from behind. The culprit stepped out of the shadows, his voice mockingly sharp. Well, is this the elite team everyone's been talking about? I don't see anything different about them. To be blunt, they're weak as hell. As for your points this time, sorry, but we'll be taking them all. They flew past Yunmu's head, laughing as if playing a game of cat and mouse. One of them landed right in front of Lingen, smirking provocatively. What a pity, you fool. But it seems your efforts were in vain. Just as he finished his taunt, the other two shot across the sky like 2 bolts of lightning. They shot past Lingen's ear and charged towards the army of pygmy sorcerers. The pygmy sorcerers that had just been lured over hadn't even had time to understand what was happening. When their leader was beautifully dispatched, its limbs severed in less than the blink of an eye. After that first strike, they began to wreak havoc as if they were strolling through a park. With gentle swings of their swords, one by one, the monsters collapsed. Yumu watched from a distance, his heart skipping a beat. He exclaimed, to be able to kill a pygmy sorcerer in an instant. Where did those two come from? Hearing this, Ling Shui immediately explained, they're elite members of another city's team. They must have come here intentionally to steal our points. Our ranking must have been too eye-catching, leading to this kind of special attention. After clearing the battlefield, the two returned, throwing Yunmu's group a look of utter condescension. Oh, you're more sensible than I thought. And thanks for the free points. Zhang Dahong was silent for a few seconds, then abruptly turned and walked away. Let's go. Lu Chong's eyes widened, his mouth agape. We're just leaving like this? Dahong didn't even look back. The points have all been stolen. If we don't leave, are we going to stay here and have a heart-to-heart with them? Lu Chong was so angry his face turned purple. So what? We should teach them a proper lesson. Dahong maintained a calm tone. Forget it. What do we gain from fighting them? Over there, the man in white chuckled, clearly not satisfied with the level of provocation. He glanced at Yunmu's group and taunted. Look, they're intentionally ignoring us. The other one showed his contempt. Humph. Their points were stolen right under their noses, and all they can do is run away in despair. As expected of a group of cowards who only know how to hide and farm points. Then they both said in unison, deliberately speaking loudly to provoke them, We know you're very impressed. If you're not, then act like a man, come back here, and teach us a lesson. Before he could finish his sentence, he teleported behind Dahong, intending a sneak attack. But unexpectedly, Before he could make a move, he was met with a divine kick to the neck. A crisp crack echoed from his poor neck, and its owner spat out a stream of blood, literally. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The remaining man in white stood frozen like a statue, screaming in horror. What the hell just happened? Zhang Dahong sneered, his voice as cold as ice, delivering a warning. You two have gotten your points. Now get your asses out of here. If you don't ask why the sea is salter than your tears. Just then, a whistling sound tore through the air. Along with it, a bright flare exploded in the sky. The whole group jumped and looked up. What is that? Sweat began to form on Zhang Dahong's forehead. He swallowed hard and said grimly, That's a signal flare. We're out of time. Everyone run. Before they could understand what out of time meant, boom. The ground shook. A giant figure, as if from the dead, landed right behind Dahong. A creature with a human body and a wolf's head. Its eyes were filled with a murderous aura, sniffing the air. It immediately attacked the blonde-haired man, tearing his clothes and knocking him to the ground. Though he escaped death, he was just a coughing wreck. With every cough, a spray of blood came out. Yumu trembled slightly and turned to whisper to Ling Shui. What kind of monster is that? On the other side. The monster growled and then casually clawed the remaining half of the other man's body. The surviving man in white couldn't bear the sight of his brother being torn apart. He charged forward like a living bullet. You bastard. Don't you dare. Zhang Dahong saw him rush past and shouted. You fool. Come back. Don't go over there. But it was too late. A hand larger than him swept across, pinning him to the ground like a stamp. His survival armor was more for show than for defense. The result was as expected. He followed his friend to the grave. The ghost mastiff then slowly turned its head to look at Dahong, as if sizing up its next meal. He also froze, sweat pouring down like a broken dam. Even with his top-tier armor, he wasn't sure he could withstand a second blow. Lingen looked around, his eyes still uneasy. He whispered, Should we save those two? Seeing Lingen still hesitating, Yumu shouted, his voice decisive, Don't worry about them. Run. They're not going to make it. Meanwhile, in another corner, Zhang Dahong had drawn his gun, his eyes sharp as if he had anticipated the impending danger. He growled in his mind, My silver throne armor is broken. If I get hit by another claw, I'm probably dead. With no time to calculate, Dahong retreated with the team while continuously firing his gun at the ghost mastiff's head. But danger suddenly struck from another direction. Another ghost mastiff leaped out of nowhere, blocking their path. On its shoulder was a pygmy sorcerer, its eyes scornful, its laugh sharp as a razor. Hee hee, where do you think you're going? The situation was becoming increasingly critical. Yumu reacted instantly, ducking to avoid a claw and shouting, This is bad. There's one in front of us too. Dahong immediately spun around and warned, That one is the elder of this tribe. Don't stop. Try to break through. Retreat to the vehicle. Without another word, the team changed direction, immediately turning to another path to circle back to the vehicle. While running, Yumu couldn't help but wonder, his voice full of doubt. Why are there suddenly so many ghost mastiffs? They never gather together. Zhang Dahong gritted his teeth and concluded, We must have fallen into that pygmy sorcerer elder's trap. Yumu couldn't help but ask again, What trap? Zhang Dahong replied, his eyes still fixed on the battle line ahead. The signal flare from before was how they communicated. We've walked into an encirclement. Ling Shui quickly added her analysis, her voice as cold as ice. This pygmy sorcerer elder is very cunning. It seems he received news that the other tribes have been wiped out by us these past few days, so he set up this plan. Before they could collect themselves, another ghost mastiff suddenly appeared, cutting off their retreat. Yumu turned his head and asked, his voice urgent, What do we do? Before they could think, the team was completely surrounded by pygmy sorcerer leaders and a horde of low-level monsters. In the middle of the encirclement, Lingen panicked, almost. Oh, what do we do, guys? Sister Shui, I don't want to die so soon. Just as the situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring, the voice of the pygmy sorcerer elder rang out. You've harmed quite a few of our kind these past few days, haven't you? Today, right here, I will make you pay your blood debt with blood. Yumu curled his lip and let out a sharp, sarcastic remark. Oh, this ugly thing can talk like a grown-up. It's the first time I've seen something as weird as you. The pygmy sorcerer was startled. Ugly? You fool. I am the elder commanding a pygmy sorcerer tribe. I am an intelligent dimensional monster. Do you hear me? Lu Chang stepped forward without hesitation, his voice icy. You're a damn elder, all right. Before the exchange of words could finish, the elder roared in anger. You brats, don't push it. You've fallen into my hands, and still dare to look down on me? Are you looking for death? It cracked its whip and ordered, tear them to pieces. The tamed ghost mastiffs immediately obeyed. They growled and charged forward, reeking of rotting corpses. Their sharp, plaque-covered teeth were visible amidst their drool. They were completely surrounded. The team now had no escape. Tear them to shreds for me. The two ghost mastiffs then began to charge. Its maw full of sharp teeth lunged as if to eat everyone alive. At this moment, Yumu summoned his system and said, Sister Shui, you're the only one here who can break through. In a moment, charge out to the vehicle, and then drive it back to pick us up. We'll hold them off until you return. Hearing this, Ling Shui asked worriedly, Wait until I get back? Are you sure? Yumu smiled faintly and replied, To be honest, no. So, pausing for a moment, he reached into his system to find something. Immediately after, Yumu pulled out a long, glowing sword. He leaped into battle, leaving behind the words, You'd better come back quickly. Seeing him charge forward, Ling Shui also leaped into action. Ling Shui nimbly stepped on a pygmy sorcerer's head, using it as a springboard to accelerate. Over here, only Yumu was left to break through the encirclement. The sword in his hand swiftly cut through the opponents, causing them to suffer continuous losses. A pygmy sorcerer charged towards Yumu, but his blade quickly slashed deep into its chest. Over here, Ling Shui was on her way out to find help. A pygmy sorcerer immediately spotted her and blocked her path. Ling Shui quickly left it behind. She broke out in a sweat and said to herself, You guys, you have to hold on until I get back. At the same time, a ghost mastiff appeared out of nowhere. It growled and then charged towards her. Ling Shui was caught off guard. By the time she turned around, the ghost mastiff was already very close. At the same time, a loud crash echoed. Screws and other parts flew through the air. Luckily for her, her younger brother Ling and quickly shielded her, successfully taking a blow for Ling Shui. Seeing her brother's blood spill for her, Ling Shui checked on him anxiously. Shaoan. Ling gritted his teeth and said resiliently, Don't look back. Keep running. If you can't drive the tank back, none of us will survive. Immediately after, he channeled his inner energy and shouted, Come on, you dog. Your opponent is me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling charged towards the ghost mastiff. Suddenly attacked, it momentarily retreated, but its claws quickly lunged towards Ling again. Of course, he didn't just stand there and let the ghost mastiff have its way. The two swords in Ling's hands quickly blocked in front of him. Then, he crossed the two swords and skillfully spun them into a circle. When he felt the time was right, Ling thrust his swords forward. This technique was called the 10-direction revolving slash. Finally, he succeeded in killing the ferocious ghost mastiff. Ling's face was now pale with fatigue from blood loss. Over here, two pygmy sorcerers, with glaring eyes, continued to charge forward with their weapons. Lu Chang was also ready. He stood proudly, watching the enemy charge towards him. Because he was prepared, and his abilities were not bad, Lu Chang easily slashed through the two pygmy sorcerers in an instant. Afterwards, he breathed a sigh of relief, not noticing another one sneak attacking him from behind. But as it leaped up to attack, a loud sound suddenly echoed. The pygmy sorcerer's body exploded as a result. The loud noise made Lu Chang jump and turn around. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Luckily for him, Dahong had just made a perfect shot. He frowned and warned, Watch your back. In another area, the pygmy sorcerers were being continuously attacked. Their limbs were scattered everywhere. Yunmu's face was dark as he looked at them. He hadn't had a moment's rest. Yunmu's hands moved like lightning. Any pygmy sorcerer that tried to get close was taken down. Yunmu's attacks grew faster and faster. The number of pygmy sorcerers killed so far was not small. But Yunmu didn't let his guard down. Instead, he thought to himself, the pygmy sorcerer's reinforcements are increasing. At this rate, we can't hold out until Sister Shui gets back. At the same time, a terrified scream broke his train of thought. Yumu couldn't help but be startled. When he turned around, he was horrified by the sight before him. The ghost mastiff had somehow managed to grab Ling and was holding him upside down. Dahong was also continuously firing at its other arm. Being hung upside down like this, Ling's head spun. He squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Immediately after, the ghost mastiff mercilessly threw Ling far away. The force was so strong that his head throbbed with pain. Seeing this, Dahong and the other couldn't help but scream in shock. Yumu gritted his teeth and calculated silently. This is bad. They can't hold on any longer. I have to think of a way. He then immediately moved behind the Pygmy sorcerers, his mind still racing. The threat right now are those ghost mastiffs. And the one controlling the ghost mastiffs is the Pygmy sorcerer elder. He's standing in the middle of a horde of minions. To take him down, I have to get through these guys. Immediately after, Yumu, still thinking, leaped towards them. Well then, to catch the bandits, you must first catch the king. His eyes shone brightly. Yumu gripped his sword with both hands and slashed aggressively. They didn't expect him to aim straight for the elder and were momentarily stunned. After a moment, as Yumu was about to strike, the elder was still frozen in shock. What? Finally snapping out of it, he immediately turned and fled. Luckily, the sword in Yunmu's hand only managed to graze his cloak, tearing it. He shouted in frustration, "Damn it!" The elder shouted in annoyance, "You stupid ghost mastiffs." Suddenly scolded, the two dogs looked over in surprise. The Pygmy sorcerer elder looked at them and shouted angrily, "Aren't you going to come save me?" At the same time, Dahong started to taunt them. "Why did you stop?" But the ghost mastiffs were not easily fooled. They quickly swiped their claws, sending a powerful wave of inner energy. Yumu's eyes quickly darted over. He managed to dodge the blow in time. Luckily, his reaction was fast. Yumu leaped back, keeping a safe distance from them. As he dodged, he looked angrily at the Pygmy sorcerer on the ground. Just a little bit more. The ghost mastiffs didn't stop there. Now, in their eyes, he was the #1 target. So the whole pack charged at him. Yumu calculated silently. 1 against 3. I can only use all my Shin power and risk it. Immediately after, he let out a loud shout and channeled his inner energy. Yumu's eyes turned red. A huge surge of power erupted from his body. Red electrical energy shot out continuously. The technique he was using now was the chaotic dance of severing blades. Yumu really wanted to go all out against these 3 ghost mastiffs. Dahong looked at him, unable to stop sweating. One person is actually holding off 3 ghost mastiffs? He also charged forward to help. Dahong shot a nearby ghost mastiff. Lu Chong asked in a daze, "Did you see that?" Lu Chong said as he looked at Yumu, his current state. Could he be like what the old folks say, in a trance? Both of Yunmu's eyes were now completely glowing red. His smile was also colder. Dahong smiled faintly and asked, "You mean he's entered the legendary god of war trance?" Looking at Yumu now, Dahong couldn't help but wonder, Li Yunmu, this kid, what kind of secret does he have? The Pygmy sorcerer elder watched, also stunned. What's happening to this human? He's handling 3 ghost mastiffs by himself. In just a moment, Yumu was standing in front of him. His smile would send a chill down anyone's spine. Suddenly, his subordinates were continuously sent flying. The elder was now so scared that his whole body trembled. The Pygmy sorcerer elder turned his head back and shouted angrily, "What now?" At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. "You bastards! Taste this!" As soon as the voice finished, a large gun immediately fired continuously at the group of Pygmy sorcerers. The speed of this weapon was so fast that they couldn't react in time. The whole group could only stand there and scream. Dahong was supporting Ling and Lu Chong couldn't help but cheer with joy. "Dahong, look! It's Sister Xue. She's back." Ling Xue drove the vehicle over and shouted, "Everyone, the ride is here." Dahong cheered loudly, "Yunmu, get in the car." But at that moment, Yunmu was in a frenzy of killing, seemingly not hearing what they were saying. Dahong was startled. He shouted, "I say, his state, it seems, not normal." The scene changes to the Xian Practitioner Association. Everyone was looking at something on the system scanner. One of them reported in alarm, "President, a new recruit has entered the God of War realm." The other person continued, "It's him? Have you blocked the image?" The other person immediately replied, "All image data messages have been blocked and locked." The president was satisfied. "Very good. Report this to the audience immediately." Back with Yumu, he was letting out a long, refreshing yawn. Yumu sighed, "Glad we got out of there. My body feels so tired after being tortured like that." Lu Chang spoke up, "Calm down now. You have no idea how ruthless you were just now." Yumu was bewildered. "I don't know what happened, but suddenly I felt a power flooding my body." He held out his hands to observe them. An uncontrollable desire to fight. Immediately after, Dahong clapped him on the shoulder. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." He checked the system and continued. "Although our lives were hanging by a thread this time, the harvest was quite good. Besides 10 regular crystals, there are also 2 black crystals." He focused on scanning and said, "This time, our lives were saved by Yumu. I think we should give everything we got this time to Yumu." Hearing this, Yumu was a bit startled. He looked at everyone in confusion and asked, "Give it all to me?" Lingyan said cheerfully, "Just take it. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead for sure." Lu Chang added, "That's right. You deserve it." But Yumu immediately stood up, his voice low and firm. "I don't want it." What he said next moved everyone. On this mission, everyone worked hard, so let's divide the spoils according to the usual rules. Actually, I didn't exert more effort than anyone else. I did the same as everyone else at that time. I was just trying my best to save my friends." Yumu said as he looked at everyone with a very sincere gaze. Dahong then continued, "All right, since you've said so, let's divide it according to the rules. After escaping death, everyone is tired. So let's find a place to camp and rest. Having friends like this is sometimes really nice." After dividing the spoils, everyone found a place to rest. The sound of hot water flowing was very refreshing. After taking a shower, Yumu treated himself to a soft drink. He let out a refreshing sigh. "Ah, that's much more comfortable." At the same time, the system suddenly made a sound that startled him. Ding! "Congratulations, host." Yumu listened silently. The system said again, "Due to the host's outstanding performance, the system will issue a reward." He was surprised. "A reward?" The system said as it presented a box. "The host's reward, a dimensional box, has been distributed. Please check, host." Yumu picked it up and observed it curiously. "A dimensional box?" The system explained, "The dimensional box is used like a lottery and has a chance to draw various types of equipment and combat skills." Yumu put down the soda can. After all that talk, isn't it just opening a lucky box? He was satisfied and tried the new product. Whether I'm lucky or not will be decided by the prize. Immediately after, the knob of the dimensional box quickly turned and opened. From within, various parts and accessories were gradually revealed. And these things startled Yumu. He stared at them with wide eyes. At this moment, the system quickly disappeared, leaving him standing there in a daze. "Wait, this is..." Seeing his empty hands, he shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Are you messing with me? There's nothing. Is this a try-again box?" The system reappeared. Ding! "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a grand prize." Yumu couldn't help but be annoyed. "Congratulations, my ass. There's nothing." The system then spoke up, "A-rank equipment part, aerial combat legs." This made him pause. "An A-rank equipment part." The system said again, "Congratulations on obtaining the A-rank combat maneuvering technique. Do you wish to consume inner power points to learn it?" Yumu smiled with satisfaction. "Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'll learn it." Immediately after, a stream of light enveloped him. Learning combat skill, beginning. Yumu was very excited. The light seemed to be taking him to another place. In just a moment, his body was brimming with energy. The system appeared again. Aerial combat legs successfully learned. Yumu smiled with great satisfaction. "I can't wait to try out the power of this combat technique." The sky quickly darkened. The quiet forest was so still you could hear the chirping of crickets. Down below, a pygmy sorcerer was walking around with a torch to check the area. At the same time, Yunmu's first shadow immediately appeared and sneak-attacked him from behind. The pygmy sorcerer was caught off guard and was sent flying by a single blow. He only had time to let out a single scream. It didn't stop there. Number 1 continued to build momentum and flew straight towards where the pygmy sorcerer had fallen. One punch, another kick. In just an instant, he had taken countless blows. Finally, Number 1 finished it off with an aerial combat leg strike. The Pygmy sorcerer's green blood splattered everywhere. Its mouth was beaten so badly it couldn't close. Number 1 seemed very satisfied with his attack. Excellent. This set of skills is really interesting. So satisfying. Meanwhile, in Yunmu's tent, a dark figure slowly opened the flap and entered silently. The intruder looked at him, then compared him to the picture he was holding. A perfect match for the person in the photo. It was unclear who had sent him. After confirming the correct target, the person whispered in front of Yumu, "Sorry, little friend." He tossed the picture in his hand and continued with a sinister smile, "You're too good. You'll get in other people's way. I hope you remember the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down in your next life." Over here, Number 1 looked at the Pygmy sorcerer's corpse and couldn't help but feel smug. With this set of combat skills, the enemy has no strength to fight back. At the same time, the system suddenly rang out, "Warning! Warning!" Number 1's expression immediately changed. It was a notification that Yumu was in danger. "Host is under threat. Please return to the host as soon as possible." Warning! Warning! Host is under threat. Please return to the host as soon as possible. Number 1 was now extremely anxious and shouted, "System, return to the main body." Back with Yumu, after talking enough nonsense, the intruder immediately made his move. It seemed he was fast asleep, but at the critical moment, Yunmu's eyes shot open. Instantly, a shocking explosion echoed from his bed. Yumu quickly leaped away. He somersaulted in the air several times like a professional athlete. Then, Yumu immediately landed a safe distance away. It was unclear when Yumu had woken up, but he had probably heard the intruder's monologue. A few things fell from under Yunmu's feet. The other person's voice rang out again. "He escaped my attack." From behind the smoke and dust, his face gradually appeared. The intruder couldn't help but praise, "This kid is very alert." Yumu looked at him with great caution. He immediately asked the opponent, "Who are you?" Although he was discovered and his face was seen, he was still very calm. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that tonight you..." Pausing for a moment, Yunmu's expression was probing as he looked at the opponent. He channeled his inner energy, his eyes glowing as he continued with a sinister smile, "Must die." He acted quite quickly. Yumu immediately reached into his system to get a weapon. He pulled out a familiar long sword. The sword was enveloped in a current of lightning, but his opponent's attack quickly reached his hand. Yumu could only choose to drop his weapon to save his arm. It seemed there was a slight difference in their speed. Yumu then landed on the ground, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yumu gritted his teeth and looked at his opponent silently. "Damn it, he's too fast. I don't even have a chance to get my weapon." He looked at the source of light radiating from him. Golden light. This person has already taken half a step into the gold crystal Xian practitioner realm. Why would such a high-level Xian practitioner target me? The intruder spoke again. "Your reaction is indeed very fast. Let's see if you can escape this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he simultaneously launched another attack towards Yumu. He had just attacked, and it seemed he wasn't even giving him time to breathe. Before he could dodge the last blow, he had already rushed in for close combat. Taking a powerful kick to the stomach from his opponent, Yumu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him at a disadvantage, he pressed his advantage and kicked again, sending Yumu tumbling through the air. The kick sent him flying out of the tent. The tent couldn't withstand it, and a large hole was torn. Yumu's eyes were turned to the sky, blood flowing from his head. His heart was crying out in misery. "Damn it, I'm no match for him without a weapon." Seeing himself in free fall, against such a strong opponent, he thought to himself, "I'm dead for sure." The man looked up at Yumu. "You're still breathing? Then this will help you find release." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, so fast that even his shadow on the ground disappeared. The intruder channeled a powerful, dark energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Yumu. "Goodbye." At the same time, a pair of feet were frantically running towards him. The person who arrived was Ling Shui. She ran and shouted anxiously, "Li Yunmu." Hearing the familiar shout, Yumu felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He immediately glanced over. The blade in Ling Shui's hand was quickly thrown towards him, leaving its sheath. Ling Shui then shouted, "Catch!" Yumu was facing a life-or-death situation. It seemed Ling Shue's throw was very accurate, and he managed to catch it in time. With a weapon in hand, he finally had a chance to fight back. Yumu didn't forget to shout, "Thanks." The intruder was surprised by Ling Shue's sudden appearance. But before he could react, Yumu quickly used his frenzied blade to slash at him repeatedly. The two figures clashed. Ling Shue stood below, tense and silently observing. Yumu had turned the tables. The other man couldn't help but sneer. "Well, with a weapon in hand, you're like a different person." He let out a breath and then channeled his inner energy. "Are you done attacking? It's my turn to counterattack." His hands formed fists, and then he began to perform some kind of flourish in the air. Facing Yumu, this man seemed extremely confident. He fought while smiling as if he were toying with a small prey. Yumu was also struggling greatly. He used his sword to block the blows in front of him. Immediately after, he decided to use a continuous slash. He slashed at him repeatedly. This man was indeed formidable. His eyes followed the sword as if he had a 180-degree camera attached. He gracefully dodged every slash, not forgetting to praise him. "Your saber technique is indeed very exquisite." Layer upon layer. Yumu remained extremely focused, absolutely not letting his opponent distract him. Finally, Yumu's back was blocked by the intruder's bare hands. He put one hand in his pocket and commented condescendingly, "But your explosive power is not enough." So, pausing for a moment, he knocked Yumu away and continued contemptuously, "It's useless against me." Due to the immense force, Yumu was like a ball, flying in a circle through the air. The intruder landed at the same time he fell. He looked at Yumu. "All right, the game ends here." Before striking him, he couldn't help but make a few comments. "I must say, you are a promising seedling. It would be a pity to kill you. But business is business. I can't bring personal feelings into it." Therefore, Yumu listened to him silently. He forced himself to stand firm. At the same time, the intruder channeled his inner energy again. He was surrounded by a thick flame. This was the technique, 8 Extremes Flame Dragon Claw. His eyes looked at Yumu with the same contemptuous expression as before. "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying demonic face emerged from the flames and lunged towards Yumu. Due to the impact of this attack, a strong wind rose around him. Suddenly, at this moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Yumu's lips. This small change quickly caught the other man's eye. He couldn't help but be bewildered. The flames were approaching, and Yumu was about to be engulfed, but he still wondered to himself, "This kid, what is he smiling about?" Just then, Yumu's entire body emitted a very gentle blue light. At this moment, the system suddenly announced again, "Ding." The total number of saber strikes has reached the 4th level, and the technique has been upgraded. Yumu's attitude was now more confident. He slung the sword over his shoulder and looked at him with a faint smile. He said to himself smugly, "Looks like I made it in time." It seemed Yumu had been waiting for something. Yumu gripped his sword tightly. A wind began to rise with him. The technique he was using this time was Desperate Ground, Origin Reversion Slash. The other man glanced over and guessed, "This kid, does he intend to take my 8 Extremes Flame Dragon Claw head on?" Over here, Yumu began to leap up, charging straight into the mouth of the fiercely burning flames. In just a flash, he switched from a defensive to an offensive stance. A powerful slash came out, carrying a light like ice that suppressed the flames. The two extremes immediately clashed. The battle was now extremely fierce, and it was unclear who would win. All around, only the large flame was burning, turning the entire space red. It was at its peak, and victory seemed to be leaning towards the intruder, when suddenly his flame went out without a trace. The intruder still hadn't realized what was happening. He stood there dazed for a long time. The intruder's expression suddenly changed. He looked extremely alarmed. In the blink of an eye, an arm had been severed. Blood splattered on the ground. No wonder he didn't react. He was so shocked he couldn't even scream. Yumu pointed his sword straight at the man who had attacked him. "This time, I only cut off your arm. The next blow will kill you." After a moment, the pain finally set in. He clutched his wound, which was gushing blood, and screamed, "My arm! Ah, it hurts so much." Yumu remained expressionless, standing still and watching him writhe in front of him. The large wound made the intruder's face pale. He looked at him with great resentment. "You bastard! Unforgivable. Yumu casually drew his sword and challenged. Still want to continue? Next, he gave him a piece of advice. If you don't treat that quickly, you'll die from blood loss. But what he said was indeed very reasonable. The intruder immediately panicked and flew up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a message. Kid, remember this. And just like that, a long night passed. The intruder had left, and the surrounding space returned to its quiet state. Ling Shui then stepped forward. She looked at him and then shouted, Li Yunmu. His breathing was a bit ragged at this point. After Ling Shui's shout, Yunmu suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. His reaction scared Ling Shui to death. She screamed in shock, Li Yunmu. Ling Shui rushed to support him. She shouted anxiously, Hey, are you okay? Although Yunmu was not okay, he still tried to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm fine. He said that, but the exhaustion on Yunmu's face could not be hidden. He was silent for a moment, regulating his breathing. Then he said to her, Thank you. I owe you my life. Luckily, he didn't see that I was just bluffing. I would have died if I had continued. Ling Shui didn't answer. She just handed him a towel. Yunmu quickly replied, Thanks. Soon after, everyone gathered around. De Xiong was puzzled. And Zi and Xiao Chong were on patrol tonight, but the mysterious man only knocked them out instead of killing them. He looked at Yunmu, then made his assessment. It seems the opponent's target isn't our entire team, but rather, only our little Moo Moo. Hearing this, Yunmu's face darkened. What De Xiong said made sense. Ling Shui continued. It seems we've interfered with some high-level interests, so they sent an assassin to eliminate our main force. Lingen added, But if that's the case, why only go after Li Yunmu's life? Your strength is also formidable, sis. She analyzed. After all, our family is considered quite prominent. Even the higher-ups wouldn't dare to attack me so easily. Ling Shui recounted, My master is a saint. No matter who it is, they have to give the old man some face. Yunmu scoffed inwardly. Bullying me because I have no background and I'm an easy target. Thinking of this, the fire of hatred flared up again. He silently made a vow. I will definitely repay this debt. De Xiong was extremely worried about him. Let's not make any moves for the next few days and just rest here. We'll talk about it after little Moo Moo's injuries have healed. Yunmu spoke up. I'm fine. We've ranked high. If we rest now, we'll. Ling Shui immediately cut him off with a hard pat on the shoulder. What is this fool talking about? She turned away and tossed back. Your life is more important than the results of the competition. Hearing this, Yunmu's heart felt a surge of warmth. A moment later, Ling Shui reminded them. All right, everyone go get some rest. I'll be on watch tonight. Yunmu swiped his finger through the man's bloodstain on the ground, thinking, this isn't over. Don't think you can just walk away from this, Then, he gave a cold command. System, scan the information from the blood. At Yunmu's words, the system appeared. The blood code on Yunmu's hand began to be analyzed. In just a moment, the system had identified it. The man's information was quickly saved to the database. At the same time, De Xiong's voice rang out, making Yunmu jump. What did you just say about a system? Yunmu screamed internally. I've been discovered. Morning came quickly. The daytime air in the forest was much more pleasant. It seemed Yunmu had woken up even earlier than the sun, or perhaps he hadn't slept at all last night. A stream of blue power was currently in his hand. It was unclear what he intended to do with it. A moment later, he seemed to crush the object in his palm. Yunmu appeared very satisfied with this. Now it will penetrate all the acupoints. Yunmu smiled happily. These past 2 days have really been thanks to the shadow continuously fighting monsters and bringing me loot. He reminded himself, now, if I want to advance further, I have to condense the Mystic Stone Chi armor. However, I really need to be more careful when using the shadow system in the future. I almost got caught last time. That time, Yunmu had to lie. I meant it's time to update the system on my computer. De Xiong wasn't suspicious. Now that you mention it, I think mine needs an update too. As he was lounging on the sofa, the system chimed with a notification. He had 10,000 accumulated points, and it wanted to know if the host wished to spend them. And this time, the point expenditure was 4. Condense the second shadow. The moment he heard that, Yunmu immediately sat up and stared. A second shadow? He pondered deeply. If I have a second shadow, Doesn't that mean the experience from killing monsters will be doubled? At that thought, Yumu excitedly shouted, "That's great. Condense it." And he spent all 10,000 points. As soon as the words left his mouth, streams of black light appeared from Yunmu's hand. He watched his body with interest as it began to split off another shadow. This process would probably take a fair bit of time. A large, circular hole had now appeared in front of him. Yumu looked on with unconcealed delight. He let out a small smile. "This is my new shadow." Unlike the first one, its shape was somewhat like a robot. The condensation process was a success. Yumu looked at them and said to himself, "But since there are two shadows, we still need to name them to tell them apart. Otherwise, who knows who I'm calling?" At this thought, he grinned excitedly. This can be solved. And his solution was to number them. Yumu was extremely satisfied with this method. From now on, you two will be called number 1 and number 2. It felt more like he was just terrible at naming things. In the middle of his happy moment, there was a noise outside. Yumu quickly composed himself. "Number 1, number 2, return." The insistent knocking on the door was starting to annoy him. Yumu opened the door while saying loudly, "Coming. What's the rush?" But as soon as he saw the person, his attitude changed instantly. "Sister Shui." The moment Ling Shui saw him, she got straight to the point. "I just received a notification. Many of the seated contestants have been attacked by assassins, including Gu Lapu's team." Hearing this, Yumu couldn't help but worry. "Is Lu Naiji okay?" Ling Shui reassured him, "Don't worry. Lapu's injuries are the most serious. The others only have minor wounds." She continued, "The Mystic Association has also launched a full-scale investigation into this incident. According to my sources, the Mystic Association is taking this matter very seriously. The mastermind behind the scenes and the city they belong to will be severely punished." Suddenly, Yumu stammered, Sister Shui." He pointed at her. "Why are you in the camp today? Not training with Dexiong and the others?" This sudden question startled Ling Shui. "Well," her face turned as red as a tomato, and her voice became flustered. "Actually, it's because..." Finally, Ling Shui spoke up. "After observing you these past few days, I think you're actually a very good man." Her face was burning. "So, I stayed here today because there's something I want to say to you in private." Yunmu's face was also flushed now. He thought to himself, could it be that Sister Shui? Ling Shui lowered her head and said loudly, "I thought about these words for a long time and finally worked up the courage to say them." Then, she summoned all her courage, stepped forward, and tightly gripped Yunmu's hand. "So, you have to agree to my request." His cheeks were bright red, and his whole body suddenly felt hot. Yunmu screamed internally, "It's coming. It's coming. Asterisk." Ling Shui looked at him and continued happily, "I want to experience your swordsmanship skills. Fight me." After hearing these words, Yunmu's heart felt like it skipped a beat. He was dumbfounded. Before he could even collect himself, Ling Shui had already drawn her sword. "Are you ready?" "I'm attacking." Yunmu scratched his head. He mechanically drew his sword as well. "All right, I'm ready." This awkwardness still lingered in his mind. Yumu was silently embarrassed. This woman is a martial arts maniac. What was I even expecting? I look like a fool. Immediately after, Ling Shui sent a powerful slash towards him. She exclaimed excitedly, "Here I come." But at this moment, Yunmu still hadn't attacked. He just gracefully dodged those frenzied sword strikes. But it was undeniable. As expected of Sister Shui. Every cut is fast and precise, with almost no flaws to be found. But of course, Yumu wouldn't be outdone. He steeled his resolve. "Even so, I won't admit defeat." His sword finally struck out. Although Ling Shui dodged in time, she couldn't help but be startled. So fast. His hand immediately twisted, and the sword in his hand glided smoothly. Yumu looked at Ling Shui with a smug smile. Next up is a frenzied blade strike. Ling Shui immediately leaped back to a safe distance. Her face darkened as she looked at him. She couldn't help but praise him. Such immense power. Ling Shui looked at the whirlwind traces around Yumu. Juadi Guiyuan slash. Are you planning to use your ultimate move so soon? Yumu didn't answer the question. He was silent for a moment, then shouted, "Taste this move of mine." His words startled her. The first slash was only at the first layer. Yet, the moment he used it, a fierce wind rose. Ling Shui was overwhelmed and had to quickly leap away to dodge. Just like that, she had already fallen to the ground. She frowned. I really can't let my guard down. As soon as she finished speaking, Yumu appeared near her. He was right in front of her. The two were now in close combat. Ling Shui struggled, gritting her teeth to defend, while Yumu remained calm. That was the second layer. Ling Shui was inwardly shocked. * 2 layers. The skills of this martial art can be stacked. I don't have much time left. * for some reason, she started to flee. Yumu didn't pursue her. Ling Shui gritted her teeth. Seeing that things weren't looking good, she began to calculate. * I have to escape first. Facing him head-on will only subject me to his tricks. I need to find a way to break his swordsmanship. * Just as she finished that thought, Yumu charged over again. The sword in his hand slashed down powerfully. If she had been a little slower, she would have taken the full brunt of that strike. This was the third layer of his sword technique. Although it was a struggle, Ling Shui was still able to block it. A moment later, Yumu switched from long-range attacks. He grabbed her shoulder, preparing to stab down. A murderous glint appeared in Yunmu's eyes. He focused and said in a cold voice, "Fourth layer." Ling Shui's hand fiercely grabbed his blade. Her sudden reckless action startled Yumu a little. He cried out inwardly, "What? Asterisk." Ling Shui panted. "Your sword technique? Every move gets stronger." Pausing for a moment, she looked at Yumu with a murderous aura. "In that case, I'll finish you in one move." Immediately after, her other hand gripped the long sword tightly, seizing the opportunity to strike. The blade slashed across his neck. Yumu was caught off guard and was completely stunned this time. Ling Shui couldn't help but say triumphantly, "Victory is decided." But Yumu didn't seem to have realized what had happened yet, even though he was facing someone as strong as Yumu. Her breathing became ragged, but Ling Shui was very happy. On the other side, Yumu couldn't help but gasp for air. Ling Shui was truly a formidable opponent. Both of them stood silently for a moment, their sword stances unchanged. After the recent battle, everyone was exhausted. Sweat had been trickling down Ling Shui's forehead for some time now, but she was still very satisfied as she looked straight at him and said, "I won." After that, Ling Shui sheathed her sword. Yumu couldn't help but praise her. What a crazy woman. Blood was still flowing from Ling Shui's hand where she had blocked his blade. Just like that, the day turned to evening. The sun began to set. Ling Shui returned in a very cheerful mood. "We're back." De Xiong, who was always observant of his teammates, immediately asked Ling Shui, "What happened to your hand, Sister Shui?" She looked at her bandaged hand and pretended, "It's nothing. I just accidentally scratched it." Everyone gathered around. De Xiong began to report on the situation. "Today, the three of us went to scout the territory of the dwarf witch tribe. According to what De Xiong observed, after last time, the dwarf witch tribe has become more vigilant. So, even if Little Moo Moo's injuries are healed, it will be difficult for us to use the previous method to launch an attack." Yumu sat and listened silently. After a pause, De Xiong continued cheerfully, "However, I just found out some very good information that gave me an idea for a new battle strategy." He looked at a beaming Ling Shui. "But it will be very hard on Sister Shui." Suddenly being mentioned, she was a bit startled. Ling Shui glanced at him, wondering what kind of trick this kid was planning now. After they finished their discussion, everyone went back to their tents to sleep and recharge. The next morning, Lingen seemed to be in high spirits. He smiled brightly and looked over. "De Xiong, all the things you needed have been loaded onto the vehicle." De Xiong replied with satisfaction, "We can set off as soon as Sister Shui is ready." At the same time, a shy voice rang out. "I said." Ling Shui stood shyly in a dress that revealed a bit of skin. Her face was flushed. "Do I really have to wear this?" De Xiong smiled brightly. "Of course. You need to dress like this for the strategy to work." Behind them, Yumu was also secretly blushing. Hearing De Xiong say that, although she didn't want to, she had no other choice. Recalling last night, she had protested vehemently. "Stop joking around. I don't want to seduce the dwarf chief." De Xiong gave a wry smile. All right. I know this will make you feel uncomfortable, but it's all for the team." Yumu also spoke up. "What kind of damn strategy is this? Sister Shui has to sacrifice her beauty." Lu Chang recounted. When we were investigating this morning, we happened to run into an elderly, which killing some dwarf witches. We overheard that guy ordering them to capture a beautiful woman to offer to their elder. Deshiong added. Hearing this, I immediately had an idea. This time, let's play a big game. Since the dwarf chief is a pervert, we'll use a scheme. He made a throat-slitting gesture with a cunning look on his face. To catch the thief, first catch the king. We'll directly kill the dwarf chief. Let's do it. Back in the present, they had quickly arrived at a place where two dwarf witches were on guard. Deshiong whispered, Do you see them? It's those two. Ling Shui was a little uneasy. Are you sure there won't be any problems? Deshiong smiled brightly. Don't worry, just follow the plan. His eyes were incredibly cunning. I'll pretend to chase you so the dwarf witches see you. When they see a beautiful woman, they'll take you away and offer you to their leader. We'll follow them and find the dwarf witch's lair without any trouble. Yumu was also hiding in a large tree nearby, listening to Deshiong's arrangement. When the time is right, we'll directly kill the dwarf chief and wipe them all out in one go. And Deshiong called this method the honey trap. Ling Shui looked on, unable to hide her exasperation. But in the end, Ling Shui still agreed. Get ready. Immediately, a loud shout shattered the quiet space. Little sister, stop right there. This huge commotion really attracted the dwarf witch. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. As planned, Ling Shui quickly ran past them. She pretended to be panicked and shouted, Help! The person chasing her from behind was none other than Deshiong. He put on a perverted face with a cunning smile. It was a 10 out of 10 performance. Ling Shui forced herself to look scared and continued to scream. Someone, please save me. Looking at Deshiong's face, she inwardly groaned. I want to puke from these lines. The two were working together perfectly. Suddenly, Deshiong tripped on a small rock. In the middle of his great performance, he suddenly fell flat on his face. He yelped in surprise, Oof! Ouch! At the same time, the tie holding Deshiong's hair snapped and fell to the ground. Deshiong's hair was a mess. He sat up and dusted himself off. Damn it, to fall at a time like this. But because he had face planted, Deshiong couldn't help but tear up. He whined, It hurts so much. For some reason, in the eyes of the dwarf witches, this appearance looked incredibly alluring. The two of them stared at each other, stunned. In the end, things took an unexpected turn. The one who was carried away was Deshiong. He screamed in shock, Hey, put me down. Ling Shui was also dumbfounded. So my charm lost to a man, and by the big tree, the other three youths were equally horrified. What in the world was all this? Faced with Ling Shui's disgusted expression, Deshiong kept screaming, Hey, let me go? What are you guys doing? She stood frozen, muttering to herself. The way this story is developing is like a dream. The three of them immediately came out from their hiding spot. Lu Chong shouted nervously, What do we do now? This is great. The plan failed, and Deshiong got captured. Yumu quickly reassured them. Everyone, don't panic. Things aren't as bad as you think. He started giving instructions. Sister Shui, access Deshiong's network. Track his location. Ling Shui immediately complied. Very quickly, the tracker started working. Location confirmed. Yumu said again. Actually, the only change from the original plan is that the bait was switched from Sister Shui to Deshiong. We don't need to panic. He continued calmly. We'll proceed according to the original plan and cooperate with Deshiong from the inside and outside to kill the dwarf witch king. Let's get moving. It seemed today was going to be a long day for our Deshiong. Back in a dark cave, the inside was lit by a small candle. In here, a girl was tied with her hands up high. She was dressed in a very delicate manner. And that girl was none other than Deshiong. He was dressed in a bizarre outfit and was a bit annoyed. They tied it really tight. At that moment, the voice of a dwarf which rang out. My king, the beauty you requested is inside. The other one entered with satisfaction, not forgetting to instruct, Very good. You may leave. In a little while, no matter what happens, do not disturb me. Do you hear me? He needed a bouquet of fresh flowers and a bottle of wine. The moment he saw Deshiong, his eyes lit up. Ah, my little beauty. You must have been waiting for a long time, haven't you? The desire in this king's eyes was unconcealed as he looked at him. Outside, Yumu was still relentlessly slaughtering. Many dwarf witches had fallen. He said with satisfaction, The monsters guarding the cave entrance have been dealt with. We can go in now. Ling Shui reported. The coordinates show that Dexiong is in this cave. It seems to be the lair of the dwarf witch monsters. But we have to be quick. Dexiong's coordinates haven't moved for a while. I think he must have been taken to the dwarf witch king. Yumu gave a worried instruction. And Xiaochong, you two stay close. Getting left behind here is no joke. Lu Chong immediately replied, and right after, everyone quickly entered the cave. Yunmu led the way. Let's go. On Dexiong's side, he kicked the king hard in the face with disgust, shouting, Get away from me. He looked at him with contempt and cursed. This disgusting creature. The king staggered to his feet. The bouquet in his hand was quickly thrown to the ground. Then, unable to restrain himself, he lunged directly at Dexiong. My love, you're so feisty. Let this king love you. A cunning look appeared on his face. That's right. Since you're so full of energy, why don't we play a game? His hand squeezed Dexiong's face even harder. The dwarf king asked again, What do you say? On this side, Yunmu's group was still urgently following Dexiong's trail. They had finally gotten very close to their target. The passages inside were a tangled maze. As soon as Yunmu peeked his head out, he immediately heard the soft whispers of the dwarf witches. Instantly, he stopped everyone. Wait a minute. Ling Shui asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Yunmu pressed himself against the wall and whispered to her, There are guards. We can't go this way. He was a little anxious now. It's not a good idea to clash with them in the dwarf witch's cave. Sister Shui, we need to find a new path. Ling Shui was also getting anxious. But this is the last path to the dwarf king's chambers. Lu Chong added, What? What do we do now? You don't really want to fight them here, do you? At that moment, Yunmu saw a small hole above his head. He suddenly had a bold idea. Yunmu seemed very pleased with this thought of his. Dexiong, wait for me. I'll be right there. The chains securing Dexiong's hands to the wall were then unlocked. He was finally a little more comfortable. The dwarf king said again, Now let's play a game. How about it? He held up a key and cunningly explained the rules. This game is called You Run, I Chase. If I catch you, I will. Because resistance makes me more excited. Dexiong looked at this long-nosed pervert with disgust. What a horrible game. A moment later, the dwarf king, as if he couldn't hold back any longer, immediately pounced on him. Then the game begins. The dwarf king's eyes were blood red. He opened his mouth in a wide, excited grin. Run, little beauty. Dexiong immediately leaped up and said with disgust, Who's going to run, you disgusting monster? His hand quickly pressed down hard on the creature's head. The dwarf, which was a bit startled. He obviously didn't have time to react. Dexiong pressed his advantage. He showed no mercy, immediately kicking the dwarf king straight in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that in the dwarf king's eyes, Dexiong was just a weak girl who couldn't fight back. Finding himself in this situation, he was a bit shocked. Dexiong's hands quickly pushed off the ground. He used the momentum from below. Next, he spun around and started kicking out. The chains on his hands were cumbersome, but they didn't hinder him. Instead, he used them to wrap around the dwarf king. In just a moment, the king's arm was tied up. Faced with his speed, the king could only stand still and let Dexiong do as he pleased. He happily tightened his grip on the chains, letting out an excited cheer. Game over. It seemed like the king was defeated, but suddenly, the dwarf witch's cunning voice rang out again. Over? Who says so? Somehow, he had quickly twisted his body and dodged Dexiong's binding move. Of course, Dexiong was still able to dodge, but the situation had changed. The dwarf king quickly gained the upper hand. Not stopping there, he pulled a weapon from his sleeve and charged straight at Dexiong. Beauty! The dwarf king brought his terrifying face close to Dexiong's. He used the chains to block him in disgust. The dwarf king, faced with his struggles, was instead very amused. I've caught you now. Dexiong couldn't help but scream, You ugly bastard, I hope. At the same time, the ventilation shaft above began to react slightly. Like a hero saving a damsel in distress, Yunmu flew down from above and kicked him. Get away from him. Dexiong fell to the ground. While he was still stunned, Yunmu asked cheerfully, Made it in time, right? Ling Shui asked worriedly, Are you okay? Dexiong smiled brightly. If you were a little slower, I'm afraid I wouldn't be pure anymore. On the other side, Yunmu's expression immediately changed. He looked at the dwarf king with a serious face, ready to fight. The creature stood up and laughed loudly. Damn humans, finding such a beautiful woman to trick me. His eyes changed, becoming more ferocious. You all have truly angered me. De Xiong laughed hysterically and lifted his shirt. Sorry, I'm a man. So what if I lied to you? You gonna bite me? I did it on purpose. Hearing this, the anger within the king intensified. You'll only be laughing for a little while longer. The dwarf king then channeled his internal energy. A fierce wind rose with it. A powerful internal force emanated from him, as if the dwarf king was evolving. The ground and rocks flew up from the tremor. Yunmu gritted his teeth. What did this guy do? He looked at the dwarf king, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. This pressure is terrifying. The dwarf king was still evolving. He gritted his teeth and let out a loud roar. A tornado then formed. Everything around seemed to be sucked into it. And outside, large boulders couldn't help but shake. In a flash, Yunmu was outside the cave entrance. He coughed violently from the dust. Yunmu stood up and looked over, unable to help but exclaim, such immense power. The entire cave has collapsed. The dwarf king stood on a high rock and looked down at him with contempt. Human. His body had completely transformed. The foolish appearance was gone. The dwarf king asked him coldly, Are you ready to die? On this side, the system screen immediately displayed an urgent red notification. Warning, warning, crimson energy detected. The supervisor couldn't help but be surprised. Crimson energy? He stared at the reported data in a daze, his eyes filled with urgency. This is... After composing himself, he immediately stood up to report. Chief, the dwarf witch king has activated the great dimensional curse, transforming into a king-level monster. The other person was shocked upon hearing this. The great dimensional curse has been cast? This is troublesome. The 5-dimensional life forms summoned by this move will kill all the trial participants. The person at the control panel typed frantically. This is so annoying. What did these little brats do to provoke him? Cancel the game and recall all trial teams. At the same time, send the Goldstone Mystics to help the teams evacuate. The others also shouted in agreement. Back on Yunmu's side, the dwarf king was slowly approaching him. He held out a hand full of sharp claws, then raised it towards Yunmu. Before he could even stand up, the flame eagerly struck out. The dwarf king stood there, and he continued to strike with another wave of power. He was constantly whistling, showing that he was extremely confident he could take him down. Yunmu stared at him, inwardly shocked as he sensed it. His aura has changed. Looking at the sword in his hand, Yunmu confirmed it. Right now, we can't deal with him at all. He broke out in a sweat, staring intently at the dwarf king. Just the pressure he's releasing is making me feel a fear I've never felt before. On the other side, the king swung his sword in a circle and then raised it straight up. As soon as he finished the motion, the dwarf king aimed at him and slashed down at the ground. Yunmu watched the dwarf king's attack, his body trembling involuntarily. Yunmu didn't dodge. His eyes just stared blankly at him. It turned out his body was too scared to move. At that moment, Ling Shui rushed towards him in time, shouting, What are you spacing out for, you idiot? She threw Yunmu hard to the ground and continued, Snap out of it. There's no time for you to be dazed. Then, Ling Shui quickly summoned her sword. Ugly freak. Look over here. As she spoke, she slashed fiercely at the dwarf king. In stark contrast to Yunmu's fear, Ling Shui was full of fighting spirit. On this side, Yunmu's breathing became ragged. He tried to calm himself. Damn it, move. He then looked worriedly at his two friends. And Z, Xiaochong, are you guys okay? But those two had fainted at some point. It seemed they couldn't withstand the dwarf king's oppressive aura. And at that moment, Ling Shui was also sent flying by him. Her slender body slammed hard against a large rock behind her. Yunmu stared at her in a daze. He cried out in despair, Sister Shui. The dwarf king looked at her and couldn't help but praise her with a sneer. What a fine woman. Such a pity she's about to die here. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at her. The blade in his hand began to move. Only now did Yunmu become anxious. He slammed his hands on his numb legs. Damn it, Mu. The sword in the dwarf king's hand was raised high once more. He said coldly, Farewell, woman. On this side, Yunmu was extremely anxious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Move." On the other side, the Dwarf King's sword had already begun to slash down towards Ling Shui, carrying with it a piercing whistle. Yumu watched with extreme anxiety. He kept screaming and hitting himself. "Move." After the recent impact, Ling Shui's body couldn't be lifted anymore. She could only watch and brace for the attack. In the end, Yumu didn't disappoint her. He quickly broke free from his fear and leaped up. The legs that were trembling and stiff just a second ago now fiercely kicked the Dwarf King in the head. Caught unprepared, the king lost his balance and flew straight into a distant cliff. Yumu was worried. He turned to ask Ling Shui, "Sister Shui, can you still stand up?" Even though she had just been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, she still smiled brightly. "I should be asking you that. Are you scared, little shaky legs?" Yumu smiled confidently. "There's no time to be scared. I'd be dead if I waited any longer. It's just that this time, I gave myself a boost." It turned out he had stabbed his leg with a knife to get rid of the numbness. Ling Shui was speechless. "Are you anemic?" Yumu spoke up. "All right, since you're okay, get ready to run." As soon as he finished speaking, a vehicle quickly drove up, surprising them both. Ling Shui struggled to stand up. The vehicle quickly stopped in front of them. It was Deshiong. He said urgently, "Get in the car. This was our mistake. We need to retreat quickly." Ling Shui immediately went over. "Okay, let's find my brother and Xiaochong first." "Where are they?" Yumu pointed. "They're over. On this side." The Dwarf King had quickly recovered. He grabbed a rock to pull himself up. The Dwarf King looked at him grimly. "It's you again." His cold voice startled Yumu. The Dwarf King rubbed his sore spot. His eyes, like a demon's, glowed red. "You rotten brat. I will definitely take your life." Once again, Yumu fell into a daze, staring at him. The Dwarf King looked at him again, repeating his words. "I will definitely take your life." His feet began to lift off the ground. He said smugly, "Still trying to run away in vain?" Yumu looked at him silently. It seemed he hadn't found a countermeasure yet. The Dwarf King flew high up. He raised his hand and looked down. "I'm afraid you all underestimate me." Deafening thunder immediately rang out. Bolts of lightning were gathering in his hand. Yumu watched with extreme anxiety. He screamed internally, "This is..." Then, Yumu immediately looked at Ling Shui and shouted, "Get in the car." But she was still in a daze. Very quickly, a huge explosion erupted. Ling Shui was thrown far away. Luckily for her, Deshiong caught her in time. He said urgently, "There's no time. We have to get in the car now." Ling Shui struggled and shouted, "No, my brother. They're still in there." At the same time she finished speaking, Ling Yin and Lu Chong were suddenly thrown out. Yumu shouted, "Get them out of here." Seeing the two lying motionless on the ground, Deshiong was surprised. "And Z? Xiaochong?" But they didn't have much time to be stunned. Yumu immediately rushed over, grabbed them by the collar, and lifted them up. "Sister Shui, let's go." The four of them were settled in the car. Deshiong said with satisfaction, "Okay, ready to go." But Ling Shui was still worried. "Wait, are you really not taking Li Yumu?" Deshiong started the car and said, "If we don't escape now, we won't get another chance. To beat a king-level dimensional monster now, we'd need a miracle." She still couldn't rest easy. Ling Shui's heart felt like it was being battered by 100 waves. "Li Yumu," Deshiong reassured her, "don't worry. If there's a miracle in this world." He paused, then continued, "It can only be Li Yumu." Ling Shui fell silent for a moment. Deshiong's gaze was incredibly sharp. He had placed all his faith in Yumu. Before they had gotten far, a loud shout echoed through the air. "Stop the car." It turned out the person running like crazy behind them was none other than Yumu. He panted, trying to shout, "Wait for me." Although he had immense faith in his friend, Deshiong never expected him to deal with that guy so quickly. Ling Shui was anxious. "It's Li Yumu." "Deshiong, stop the car, quick." Yumu ran after them, shouting, "Slow down. I can't run anymore." Only then did Deshiong realize he hadn't misheard. He quickly slammed on the brakes. As soon as Yumu got in, Deshiong couldn't help but tease him. "Escaped so soon? I was getting ready to start memorializing a hero." Yumu was confused. "What's this about memorializing a hero?" Ling Shui couldn't help but ask, "How did you escape? Could it be that you killed the Dwarf Witch King?" Yumu waved his hand. "Of course not. How could I do that alone? I just noticed that he only gets stronger within a limited space. I just try to get out of that range. Deshion couldn't help but praise him. This kid is really smart. It's quite lucky we could retreat safely. Yumu didn't deny it. He leaned his head back against the car seat wearily and replied, "Yeah." Recalling the battle just now, Yumu had been truly battered. Blood was constantly spewing from his mouth. The dwarf which stood proudly looking at him. "You're still alive after being hit by my lightning?" He grabbed his hair and pulled him up. Yumu panted, inwardly furious. "Damn it. He pierced through my golden bell," the dwarf king sighed. "You even stayed behind for your friends. Such a touching friendship." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately channeled his internal energy and threw him like a ball. Yumu was powerless. His back slammed hard against the large rock behind him again. He couldn't help but spit out more blood. The dwarf king looked at him with contempt. "With just this little bit of strength, you still want to face me?" At that moment, Yumu suddenly flashed a cunning smile. They've been gone for so long. They definitely can't know what's happening here. They probably won't see it. Then Yumu pointed at him. Pinocchio. He was different from before. Now, Yumu seemed extremely interested. "Today, I'll show you something good." His eyes lit up as he looked at the dwarf king. "You should thank me for this. Shadow system activate." Yumu sat back and relaxed against the cliff. "I'll show you something good." Then he shouted loudly, "Come on out. Number 1, number 2. From within Yunmu's body, 2 blue-purple figures immediately flew out. The dwarf king was momentarily stunned. He stood still, watching the 2 strange streams of light surrounding him. What? Very quickly, without making him wait long, the 2 shadows revealed their true forms. The dwarf king, of course, had never seen anything so strange. What in the world is this? Yumu wiped the blood from his mouth. "You really think I let my companions run away and stayed behind to sacrifice myself for them? I just didn't want them to see how I killed you." He looked at the king's confusion with great satisfaction. After all, not everything can be shared with others. Then, Yumu loudly commanded, "All right, number 1, number 2, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, number 2 charged forward fiercely, throwing a powerful punch at the dwarf king. He couldn't figure out what he was fighting, but he still leaped up to escape first. From above, he could see number 2 more clearly, but was still puzzled. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Is it a creature from another dimension? Impossible." Yumu sat calmly, as if watching a good show. He shouted at him, "I say, you ugly freak." He looked at him with contempt and a smug smile, asking, "Have you forgotten?" A thing just like that. Behind the dwarf king, number 1 had appeared at some point without him noticing. Yumu continued his unfinished sentence, "I still have one more." As soon as he finished speaking, number 1 quickly stabbed him from behind. Blood spurted from his back and mouth. A wave of pain shot through him, making him scream. Yumu continued to relax and watch the battle unfold. He spoke with disdain and sarcasm. "Look at that." At this point, Yumu finally stood up and dusted off his hands. "All right, it's almost over. I can go back now." Seeing him like this, the dwarf king couldn't help but wonder. "This kid, where is he going?" Yumu replied casually, "To run away, of course." The dwarf king shouted angrily, "You bastard! You're just leaving like this? Don't you want to kill me anymore? Come here and fight me." On this side, the 2 shadows continued to attack relentlessly. The moment he finished speaking, he had to quickly block a blow. Yunmu's face darkened as he laughed mockingly. "Please, I can't beat you. Why should I stay and fight? I never said I wanted to challenge you. That was just your own wishful thinking." His words and attitude drove the king mad. The dwarf king was so angry he gritted his teeth. Yumu turned to leave, not forgetting to toss back a comment. "Besides, this is a battlefield, and winning is the only thing that matters. People these days still say the enemy is despicable." He turned his head back and stuck out his tongue mockingly. "I'm afraid that's not an idiot." Then he laughed loudly and ran off leisurely. "Well then, I'm off. Number 1 and number 2, I'll leave this to you." Back in the present, Ling Shui, who seemed to be seriously injured, couldn't help but cover her mouth and cough violently. Seeing her expression, Yumu couldn't help but worry. "Sister Shui, are you okay?" Ling Shui lowered her head and reassured him. "I'm fine, don't worry." He felt extremely guilty. He couldn't help but speak up. "I'm sorry. It's all because I just..." Ling Shui smiled gently. This can't be blamed on you. It was your first time seeing a king-level dimensional monster. An ordinary person might not have been able to endure it for long. They would have simply given up resisting. Deshiong continued, That's right. Look at the two sleeping in the back. That's the normal reaction for a first-timer seeing a king-level monster. On the contrary, your willpower is too strong, isn't it? Yumu looked at the two still unconscious behind him and asked, Is that the normal reaction to seeing a king level? At that moment, the system immediately chimed in. System notification. Yumu silently guessed. It seems the dwarf witch king has been killed, but contrary to his thoughts, the dwarf witch was panting heavily on the other side. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and the system also announced, Battle has ended. Your shadows have all died. The dwarf witch king was still standing tall and proud. But after hearing this news, Yunmu's eyes immediately froze. This was an unexpected development that he hadn't considered. Yunmu's face tensed. He thought to himself, Damn it. I didn't expect the shadows to be killed so quickly. At this time, the system announced again, because the host's shadows have died. Do you want to resurrect them directly or revive them with consciousness? Yunmu calculated. Revive with consciousness? The system explained, resurrection with consciousness can upgrade the shadows into dark souls, possessing simple emotions and intelligence while mastering combat skills better. And of course, the upgrade requirement was 2,000 points. Yunmu rubbed his forehead. All right, no need to say more. I choose resurrection with consciousness. From their direction, they could see the chaos outside. Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, why are the surrounding dimensional beasts going crazy? At the same time, the system announced again, All right, you have successfully resurrected and upgraded to Dark Souls. The radio in the car then crackled to life. An urgent voice came through. All trial teams, please pay attention. A king-level monster has appeared in the trial grounds. The Mystic Association has decided to terminate the competition, and all teams are to evacuate quickly. Deshiong was surprised to hear this. Terminate the competition? We have so many points. Won't it all be for nothing? Forget it. Our lives are more important. Then he turned to Yunmu and asked, Mu, do you think they... He didn't finish his sentence. Seeing him sleeping despite the car's constant jolting, Deshiong felt a bit of sympathy. He's asleep? It seems he's really exhausted. Back with the Dwarf King. After dealing with the two shadows, he sat down to rest, panting. Looking at the two spoils of war before him, the Dwarf King made a resolution. Although I killed these two things, I let that human escape. If I meet him again, I will definitely... Before he could finish his sentence, a strange noise suddenly sounded nearby. The Dwarf King's eyes immediately lit up. He gritted his teeth and observed silently. A moment later, a powerful stream of light suddenly burst forth, startling the Dwarf King and making him fall down. The severed body of Shadow Number 1 was now resurrecting. Everything was being regenerated as if new. In just a moment, Number 1's eyes lit up. He got up, tilted his head, and looked at the ever-strengthening light in confusion, wondering, what's going on? Shadow Number 1 could now speak. It suddenly spoke up, its tone exactly like its master's. Hey, ugly freak. The Dwarf King gritted his teeth. He watched to see what was happening. Number 1 continued cheerfully. Didn't expect this, did you? We meet again so soon. The smile on Number 1's lips was just like Yunmu's face. It spoke loudly in mockery. Did you miss me? The Dwarf King quickly stood up. It's you. You're in that thing. Before he could even compose himself, Number 1 glared and charged forward. This time, his eyes had an extra bit of spirit. The Dwarf King looked on and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, so fast. Number 1 immediately delivered a straight kick. The Dwarf King's entire body was instantly knocked down. He quickly sat up, not wanting to show weakness, but his heart was on high alert. Damn it. The power of the dimensional curse is about to run out. I'm getting weaker. He calculated. It seems I need to borrow some kind of power, something like curse power. The Dwarf King couldn't help but shout. You brat. You actually dare to come back. Let's see how I kill you this time. Number 1 used his hand to shield his vision and judged. You want to play with lightning again? At that moment, he was startled, his eyes unable to hide his surprise. Wait, this is... Looking at the intricate circle on the ground, number 1 immediately recognized the thing below as a curse formation. But he couldn't help but wonder, was it always there? Why didn't I notice it sooner? Could it be that a shadow's eyes can see energy clusters that human eyes can't? At that moment, the Dwarf King immediately raised his hand. The curse formation and the lightning were gathering together. Around the Dwarf King now, a giant ray of light was constantly circling. Number 1 thought to himself, could it be that this guy's power has been restored? And it seems this curse-sealing circle is his source of power. He immediately calculated in his head, I have to find a way to break the magic circle. The Dwarf King spoke smugly. All right, almost ready. Then he charged forward with all his might. I can send you on your way now. The sword in his hand was quickly summoned. The Dwarf King was more serious now. As he rushed over to deliver the finishing blow, Shadow number 1 stood there calmly. In just a moment, as the Dwarf King struck, a loud explosion rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air around him. The Dwarf King shouted, Damn kid hides pretty fast. Where did you go? At the same time, the tip of number 1's shoe was quickly near his head. Over here. The Dwarf King quickly raised his hand to block the blow. His movements and dodges were also extremely skilled. Number 1 was knocked back. He immediately used his hands as a support to keep himself from falling. His 2 hands slammed onto the ground. Everything around flew up from these streams of internal energy. Number 1 still refused to give up. He continued to leap up and kick the Dwarf King hard in the head. But of course, he wouldn't just let number 1 keep attacking. His hands quickly grabbed number 1's leg and held it tight. At the same time, number 1 was a bit startled. The Dwarf King's speed, if taken seriously, was truly no joke. He gripped number 1's ankle tightly and said with frustration, So annoying. It jumps around like a dead bug. Number 1's body was now like a basketball. With one throw, he was sent flying far away. But it was unclear what he was planning. Number 1 suddenly broke into a slight smile. And that smile, the Dwarf King quickly caught sight of. He couldn't help but be surprised. Suddenly, the Dwarf King's expression changed. It seemed he had realized something. He stood there stunned, watching Yumu's flying speed and silently guessing, could it be? He wants to destroy the magic circle. Number 1's hand had now touched the circle. Everything was going according to plan. And on this side, the Dwarf King quickly realized it. He was shocked. How is this possible? This human. He paused, not believing his eyes. He can see my curse-sealing circle? Up above, number 1 was extremely excited and laughed loudly. Found it. And so, his 2 hands quickly slipped into the gaps inside and directly pulled it apart. In the end, in just a moment, the Dwarf King's curse-sealing circle was completely shattered. He couldn't help but shout in anger. You bastard. This kid actually did this. The Dwarf King's rage piled on top of more rage. Now this is unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leaped into the air. The ground below shattered from the shockwave. Number 1 was also affected by it. He sat up from the pile of rubble and coughed a few times. That hurts. Shadow number 1 calculated. Although he can't absorb any more power, he's still much stronger than me. Number 1 immediately calculated, I can't give him a chance to attack. But when he saw him land, he was surprised again. Recruiting the enemy? Thinking of this, number 1 flashed a cunning smile. This move can be used right here. Immediately after, he shot towards the Dwarf King. The king was also a bit startled. An attack flew by. The ground and rocks seemed to have engines attached as they continuously rushed towards the Dwarf King. But of course, he could still dodge. He remained completely unharmed. The Dwarf King looked at number 1 and taunted him calmly. That was a ruthless move just now, kid. Now it's my turn. He smiled innocently and asked him, Have you forgotten that your opponent isn't just me? As soon as he finished speaking, number 2 immediately appeared behind the Dwarf King, startling him. His eyes lit up, and his 2 fangs clenched together in frustration, looking incredibly terrifying. And before he could react, number 2 had successfully knocked the Dwarf King down with a single blow. On this side, number 1 seized the opportunity, not letting his opponent rest, and rushed over. And a kick. Number 1 and number 2 were having a great time now. They treated the Dwarf King like a ball, constantly passing him back and forth. Again, pass it. He was being beaten relentlessly, and could only rage silently. Asterisk, damn it. This guy's attacks are like a flood. I can't escape. Asterisk. He quickly realized. Asterisk, he knows that direct attacks can't defeat me. He wants to keep attacking like this to wear me down. Asterisk, the Dwarf King cried out in his heart. Asterisk, it seems this time I'll really be killed by this despicable villain. I'm going to die such a shameful death. Asterisk. He then used his last bit of reflex to grab number one's leg. I won't accept this. He didn't think that even at this point, the king could still fight back. Number one couldn't help but shout in surprise. What? The Dwarf King immediately swung himself onto number one's back and held on tight. He shouted in annoyance. What the hell are you doing? The Dwarf King roared with hatred. If I'm going to die anyway, then you can just stay here and die with me. Number one was completely surprised. What? He turned to look behind him. The Dwarf King's body was constantly expanding. Number one quickly realized that this guy, he wanted to self-destruct. Seeing his whole body swell up like a balloon, number one was furious. This guy wants to take me down with him. He was being held tightly by him. It was difficult to even struggle. Number one cursed loudly. Damn it. At the same time, one of his arms managed to get free. Number one shouted, Warrior armament. And right after, when his body had completely tensed up, the Dwarf King immediately let out a loud roar. A huge explosion then erupted. Smoke and fire billowed everywhere. This explosion was incredibly shocking. It caused the surroundings to shake as if there was an earthquake. Passers-by couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? They were the elite squad of Tianyan Hall. The girl quickly guessed. Did someone deal with the Dwarf Witch King? We're too late. They quickly ran towards the other side. Both were extremely surprised to see a blue figure looming in the distance. Look, there's someone in the thick smoke. The young man couldn't help but observe with curiosity. The armor on his body is. Looking closer, he immediately discovered that the thing number one was wearing was. He's from the War God Hall. On this side, Yumu's face was pale. He hadn't woken up from his short nap, but he couldn't help but be startled. Dexiong asked with concern, What's wrong? Had a nightmare? Yumu was flustered. Yeah. He leaned back against the seat in a daze. Asterisk, that was dangerous. Luckily, I disconnected from the dark soul in time. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Asterisk, the system simultaneously announced. Congratulations. You have killed the Dwarf Witch King, the strongest dimensional beast in the current area. Yumu was secretly overjoyed. It seems number one didn't die, thanks to the double protection of the warrior armament and the golden heavy armor. Immediately after were a series of notifications. It seemed Yumu had received quite a bit of loot from this trip. He was so excited he couldn't help but shout, Great. I'm rich. Dexiong also yelled, What the hell? You scared me. Yumu then looked out the car window. He said excitedly to his friend, Dexiong, look. Yumu immediately saw the problem. It seems someone has been surrounded by dimensional monsters. Dexiong followed his gaze. Isn't that Li Si from our academy? Why is she all alone? Did she get separated from her teammates? Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Let's go save her. Dexiong was also surprised. What? Save her? Yumu immediately opened the car door. We're all from the same academy, so it's good to help each other out. Dexiong was once again panicked. That's very dangerous. Use the door. Looking at his appearance, he couldn't help but wonder, why are you so excited after waking up? Ling Shui replied cheerfully. Could it be that he's taken a liking to that girl? This question also confused Dexiong. On this side, Li Si was struggling with the monsters. Get away, you monsters. Her face was covered in their blood, which annoyed her. Damn it. The dimensional beasts suddenly went crazy. Everyone got separated. As she spoke, Li Si frantically slashed at them. Lost in the fight, she didn't realize she had stepped on one of their tails. Her footing became unsteady because of the tail, and it aggressively whipped its tail over. Li Si was quickly knocked away by it. Her small body couldn't help but feel the pain. The moment she fell, the dimensional monster seized the opportunity, growled, and charged. Li Si couldn't fight back anymore. She closed her eyes tightly and screamed in her heart, It's over. At that moment, the dimensional monster's neck was suddenly gripped by a strong arm. Yumu didn't look at her, but seeing Li Si with her eyes closed, he had to speak up to get her attention. Yunmu's hand easily lifted the monster up. He tilted his head slightly and called out to her, Li Si. The sunlight backlit him, making him look like a god. Yumu asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Li Si's world was filled with pink. She felt her face flush as if a spring breeze was blowing over it. Li Si replied unconsciously, "I'm fine." As soon as he knew his friend was okay, Yumu immediately focused on dealing with the monsters. He was covered in their blood. To Yumu, these creatures were nothing. Even after fighting a whole pack, he still looked full of energy. This is the last one. All done. Li Si just stood there, stunned, looking at the young man in front of her and talking to herself. "I think he is. Li Yunmu. He's so strong." At that moment, a loud voice pulled Li Si back to reality. The moment she heard it, she immediately looked over. Deshiong glared at Yunmu. "Aren't you done yet? We need to get back quickly." Li Si looked at him and was startled. The pervert in women's clothing. Deshiong recounted with frustration, "I'm not." Yunmu pointed towards Deshiong. "Do you want to ride back with us?" Li Si gave a radiant smile. "Is that okay? Thank you." The car quickly drove to the school. This was Goofing Academy. Ling Yin and Lu Chong still hadn't woken up. They were put on stretchers and wheeled away. Yunmu looked at his friend being jostled and said irritably, "I'm telling you, you should be gentler. He's a wounded soldier. Do you even know how to hold a stretcher?" Two young men saw Yunmu from a distance and asked each other, "Is that him?" The one next to him was startled. "What?" The other young man recounted, "You don't know? His team did great. They directly raised Goofing City's ranking by more than 30 places. In the future, the city's status and allocated resources will be greatly improved. For 10,000 years, the people of Goofing City have been at the bottom. Because of them, we can finally hold our heads up." Yunmu was pointing and gesturing when suddenly, Tangan jumped on him from behind and hit him hard. "My dear little brother." Yunmu turned around irritably and shouted, "What are you doing? You scared me." Tangan had a dark, cunning smile. "Did I scare you? Breathe, breathe. Don't be scared." Yunmu asked in a cold voice, "Believe it or not, if you keep touching me like this, I'll beat you up." Tangan continued to joke shamelessly, "Look at you. You must have been injured. Otherwise, why would your clothes be so dirty and torn?" Yunmu showed his disgust. "I don't need it. I'm fine. Go away, don't touch me." He then walked around to get away from the annoying person. Asterisk, damn it, what's wrong with this guy? He's like a pervert. By the way, why haven't I seen Lu Naijia? She's not back yet? Asterisk, as he was looking around, Li Si walked up and said loudly, making him turn his head in surprise. "Hello, Mumu." Yunmu looked over and asked in surprise, "It's you?" Li Si frowned. "What do you mean, it's you? So cold?" He asked, puzzled. "Why are you calling me little Mumu?" Li Si replied, "Isn't that what the pervert in women's clothing calls you? So what? Others can call you that, but I can't." Yunmu couldn't argue with this annoying girl. "Forget it. Do whatever you want." Li Si smiled happily. "By the way, tonight He ignored Li Si and looked directly at a young man walking towards them. "Classmate, have you seen Lu Naijia?" The other person replied cheerfully, "She's probably back. I saw their war chariot parked over there." Li Si was curious. "You're very worried about Lu Naijia. Are you two dating?" Yunmu's face darkened. "Why should I tell you?" Suddenly being treated so coldly by Yunmu, Li Si couldn't help but feel upset. Then she quickly changed her attitude. "Forget it. Let me tell you. She's not seriously hurt, just a minor injury. She probably went back to recover." Yunmu asked happily, "Really?" Then he walked ahead. Li Si tagged along behind him. She didn't hesitate to speak up. "Hey, let's have dinner together." Yunmu asked in surprise, "Have dinner together?" She replied casually, "Yes. To repay you for saving my life. Come to my dorm and taste my cooking." But Yunmu immediately refused. "Sorry, I have something to do tonight. I really don't have time. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Li Si felt a little sad. She silently used her hand to hide her current expression, but Yunmu didn't even notice. He hurriedly left. "That's settled then. Bye-bye." Li Si wanted to chase after him, but she still had some sense left. He hadn't gone far when Li Si couldn't help but say loudly, "Moo moo." Yunmu turned his head to look back. He asked Li Si, puzzled, "What's wrong?" She still smiled cheerfully and asked again, determined to get an answer. "When is another day?" Yunmu couldn't just refuse her outright. He stammered, "Well, it actually means, it means." On this side, Deshiong, still in that strange dress, hid behind a corner, moved to tears. Our little Moo is finally growing up. A passerby looked at him with extreme disgust. This pervert is crying and peeping. Finally, he was back in his room. Yumu shouted. Finally, I can clearly see the rewards from the dwarf witch king's self-destruction. I can't wait anymore. Then he picked up each item one by one to admire them. A pretty complete sample, a parchment page, a spatial box. Suddenly, as if he had seen something very frightening, Yumu was startled. Wait. He held the stone in his hand and brought it closer. This thing, could it be? Yumu held the stone in his hand, examining it. Isn't this the legendary spatial origin stone? As he spoke, he held the small stone up to his eye to admire it. Immediately, he rushed over in a flurry. That's right. I remember it was recorded in a book. After rummaging through the messy room for a while, Yumu was happy. Found it. He flipped through the pages, searching. Finally, there was information. Yumu placed the stone next to the drawing to compare. No mistake. This is it. According to the records, the spatial origin stone is a treasure-like existence that can open up an independent spatial world after being refined. The owner of the spatial origin stone will become the master of this independent world. He was extremely satisfied with this item. It seems I've really gotten a treasure this time. The dwarf witch king didn't self-destruct in vain. Immediately after, Yumu said happily, System, I want to refine the origin stone. But refining it required 30,000 points. Yunmu's jaw dropped in shock. So expensive? Are you even scamming your own master? The origin stone is mine. How can the refining fee alone be so expensive? In the end, he had to compromise. Forget it. 30,000 it is. There's no other way, after all. A moment later, Yumu closed his eyes to rest for a bit. He had barely closed his eyes when the system announced that the refining was successful. Yumu couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly opened his eyes and praised. So fast. But when he opened his eyes, he was startled and looked around because the place he was standing was not his bedroom. Is this the world created by the origin stone? He looked around with interest. This vast, starry sky. I can say that I've seen. Yumu couldn't contain his excitement. He raised his hands and shouted with joy. The most beautiful thing. Yumu sat down to assess it. Although the space here is quite large, the piece of land under my feet is ridiculously small, isn't it? He flicked his wrist and threw the stone he was holding. Putting anything in a place this small will fill it up. After the stone was thrown, it immediately dissolved. It was as if he was in an endless ocean. Yumu watched it and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, it got bigger. He looked around again. It can be said that this piece of land will expand after absorbing spatial crystals. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something interesting, he said to himself excitedly, if that's the case. Yumu continued to throw countless stones into the air. Bigger, bigger, he panted and lay down. Throwing over 100 crystals in one breath, so tiring. But being this tired is definitely worth it. The place where Yumu was lying was now a much larger plot of land than before. He happily asked himself, now that this place has become so big, I wonder if it will be of any use to me. Thinking of this, he suddenly became aware of the situation. He became dejected. Damn it, I was so impulsive. I didn't even know what it was for and wasted so many crystals. At the same time, the system immediately explained, this is the star realm within your world. Yumu was puzzled. Star realm. The system continued. A force is born within the host. Because the host's current rank is too low, it can only absorb the damage from external attacks. Yunmu's face darkened as he bit his hand. It can be used for defense too? The golden heavy armor and warrior armament are now supplemented by the world force. I'm turning into a meat shield. The system added, but your star realm is too small now, and the damage it can absorb is almost negligible. Yumu was surprised and shouted, this is small? Take a look. This is at least 70 or 80 square meters. I've discovered that you've been really shady lately. After arguing for a while, he got tired. Yumu sat down and pouted. After all this time, I spent 30,000 points and over 100 crystals, but in the end, I got something useless. He lay down and looked at the system. But theoretically, as long as there are enough crystals, this star realm will be invincible. Or maybe, I should fish for some more crystals. At this point, Yumu suddenly froze, like someone who had just had an epiphany after being tempted. He scratched his head. So dangerous, so dangerous. I almost fell into the system's trap. This is a bottomless pit. It just wants to make me go bankrupt. He screamed to himself. Although it can absorb damage, which is very tempting, but... At this point, Yumu fell silent again. He glanced at the system and stared for a moment. Yumu screamed internally, asterisk, or maybe, just one more? Just one, asterisk. Yumu was now no different from an addict. At that moment, his communicator rang. It was Deshion calling. As soon as he answered, he said urgently, Moo, hurry up, change your clothes, and come to the square. He was startled. What happened? Why the rush? Explain it clearly. Soon after, Yumu quickly changed and went to the place Deshion mentioned, the Goofing Academy Grand Plaza. He ran, panting. After all that, it turns out it's just a general assembly. I thought Deshion and the others had run into some trouble. The moment Li Si saw him, she waved happily. Moo, over here. Yumu walked over and couldn't help but ask, why is it you? Li Si was disappointed. What do you mean by that? Yumu said bluntly, go back to your team. What are you always hanging around our team for? Li Si lost her enthusiasm. Do you have to be so cruel? Ling Shui couldn't help but smile. Youth is so wonderful. At the same time, a cheerful voice rang out. Before Yumu could react, he was pulled into an embrace. Li Yumu, it's great that you're okay. Nijia looked over and smiled cheerfully. Zhang Deshion, long time no see. Yumu, with his face squished, said irritably, you damn girl, you scared me. Get off, you're heavy. Nijia said sweetly, I heard you were assassinated just like Lapu. I was worried sick. I'm so relieved to see that you're safe. Seeing Nijia laughing and chatting so happily with Yumu, Li Si's face looked like a steamed bun. At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out. Isn't this Li Yumu and his team of rich second-generation kids? The voice belonged to none other than Hoyu. He said disdainfully, what a surprise. I thought you would have been dead long ago. He looked at Yumu and attacked. How's it going? Is it comfortable being a rich family's lapdog? He thought irritably. Asterisk, why is it this mad dog again? What a hassle. Asterisk, seeing no response from Yumu, Hoyu shouted again, I'm talking to you. Before he could react, Deshion had already walked over. He looked at him fiercely. Long time no see. Your strength hasn't increased, but your mouth has certainly gotten bigger. Hoyu, embarrassed and angry, grabbed Deshion by the collar. Hey, you stinking rich second-generation kid. You want to fight, don't you? Say that again if you have the guts. Deshion's cold voice rang out, startling him. Of course I don't want to fight. But if you say you want to fight, then so be it. His face was like a demon's, his eyes like a frozen pit, staring at Hoyu without blinking. Faced with Deshion's presence, Hoyu immediately let go, pushed him hard, and then planned to leave. As he turned around, he came face to face with Teacher Wen standing behind him. Teacher Li. He looked at him mockingly. Young people these days, so hot-tempered. Teacher Wen didn't even glance at Hoyu. He turned his face towards the girl sitting there. Ling Shui, put away your mystic power gun for me. Ling Shui smiled gently. I've been discovered by the teacher. Immediately after, Ling Shui looked at Hoyu. You should thank the teacher. Otherwise, if you had made a move just now. She paused, her gaze even more terrifying than Deshion's. Ling Shui threatened in a cold voice. You would be dead for sure. On this side, Yumu also took off his jacket and stepped forward. Hoyu shouted, what? You want to fight? Deshion stepped back and smiled cunningly. That kid named Hoyu is really unlucky. Ling Shui gave a look of pity. This Hoyu kid, of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Li Yumu. Deshion also gave a forced smile. Indeed. Lingen on this side cheered loudly. Go Li Yumu. He's always looked down on us. Lu Chang was also excited. Don't hold back. Hoyu was in a hurry. He quickly rushed towards Yumu, his internal energy filled with resentment. I've put up with you for a long time. Get ready for a lesson. But faced with his power, Yumu just dodged easily. Hoyu began to feel that something was wrong, but he didn't stop his movements. Left punch, right punch. He threw more than a dozen moves, but Yumu still dodged them calmly. It seemed Hoyu was really no match for him. He threw a punch straight at his face, but Yumu quickly caught it. Hoyu started to provoke him, hiding like a dead bug. Come on, hit me. At this moment, Yumu ducked low to dodge. He glided past with amusement. Well, if you say so. Then I won't be polite anymore. Yunmu's punch was finally thrown. Hoyu could only stand there stunned, unable to do anything. The moment the punch landed, Hoyu was sent flying. He immediately let out a loud scream. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Hey, did you see what just happened? Hoyu was sent flying in an instant. On this side, Li Si, Ling En, and Lu Chong cheered excitedly. Awesome. Amazing. Moo moo. Hoyu's blood dripped onto the ground. He still refused to give up and struggled to stand up. I'm not done yet. Yumu also stopped and looked over to see what he wanted. A moment later, Hoyu stood up straight and used the momentum to leap up. A fierce flame gathered in his hand. Hoyu shouted, I've already surrendered those words. Yumu felt a bit of admiration, but he still stood still and observed. Hoyu's eyes showed a crazed look. He roared like a wild beast escaping its cage and then charged madly towards him. Yumu calmly punched him hard in the face. Hoyu only had time to let out a cry. Fresh blood gushed from his nose. Yumu finished him off with a powerful punch. Just like that, Hoyu was sent flying again. The students were in an uproar once more. This is a complete beatdown. I never expected Yumu to be so good. Seeing him lying flat on the ground, everyone was surprised. I thought Hoyu was very good. He's the main force of his team. He heard all the gossip, but he couldn't move. Qing Bao stepped forward. All right, the childish fight is settled. Now you can go to the warehouse to receive your reward, right? Yunmu immediately complied. That's right. I've wasted too much time on such boring things. At the same time, Qing Bao was suddenly startled and looked at him. The scene before him was unexpected. On this side, Yunmu spoke up. De Xiong, let's go to the treasury. But behind him, Hoyu, unable to win, brought out a knife for a sneak attack. After composing himself, Qing Bao immediately shouted a warning. Be careful. Yunmu was still very calm. He glanced behind him. Hoyu realized he had been discovered and shouted, Li Yunmu, I will never lose to you. Die. The sharp knife in his hand was about to stab him. Hoyu was so hateful that he wanted to tear Yunmu to pieces to wash away this humiliation. He quickly dodged to the side. He had failed once again in his attempt to assassinate him. Yunmu immediately grabbed the arm holding the knife. His hand used a bit of force. With just a gentle move, the sound of Hoyu's bone breaking rang out crisply. He screamed in pain like a wounded wild beast. The arm that was fine just a moment ago was now bent at an odd angle. The people outside looked on in fear. Oh my God, did he just cripple Hoyu's arm? That was really ruthless. I'll never provoke this Li Yunmu in the future. Hoyu lay on the ground, flailing and screaming. My arm. Li Yunmu, I'll kill your ancestors. I want to kill you. He looked over pleadingly. Tangin, he intentionally crippled my right arm. I want to report him to the association. I want to press charges. Tangin spoke coldly. You were trying to kill him just now. He only crippled one of your arms, which is already letting you off easy. He continued. As for your attempt to kill someone, I will report it to the association. Hoyu was scared. What? Yunmu asked in a cold voice. Senior, can I go into the treasury now? He waved his hand. Go on, go. You've already wasted a lot of time. Lingen cheered excitedly. Okay, then let's go in first. Li Si felt a bit of sympathy. Although Hoyu is very annoying, was it a bit too much to cripple his arm directly? Yunmu replied calmly. If I don't teach him a serious lesson, he will definitely continue to cause trouble. Li Si looked at him intently. Yunmu continued. I can't spare him if he has already shown his intention to kill me. Remember, never leave any chance for your enemy to counterattack. As these words were spoken, Yunmu's face also carried a hint of darkness. On this side, Lingen was rushing around. De Xiong, let's go faster. I can't wait any longer. Everyone was anxious. This must be the A-rank warehouse. Should we open it? As soon as Yunmu pushed the door, it felt like the items inside were glowing. Lingen's eyes were like headlights. He exclaimed, This place is amazing, isn't it? He was going crazy. This is an A-rank treasure vault. These are all good things that money can't buy. Xiao Chong, how do you think this arrogance suits me? He still remained calm in the face of these things. At the same time, Ling Shui called out, Li Yunmu, I found something really good here. He walked over curiously. Sister Shui, what did you find? Ling Shui said again. Hey, This thing is much more interesting than those swords and sabers. Yumu looked at the item. He immediately recognized it. On the sphere, Ling Shui casually tossed it over. Look! Yumu was startled and hurriedly caught it. Don't throw it. The moment he touched it, he was shocked. Aurora killing intent, Ling Shui explained. This is an extremely powerful tactic and is very suitable for your fighting style. Yumu thought to himself, this method seems like it was made just for me. Maybe I should choose it. At the same time, the system chimed with a notification. Detected a valuable item near the host. The host should not miss this opportunity. Yumu quickly looked over. It was an exquisitely crafted golden bow. The moment Yumu saw it, his eyes were glued to it. He quickly put down the sphere in his hand and said to Ling Shui, I'll go take a look. Ling Shui called after him. Trust me, there's nothing more suitable for you than that. On this side, Yumu quickly took down the weapon. When Ling Shui saw him holding that item, she was surprised. An old crossbow covered in dust. On the body of the crossbow, there was a black bird-shaped character printed. It also looked very mysterious. Yumu looked at its pattern. He admired it for a long time, then said, I've decided. I want this. Ling Shui was quite surprised by this. Really? You want to give up the Aurora killing intent just for this old bow? Yumu affirmed thoughtfully, I don't know why, but as soon as I saw it, I felt it was destined for me. Then he quickly took the item and left. Ling Shui called after him. Hey, are you really not going to think about it anymore? What a pity. She was also helpless. This kid really doesn't listen to advice. Ling spun around. Sis, you still haven't chosen? The Aurora killing intent here is quite suitable for Li Yumu. Ling Shui didn't turn around. I'll choose the Aurora killing intent and give it to you. Do whatever you want with it. Ling held the sphere in his hand, also feeling dazed. This thing is useless to me too. It's up to you. After getting what he wanted, Yumu walked straight ahead in silence. Dexiong's group chased after him. Moo moo. Dexiong looked at him and said loudly, What's up? You got your reward and ran off by yourself. Yumu smiled brightly. Sorry, I just wanted to go back and study the bow I just got, so I forgot about everyone. At the same time, Ling handed the blue sphere to him. Hey, take it. Yumu was surprised. Is this the Aurora killing intent? Ling replied cheerfully, Yes. My sister gave it to me because she doesn't need it. But this thing doesn't suit me either, so I'm giving it to you. Besides, Ling paused, then hesitated and said softly, I think my sister chose it for you. She's just too shy to say it. Yumu hesitated. But this thing is very valuable. And in that case, Sister Shui won't have. Lu Chang quickly added, I think you should accept it. Lu Chang analyzed, the whole family is not small. It's very likely they will retaliate against you. You have to arm yourself. I think Sister Shui thinks so too. Dexiong continued, That's right, just accept it. Don't forget that we're friends. Ling also chimed in, My sister and I will help you too. Yumu looked at everyone. An indescribable emotion welled up in his eyes. Finally, Yumu stared at the blue sphere in his hand. Okay, I accept. He felt like he was surrounded by pink. Yumu smiled brightly. Thank you, everyone. His heart was incredibly warm at this moment. How long has it been since I felt this? The warmth of friendship? Finally, he was back home. Yumu lay exhausted on his bed. What a busy day. I can finally take a breath. System, learn Aurora killing intent. The system informed him that he needed 4,000 experience points to learn it. Yumu was helpless. Alright, this isn't the first time I've been scammed by my own black market shop. As soon as he finished speaking, the sphere in his hand suddenly flew up. Yumu watched it silently. The sphere quickly opened up a mysterious blue scene. Yumu exclaimed with delight. The energy source was now constantly surrounding him. Yumu was excited. Wow! In just a moment, the system announced that he had finished learning Aurora killing intent. Yumu panted heavily. This feeling of being forced is really not suitable, no matter how many times I try it. Is this the valuable item you mentioned? He gripped the bow tightly. In the darkness, I always feel like it's waiting for me. The system then chimed in again. Congratulations, you have obtained the seven-tailed battle bow. Yumu was startled to hear this. He repeated the word, seven-tailed. The moment he heard it, he immediately thought of the person named Mingya. According to the system, this bow sealed a destructive soul, Mingya. Yumu wondered, could it be that the feeling that drew me in was the weapon soul, in this bow calling to me? He couldn't help but be curious. But even if it's a powerful soul, it's useless if it's sealed, right? The system then continued to announce, you can upgrade the system again. After the upgrade, the seal can be broken. Yumu felt like someone was waiting for him to enter. He was excited. Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade the system. This upgrade was quite fast. I thought it would take another half a year. Unseal Manga. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu was immediately pulled into another dimension. He felt all his senses twisting. His mind was also spinning. In just a moment, Yunmu's entire body was sucked inside. His vision became blurry. Yumu then slowly woke up. He looked around, unable to help but wonder, this is... When he came to his senses, Yumu was surprised to find himself standing in front of a huge door. He was extremely surprised now. His eyes widened in shock. A prison. Before Yumu could compose himself, the person sitting inside immediately spoke up. Hey, how did you get in here? He quickly stepped forward and got straight to the point. Are you the Destruction King Manga? I'm here to unlock the seal for you. But I need your power. In exchange, you have to lend me your strength. Hearing him speak, his eyes became sharper. Manga sneered. You say you can save me? What a joke. Without beating around the bush, he immediately shouted, System, break the seal. But breaking the seal required a lot of internal energy, and his was far from enough. Yumu said again, then use all of my internal energy. Break as much as you can. The system quickly agreed, and it was now absorbing his internal power. The system had finished absorbing, and his current internal energy value was now 0. But the chain had only chipped a little. Manga asked with contempt, you said so much, but in the end, you only opened it a little? He couldn't help but mock. Turns out you're just a bragging kid. Yunmu's face darkened. Is there too much of a difference? Manga said again, do you think an ordinary seal can seal me? There are 3 ultimate seals on my body. You've only just broken the surface of the first seal and are still far from it. After a pause, he said again, but it's fine. Let me lend you a little power. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of golden light immediately flew towards Yumu, surprising him. The light source quickly gathered into 3 bird-shaped shadows. He asked, puzzled, what is this? Mingyo explained, these 3 Ming Yen will follow your orders for the time being. Don't forget that if you remove my seal, I will give you even more power. This is a deal. He excitedly held out his hand for them to perch on. Hey, don't worry about this. I will definitely help you. This is also helping myself. Mingya never showed his face from beginning to end. After finishing, he immediately had the intention of sending him away. All right then, that's enough for today. I'm tired. You can transform now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu immediately began to leave the area. His face was like soft clay, constantly twisting and shifting into all sorts of shapes, until his entire body felt like dough soaked in water. Yumu suddenly screamed in shock. Soon after, he opened his eyes again. There was a stinging pain everywhere, and he couldn't help but groan a few times. He lay sprawled on the bed with the bow. I'm back. At the same time, he turned to look at the bow in his hand, his mood somewhat complicated. Yumu brought a hand to his forehead, letting out a long sigh of relief. That scared the hell out of me. The scene shifts to a large building. Yumu followed the address on the piece of paper in his hand to get here. This is the Wangwon Pavilion. He stood before the doors in awe. I really didn't expect a building like this to exist in this era. But this is actually a pawn shop. While he was lost in thought, a voice from behind startled him. Little friend. The person approaching was a kind-faced old man. He asked with a warm smile, do you have any business at our shop? He looked at him with a gentle smile. We have absolutely everything in our shop, and we can also appraise items to your complete satisfaction. Yumu looked at him and said, I'm not here to buy anything. How should I put this? I heard that this place accepts illegal goods. Hearing this, the old man was startled, but quickly understood the situation. So that's how it is. You're here to do business. Let's head inside and talk slowly. Right after, the old man invited him inside. Hot tea was served in no time. As he drank the tea, the old man sat down, casually picking up his teacup. I wonder what kind of treasure my little friend from afar wants to sell. Yumu quickly placed the item on the table. It's not exactly top-tier goods. Give me a price. The old man was shocked. Is this the Dwarf King's crown? He then looked at the boy in secret amazement. This young man looks so ordinary, yet he has top-tier goods of this level. Unbelievable. He only needed a quick glance before holding up 6 fingers to make an offer. Seeing this number, Yumu was immediately dissatisfied. 150,000? That's too low. This thing is definitely worth more than that. The shop owner replied, "Little friend, you misunderstood. I meant 1.5 million. Hearing this price, Yumu was stunned. The old man picked up the crown and inspected it. Since ancient times, heroes emerge from the youth. Since you have such capability, I'm willing to take a loss just to make a friend." Yumu finally trusted him a bit more. "All right, it seems you're not trying to scam me. Then take a look at these." The shop owner was dumbfounded. "There's more?" Looking at the items handed over, he looked like he was about to faint. This is the dwarf shaman elder's battle robe, the ring, the staff. This is a complete set. Say no more, I want it. I'll give you 12 million. He then handed over some sort of book. "What about this relic? How much is this rune worth?" As soon as he saw it, the old man was secretly shocked. This is an authentic Southern Dynasty rune relic. The shop owner was honest and advised him, "Little friend, put this away. I really can't accept this item." He then added sincerely, "Let me give you another piece of advice." His expression turned incredibly serious as he spoke. "In the future, do not easily let outsiders see this." Seeing his tense attitude, Yumu realized the gravity of the situation and secretly gulped. The scene shifts to another character. This girl was starting to take off the heavy bear mascot suit she was wearing. It turned out to be Ru Yen. She slumped to the ground in exhaustion, greedily gasping for air. "So tired. I didn't expect this thing to be so hot." Ru Yen began to calculate her finances. "The money Xiaomu gave me is almost gone. I can't just rely on him for my father's medical bills. I have to work harder. Please, just give me a few more days." Just then, her phone chimed with a message notification. "You have a new money transfer. Please check." Ru Yen took out her phone to check. She stared at the number on the screen in absolute shock. Ru Yan's account had been credited with 3 million. Needless to say, this was no small sum. Ru Yan immediately started guessing. Why is there so much money? Could it be? It's Xiaomu. After receiving the money and finishing her shift, she immediately headed back to the hospital. As soon as she opened the door, Ru Yan announced loudly, "Dad, I'm back." Her father's hospital room was full of people. Ru Yan was surprised. "Who are these people?" Her mother replied, "We don't know either. But they arrived after you left and have been setting things up here ever since." The man looked at her. "Are you Miss Lu Rian? Someone ordered a dimensional helmet for you. Please sign for it." She quickly took the pen, secretly wondering to herself, "A dimensional helmet? I remember these being quite expensive." Then he added, "We've already calibrated it. You just need to put it on and turn it on. We'll be taking our leave now." Ru Yan replied, "Thank you." She turned to her parents. "Xiaomu must have prepared this. Mom, Dad, go ahead and put them on." Her mother spoke up. "Yinner, is this thing really safe? It looks a bit creepy." Ru Yan tried it on while explaining, "This is a high-end product bought by Xiaomu, so it should be perfectly fine to use." She began to inspect the helmet. "The switch should be here, right?" As soon as she turned it on, Ru Yan was startled. Her mind grew dizzy, and her vision gradually blurred. She felt a wave of drowsiness washing over her. Finally, her eyes closed. After a short while, Ru Yan groggily woke up. She was shocked when she saw the scenery before her. Where is this? Just a moment ago, she was in the hospital room, but now she was standing in a vast, open space. She was completely alone. Right then, someone walked up behind her, speaking excitedly. "This place is truly magnificent." It turned out to be Zhongmin. Ru Yan spun around in shock and cried out, "Dad, your legs." Zhongmin cheered joyfully. "It's true. My legs have recovered. I can even jump around." Her mother said worriedly, "All right, slow down a bit." While the whole family was rejoicing over Zhongmin's ability to walk, a voice rang out from behind. Yumu walked over and looked at them, flashing a warm smile. "Long time no see." His mother rushed over and pulled him into a tight hug. "My precious son, I missed you to death. Let your mother give you a big hug." Zhongmin quietly observed him. "This brat seems to have gotten taller." Yumu was startled. "I'm all grown up now. This is so embarrassing." He glanced at Zhongmin with a sly grin. "What about you, old man? Feels good to have legs, doesn't it? If you get arrogant in the future, I'll delete your leg code." Zhongmin laughed along. "Who do you think you're threatening?" He looked over at Ru Yan. During this time, we've had to rely on you to take care of mom and dad. It must have been hard on you, right? She was taken aback and replied, it's nothing. You're the one who's always making the money. You're the one who's been working harder and suffering more. His mother was still a bit confused. Son, where should we go now? Yumu casually replied, go where? We don't have to go anywhere. From today onwards. Pausing for a moment, he continued happily, this is our new home. After explaining everything, he didn't stay home for long. All right then, Mom, Dad, I'm heading out to have some fun. His mother reminded him, make sure you come back for dinner. Yumu wandered around the streets. So boring. I really want to go to the dimensional arena for some fun. But that place is broadcasted live. If I accidentally expose myself, it'll cause huge trouble. Suddenly, Yumu stopped in his tracks. He just remembered. Oh right. Yumu immediately called out, Dimensional Virtual World. Account login. Roleplay registration. Li Yun. He quickly transformed into a different appearance. Yumu put on his helmet in satisfaction. This way, even if I show off too much power, no one will know it's me. Pedro, let's enter the dimensional battlefield. Afterward, Yumu used his alternate identity to compete in the arena. He swept every single victory. 1 match, 2 matches, and many more after that. The referee's voice rang out continuously. Winner, Li Yun. Looking at the system board, he was extremely satisfied with his results. That's 10 consecutive wins. Pedro appeared. You are amazing. Yumu then felt it was a bit too easy. But constantly playing with these randomly matched newbies is starting to get a little boring. Yumu suddenly saw something that startled him. This is... He stared at the screen in surprise. No way. The young man on the other side rested his chin on his hand in boredom. There hasn't been a single decent challenger all day. What a waste of time. He was none other than Tang Ruachin, one of the top 10 candidates in Tianyan City. The people around were gossiping. Hey, isn't that Tang Ruachin? The one known as the #1 among the younger generation in Tianyan City. I'm definitely rooting for him. The girls blushed and ran over with paper and pens. Excuse me, can you sign this for us? We're your fans. Ruachin smiled brightly. Of course. It's my honor. Thank you for your support. The rabbit Pedro also handed over a piece of paper. By the way, please sign this for me. He still smiled. Thank you for your support. Ruachin's face darkened. What is this? A letter of challenge. Then he shouted, the ID is Pedro. The letter said, no need to call. I'll come myself. Ruachin's face darkened. Unbelievable. What year is it? And people are still using paper letters of challenge. Couldn't you just send me an email? Pedro also took the opportunity. Miss, 1 serving of sunda. This gentleman is paying. Pedro explained, because he said that if he sent an email, you wouldn't read it. I brought it directly. He also told me to find a way to get you to sign it. Pedro ate and praised. But I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Ruachin was annoyed. You clearly tricked me into signing it. The scene changes to the dimensional arena. Yumu was already there waiting. He looked up at the sky, bored. So slow. Is Pedro's work unreliable after all? As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared in the air. Yumu looked over, delighted. He's here. Ruachin slowly materialized. His face now had an indescribable coldness. As soon as he arrived, he looked at Yumu. Is that Pedro yours? He slowly stood up. Yes. Cute, isn't he? Ruachin was annoyed. Cute my ass. It ate a souffle of mine that cost 36.5 coins. Remember to pay me back. The image of the two appeared on the big screen. The people in the city were in an uproar. Look, someone is challenging Tang Ruachin. The girls screamed with excitement. That's our Chin Shun. People started to gossip. Is the challenger a newcomer? There's too much of a power gap, isn't there? Maybe it's a fan of Chin Shun. Looking at Yumu, someone couldn't help but praise. But this little brother is so handsome. I want to be his fan too. Another girl said sharply. You fickle woman. You said you only admired Chin Shun. Ruachin looked at Yumu. You seem to be one of the ordinary mystics. Do you know that I'm already a silver star? Yumu replied calmly. I know. Ruachin found it interesting. Then you're really brave. Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy and struck. If you think I'll be merciful, then you're gravely mistaken. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruachin was fully equipped for battle. Yumu pulled his hat down low. His sword was already drawn. That's great, of course. I was afraid you wouldn't want to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly struck at Ruachin. He hadn't expected him to be so fast, and was momentarily stunned. But Yumu was also extremely vigilant. Since the two seemed to be evenly matched, Ruachin, though surprised, quickly composed himself and dodged, kicking towards him. Yumu was startled. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So strong." He looked at Ruachin with satisfaction. Truly worthy of being the number one of the younger generation in Tianyan City. After the two exchanged a few blows, Yumu quickly leaped away to maintain distance. Yumu couldn't help but praise him openly. "No flattery, you're really strong." On this side, Ruachin was also staring at his hand in a daze. This Li Yun is definitely not simple. He said to himself, "An ordinary mystic can't keep up with my fighting rhythm." Then Ruachin couldn't help it. "Hey kid, I'm asking you, are you really just a common stone rank?" Yumu feigned ignorance and channeled his internal energy to reply, "What are you talking about? Isn't it all written on the battle data?" A cunning smile appeared on his face. "I'm a common stone rank. A commoner." Then, he quickly leaped up and disappeared. Yunmu's footsteps became more agile. Ruachin couldn't even see his moves clearly. He was a bit startled. In just a moment, Yunmu was in front of him. He slashed fiercely. Ruachin then shouted, "Heavenly Demon 18 steps." Two figures zipped through the air, their forms still unclear. He looked at him with a cold smile. "You actually made me use the Heavenly Demon 18 steps." Yumu also glided past and quickly added, "Although your ghostly movement technique is also very strong." Ruachin cut him off. "But the gap between you and me is absolute. If I were just one rank higher, maybe you would actually have a chance of winning." A moment later, Yumu flew a little further away and said loudly, "Try this chapter, Frenzied Blade." And immediately, the two sources of power clashed violently, sending rocks flying everywhere. Ruachin was thrown back. He struggled to stay on his feet and not fall. On this side, Yumu was also thrown back, but of course, he wasn't so weak that this one blow could knock him down. Ruachin panted, "I'm very grateful to Pedro just now. You don't have to pay back that 36.5 coins." Yumu was also panting. He smiled happily. "I told you, it's very cute." They fought from afternoon until evening. The people watching the match still filled the streets, gossiping. "Hey, did you see that clearly? It's too fast. You can only see two beams of light clashing back and forth." The girl was startled. "This Li Yun is very strong." Someone else was curious. "Why?" She explained, "I'm a huge fan of Qin Shun. The Heavenly Demon 18 Steps is a unique skill of the Tang family. It's extremely powerful, and this Li Yun can actually stand up to it." She asked herself in a daze, "Who in the world is this nameless Li Yun?" On this side, Yumu was hit with a blow to the face, causing his cheek to swell up. Yumu immediately leaped away. He tried to keep his distance from Ruachin. He looked at Yumu smugly. "As I said, talent is useless in the face of absolute power." On this side, Yumu began to switch to a serious fighting stance. Not necessarily. Then, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the surface to crack. The rocks also couldn't withstand it and flew up. Yumu calculated. Asterisk worthy of a top candidate. He can still resist the stacked Frenzied Blade. Since 3 layers aren't enough, I'll stack 6. For layers. Asterisk as soon as he finished that thought, Yumu immediately slashed down at the ground. Ruachin was startled. "Wait, the power of this kid's attack is clearly stronger than before." Then, he leaped away in a flash. Yumu looked over and saw it. "Over there." Immediately, he also leaped after him, holding his sword with a serious face and striking. Yumu was now using 5 layers. Ruachin also launched his attack. He gritted his teeth, secretly terrified. Although he could dodge the blow, Ruachin was also scared. "This is tough." Finally, Yunmu's feet landed on the ground. The force of his steps was now gradually getting stronger. A flash of shock appeared in Ruachin's eyes. It must be said that no opponent had ever made him struggle like this before. At this point, Yumu had used the 6th layer of his sword technique. He slashed down hard at the ground, and a huge shockwave erupted. Ruachin was startled and jumped away, then landed. What did he just say? 6 layers. At that moment, he was so shocked that his eyes stared blankly. "This is..." Ruachin looked at Yumu, pulling his hat down. He was secretly terrified. This kind of pressure, is terrifying. Ruachin screamed internally, asterisk impossible. He can't possibly possess this kind of power pressure at his level, asterisk. He looked at the streams of power rushing past him. And what's more, what is the sixth layer? How could he develop to this level in such a short time? Only now did Ruachin vaguely realize. Wait, could it be that he's stacking his attack power? And all of my attacks, just now, were just adding tricks for him. Yunmu's eyes now had a cold look. He shouted again, Juadi! Ruachin was still stunned and startled. Immediately after, just as he thought, Yunmu launched a massive attack. Guiyuan slash. That powerful attack was Juadi. Looking at Yunmu now, it was as if he was emitting a halo of light. Ruachin stood there and praised him silently. Amazing. It seems victory or defeat will depend on this one blow. Before he could even catch his breath, Yunmu continued. This is my final attack. With 100% power. Seeing him like this, Ruachin also became anxious and shouted, Heavenly Demon Dragon Tyrant Fist. Yunmu's attack force was too strong. Ruachin struggled to block it, trying to hold his ground and letting out a resounding roar. In the end, Ruachin couldn't withstand this blow. His strength was completely drained. Ruachin's eyes widened. He let out a grunt. As expected, I can't block it. Finally, Yunmu's internal energy stream took over the entire space. Ruachin was pushed back. On the screen, Ruachin had disappeared. Only a thick cloud of smoke remained after the battle. The people watching the screen were stunned. Is this real or fake? The winner is. Finally, the crowd erupted in loud cheers. Li Yun. On the screen, his name appeared. Li Yunxian. The audience cheered excitedly. Wow. I can't believe Tang Ruachin lost to a new common stone player. This Li Yun is my type. I want to be his fan. At this moment, Dexiong was sitting in a dark room watching the match. He smiled with interest. Li Yun. Frenzied Blade. Juadi Guthuan. Dexiong recognized it immediately. This is getting more and more interesting. On this side, the fierce wind was still blowing. Yunmu stood tall in his spot. Finally, he became aware of the situation. Yunmu pulled his hat down low. I won. Although Yunmu won, he couldn't help but praise him. Worthy of a master. Quite a bit of essence. Pedro, continue the challenge. On this side, people were amazed. Wow, really? Li Yun is challenging Ba Xiong again. Immediately after, he continued to fight. The frenzied blade attack was launched. His opponent couldn't take it and screamed. And this event stunned everyone. My God, he won again. On this side, there was also an uproar. He just beat Tang Ruachin, and now he's beaten Ba Xiong, another top 10 candidate in Tianyan City. This can't be a coincidence. This one night has shaken the entire city. Who in the world is this Li Yun? After the match, the sky had already brightened. Yunmu sat down on the ground. I'm dead tired. Fighting two masters in a row is a bit too much to handle. He was stunned. Why do I have 30,000 dimensional coins in my account? Pedro, the rabbit appeared and explained. It's a paid spectator mode. Yunmu was surprised. What's that? Pedro explained again. Simply put, when your fan value reaches 10,000, the system will automatically prompt you to start charging to watch the match. After it's opened, people will have to provide dimensional coins to you if they want to watch the battle live. Yunmu laughed with delight. It seems I've accidentally become a celebrity. That's enough for today. Pedro logged off. Immediately after, he logged out of the match. It's late. I have to go home. Mom is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. Just then, his phone rang. Yunmu was surprised. An online call from Lu Nijia. As soon as he picked up, she shouted from the other end, Li Yunmu, have you seen the recent battle of a person named Li Yun? He was startled, but also couldn't help but wonder. I've seen it. Why are you so excited? She replied, how can I not be excited? That person is so strong. Now the whole Tianwen forum is discussing this Li Yun. Nijia was suspicious. This Li Yun isn't you, is it? You both use the frenzied blade, and your names are very similar. Yunmu was startled. How could I be that strong? But the suspicion was quickly dispelled. I thought so too. But everyone is spreading it like that. He gave a wry smile. Rumors, they're all just rumors. Yunmu was surprised. Everyone is spreading it. It seems we have to find a way to deal with this. The two discussed for a while, then Nijia suddenly remembered something. Hey, are you a disciple of some ancient hidden sect? Is Li Yun actually your brother? And the frenzied blade is your family's unique ultimate skill, right? Naija said again. If that's the case, you're both equally strong. After all, the sects that don't care about worldly affairs are the most terrifying. Hearing this, Yumu thought to himself, asterisk, that's right. I don't have a backer, but I can make people think I'm a disciple of a hidden sect. This will save me a lot of trouble. Asterisk, seeing him silent, Naija said loudly. Hey, say something. Did the connection drop? He quickly admitted, that's right. He's my brother. I won't pretend anymore. I always. Naija was excited. I knew it. Yumu said happily. I'm only telling you this secret. You can't tell anyone else. Naija quickly understood. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Then she quickly said, I'm hanging up now. Goodbye. Yumu also replied, goodbye. On this side, Naija sat on her bed thinking, he only told me. She suddenly blushed. The air around her was filled with a sweet scent. Naija didn't know why, but she felt very happy. Naija's words had awakened Yumu. He decided to fake a powerful sect, find a reasonable explanation for his extraordinary strength, and at the same time, find a backer for himself. To build momentum, Yumu even used his second virtual character to suppress a role in the virtual world and named him Feng. And he had number 1 and number 2 enter the virtual world with him in the images of Li Yun and Feng. Since the three of them appeared in the dimensional battlefield at the same time, the rumor that Li Yun was Yumu was self-debunked. On this side, people were going crazy. Lord Li Yun, my surname is also Li. I'm begging the Li sect to accept me as a disciple. At the same time, the news of a hidden sect re-emerging also spread like wildfire throughout the arena. Naija called him again. Yumu was calm. Hello, Naija. What's up? She said loudly. What's up? Right now, we're spreading rumors about your brothers everywhere. Aren't you worried? Yumu gave a forced smile. Go ahead and spread more. Let the whole world know. At the same time, he replied, there's no way around it anyway. It's already been exposed. Worrying won't help. Naija said again, that's right. Tang Ruachan hasn't challenged again after being defeated by Li Yun. But this morning, he's been online continuously without logging off. He must be going to see your brother. You should advise him to be careful. Hearing this, he thought to himself, asterisk, he's been challenging Li Yun for days, but I've rejected all of them. Maybe he's finally thought it through? I'll tell him, asterisk. In front of him was the Li Zi Weidu stone shop. Yumu was surprised. What's the situation? Naija, I'm hanging up first. Immediately after, Yumu hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Excuse me, let me through. Inside, a young man was holding a large bouquet of flowers. Miss Liu, I have a few crystals to sell to your family. Ru Yan was startled. I don't need them. He said again, Miss Ru Yan, it's getting late. May I invite you to dinner? Yumu quickly walked over and said loudly, excuse me, everyone. The shop will be closing early today. If you want to do business, please come back tomorrow morning. That person was still persistent. Why is that? Miss Ru Yan almost agreed to go on a date with me. Another person said loudly, stop dreaming. The person Miss Ru Yan agreed to is me. Yumu turned to her and said, I entrusted the shop to you because I believed you could handle these things reasonably. But it turned out to be a mess. Ru Yan immediately apologized shyly. Yumu replied, what are you apologizing for? I'm not blaming you. He picked up the stone dejectedly. I didn't expect you to be so popular in the virtual world. TSK, and it's even lamp crystals. It seems they're all young masters from rich families. Who knows? Maybe you'll really marry into a rich family and live the life of a princess. Ru Yan looked sad. I don't want to live the life of a princess. She said very sincerely, I just want to live with my parents and Xiao Mu. He looked at his sister silently. An indescribable feeling of heartache appeared in Yunmu's eyes. Immediately after, he remembered something. That's right. Are the crystals I need ready? Ru Yan quickly pushed out a large suitcase. They're ready. But what do you need such a large amount of crystals for? Yunmu's face darkened. That's right. This is clearly a huge amount of money, but in the star realm, it's only a few square meters. It's even more expensive than the music price. At the same time, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. It was Lingen calling. Yumu immediately answered. And Z, what's wrong? Lingen was anxious on the other end. Yumu, please, come help. We're losing badly. His sudden unclear speech confused Yumu. Lingyan continued. Come to the dimensional arena quickly. Yumu was anxious. Wait, explain it clearly first. Immediately after, he picked up the suitcase. I'm leaving now. Tell Mom I won't be back for dinner tonight. On this side, Li Si was arguing fiercely. What are you guys talking about? If you have the guts, say it again. See if I don't beat you to a pulp next time. Lingyan chimed in. Beat you to a pulp. The representative said smugly. So what if I say it again? Don't think you'll become stronger after learning a few combat skills. With your combat talent, even if you had a bunch of A-rank combat skills, you wouldn't be able to use them. He continued to curse. Ling Shui isn't here. De Xiong's team is just a bunch of trash. Li Si was frustrated. I'm so angry. Lu Qiu looked over. De Xiong, you should go curse at them a few times too. Go to hell, you damn dogs. De Xiong gave a wry smile. But what they said is all true. Li Si shouted. You guys, don't be too arrogant. Our ace will be here soon. At that moment, Yumu finally arrived. I say, what trouble have you guys caused while I was away? He frowned and scolded with worry. Sister Shui has only been gone for a few days, and you guys can't even give people peace of mind. The moment Li Si saw him, she burst into tears like a child tattling to a parent. Xiaomu, you're finally here. They're bullying us too much. Lu Chang pointed at him excitedly and laughed loudly. De Xiong's team's strongest ace is here. You guys just wait to lose. Yunmu's face darkened. I didn't say I would fight. Lingyan knelt down. You're not going to fight? You're really not going to fight? You're not going to help us vent our anger. Yunmu said again. I just observed for a bit. The other side's level isn't very high. Logically, De Xiong should be able to deal with them easily. It's impossible to lose so badly. He looked at his brother. Lingyan said again. To be honest, De Xiong is a bit strange today. He doesn't seem interested in fighting. It's like he's intentionally losing to the other side. Hearing this, Yunmu suddenly froze. He thought to himself, intentionally losing? The other person spoke up. Are you guys still coming? If not, we're leaving. We don't have time to waste on trash. Lu Chang gritted his teeth. You guys just wait to die? The other guy said again. I bet 100,000 crystals that we'll win. If you guys add one more person, we can also add another person. Lu Chang was full of confidence. Add whoever you want. As long as Li Yunmu is here with us, we're not afraid of anyone. De laughed provocatively. Great. Brother, you can come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, another person walked out from inside. His voice was extremely smug. They took the bait. It turned out that person was Ruachin. He said loudly. You all have worked very hard, playing the bad guy and putting in the effort. Not at all. We're all on the same side. The moment they saw him, the whole group was startled. Wait, isn't this? Yunmu was also stunned. De couldn't help but say smugly. That's right, it's him. At this moment, De Xiong flashed a smug smile. He thought to himself, as expected. On this side, Ruachin rolled up his sleeves. It's so boring to just bet 100,000 crystals. Want to raise the stakes? Yunmu looked over, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yunmu's face darkened as he looked at him and thought, Tang Ruachin, this guy. Ruachin said honestly, I'm sorry, everyone. My friends were rude to you just now. They only did that too. He paused for a moment, looked at Yunmu, and then continued. Lure Li Yunmu here. Yunmu acted uninterested. So what if you lured me here? I still have no intention of fighting you. Ruachin spoke up. Don't say that. You're still missing a good saber, aren't you? Ruachin took out the sword and offered it as a betting prize, saying to Yunmu, it will be yours. The moment Li Si saw it, she recognized it. This is the Shuohuan Han Dao. Lingyan was surprised. What is the Shuohuan Han Dao? Li Si explained. The Shuohuan Han Dao is forged from the 1,000-year-old black bloodbird or in the Tian Shan Mountains. Although it's a B-rank sword, its potential is endless. As long as you engrave the corresponding Fu Wen on it, it will be an A-rank Fu Wen battle saber. If you can add a weapon soul to strengthen its quality by another level, it will be upgraded to a genuine Southern Dynasty weapon. De Xiong suddenly smiled brightly. The Shuohuan Han Dao is indeed very tempting, but we can't take out items of the same level to bet. Sorry, young Master Tang. But Tang continued. Whether you win or lose, you can take this saber. But if we win, Yunmu cut him off. You get to meet Li Yun, right? Ruachin couldn't help but praise him. Talking to smart people is so easy. Yumu thought to himself. Asterisk, this Tang Ruachin is really smart. He's made an offer I can't refuse. I didn't expect him to have such a deep obsession with Li Yun. Asterisk, a moment later, he scratched his head. All right, I agree. Ruachin was excited. It's a deal. The image of the two opponents appeared on the screen. Everyone, please watch the successor of the Hidden Sect versus the Heavenly Dragon of the Bai Shui Tang. The crowd was excited. Wow, the Tang family is really rich. They actually brought out the Shuowan Han Dao. This Shuowan Han Dao is valued at 10 million, right? Everyone was gossiping. This Tang Ruachin was clearly defeated by Li Yun. Why is he looking for Li Yumu? Li Yun probably doesn't have time to pay attention to him. A defeated general trying to feel important. The system began to announce, countdown to the match. 10, 9, 8. Yumu spoke up. The group arena is really big. It's the size of a tropical rainforest on an island. The voice continued. 4, 6. Deshiong spoke up. What's up? Are you nervous about participating in a team battle for the first time? Yumu smiled with satisfaction. I'm very excited. Tang Ruachin is mine. The time was still counting down. 3, 2. Deshiong smiled brightly. I won't fight you for him. We can't beat him either. Finally, the countdown ended. Battle began. He gripped the bow and arrow in his hand and thought. Asterisk, come out. Mingya, show me your power. Asterisk. Deshiong was surprised and reminded him. Little Mu, when did you learn to use a bow? Only then did Yumu suddenly remember. Asterisk, that's right. I don't even know how to use a bow yet. I don't even know any bow and arrow techniques. System, what bow and arrow techniques can I learn now? There's no time. Asterisk. The system continued to drone on, but he didn't have time to listen anymore. Whatever, just learn it. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Everyone just saw him standing like a statue. Deshiong was confused. Did the connection drop? He's not moving at all. And at the same time, a black shadow quickly flew past. Deshiong warned vigilantly. Someone's coming. Everyone, get ready to fight. Yumu was still spaced out. Deshiong directed. Li Si, you protect little Mu. It seems he's lost connection. Don't let him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu had already snapped out of it. Immediately, he gracefully leaped onto a tree, much to Deshiong's surprise. The bow and arrow in Yunmu's hand were quickly summoned by him again. He stood in the sunlight, drawing the weapon in his hand. Looking at Yumu now, he was no different from a valiant warrior. The people watching the match were in an uproar. Isn't his skill the frenzied blade? He can also use a bow. Wait, this guy is attacking. The enemy is thousands of meters away, and he's already made a move. Wow, that's a fast-firing speed. He shot 7 arrows in an instant. As expected of a descendant of the Li family. The moment the attack was fired, his opponent couldn't help but scream. He stared wide-eyed at the arrows continuously rushing towards him. Kuei-zi was terrified. He kept dodging without any way to counter this attack. Seeing that his body was still intact, the faint-hearted Kuei-zi clutched his chest. I'm okay. I'm not hurt at all. The crowd was furious. What's going on? Turns out he's a master of grazing the body. Hurry up and use the frenzied blade. Everyone is waiting. You're really much worse than Li Yun. And on this side, Yumu raised his bow and arrow again and said, Heavenly Wolf devours the moon. From behind Xianzi, a stream of blue lightning suddenly appeared. On the tree trunk, there seemed to be some kind of seal. It looked very ancient and strange. And Xianzi must have felt it by now. The thing immediately gathered into the shape of a large wolf. It was slowly pouncing towards him. Only then did Xianzi slowly turn his head to look back. His heart seemed to skip a beat. Xianzi then let out a loud scream. The sound echoed through the mountains and forests. On this side, the audience was startled. My God, what kind of vicious move is this? It's literally tearing people to pieces. Dai was panicked. Ruachin, Kuei-zi is done for. Ruachin was also shocked. His bow has such a long range. On this side, Liang was hit by an arrow. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. Seeing his teammate struggling like this, Ruachin was worried. Are you okay? Liang leaned against a tree trunk. I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound. Everyone be. But a moment later, he was snatched away by a Mingyan. Ruachin could only shout helplessly. Liang. Suddenly being suspended in midair like that, Liang was of course terrified and screamed, What is this? Let me down. In the end, with one final blow, He was finished off by Yumu with a fatal strike in midair. Seeing that the target had been taken down, Yumu couldn't help but be smug. Very good. Then, his eyes suddenly turned cold. 3 people left. Everyone held their breath and observed the bird. Its jet black feathers and red eyes made it look incredibly mysterious. Everyone was stunned. This is a Ming Yen. I've only seen this Southern Dynasty creature in books. They looked at him, puzzled. But doesn't the book say that the destruction King Mingya was already sealed? Then how? Another person from Ruachan's team was running for his life. Damn it. The opponent's attack range is too far. I have to get close to him quickly. He hadn't run far when an arrow pierced his leg. It hurts. Li Chang began to get scared. No way. I can't get close to him at all. The area within his range is simply a slaughterhouse. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang's head was severed from his neck. Fresh blood immediately sprayed everywhere. Ruachan ran and said, Li Chang is also done for. There are only 2 of us left. Don't let him shoot us. The blood will attract the Ming Yen. Dai gritted his teeth. Of course I know that. But not getting shot. How can it be that simple? As soon as they finished speaking, Yunmu's rain of arrows came rushing over aggressively. Dai was startled. He gritted his teeth in frustration and drew his weapon. This kid, Dai, when cornered, also charged forward madly, shouting, he's just looking down on people. He made up his mind. Ruachan, I'm not running anymore. I can't escape anyway, so it's better to just face them. Ruachan also replied, in that case, you stay in front to cover me. We'll slowly approach him as long as. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could even finish his sentence, an arrow had already pierced through Dai's head. He immediately fell down, and he was also kicked out of the match. Ruachan shouted, Dai. At this point, Ruachan was extremely frustrated. He looked over at Yumu and cursed loudly. Bastard. And at this moment, he was standing on a thin tree branch. He was also very satisfied. Another one down. Yumu smiled brightly and calculated. In that case, only Tang Ruachan is left. He glanced at the scarecrows. The whole group shared the same thought. Asterisk, isn't this a team battle? Why does it feel like we're not participating at all? Asterisk, at the same time, a powerful stream of light suddenly erupted like a volcano, startling Yumu. He immediately turned his head to look. This is the pressure of a gold stone. Only after all his teammates had been defeated did Ruachan begin to unleash his power. He quickly approached Yunmu's position and looked up. I've found you. Yumu smiled smugly. Relying on that pair of guardians, you've broken through your cultivation limit, haven't you? Ruachan spoke up. That's right. This was originally meant to deal with Li Yun's frenzied blade. It seems I have no choice but to use it now. As he spoke, he channeled his internal energy. The place where he was standing immediately seemed to collapse. Yumu quickly leaped up to dodge the blow. He then immediately drew his bowstring. Internal energy also gathered from it. Yumu was now like a flying squirrel. He kept jumping from branch to branch, constantly changing his attack position to distract his opponent. But Ruachan wouldn't give up so easily. He immediately drew a 5-pointed star-shaped seal in the air and then shouted. Yumu began to calculate. Asterisk, he blocked it directly. Then I'll have to rely on you guys. Go, Mingyan. Asterisk, Ruachan started to get annoyed. These crows are so annoying. He looked at Yumu with resentment. Just you wait. I'll knock your little crows out of the sky. Immediately, Ruachan let out a roar. Come out, Gong Beast Spirit. His body seemed to explode. The dazzling light that radiated out startled Yumu. Lisi couldn't help but cover her eyes. What is that? De Xiong spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, it must be. He paused for a moment. On this side, Ruachan's eyes seemed to be emitting a powerful stream of light. The large pig he summoned was called a spirit. It looked a bit cool. Yumu sneered mockingly. This is a weapon soul? Handsome. Immediately, Yumu appeared behind Ruachan. His eyes lit up. Ruachan channeled internal energy from his hands. You dare to come? I said I would. As he spoke, he clenched his fists. And the fat pig weapon soul simultaneously went crazy. It opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. Ruachan then delivered a powerful blow to the Ming Yin and continued. Knock you out of the sky. The weapon soul aggressively reached out and squeezed the Ming Yin. The crow let out a startled cry. Before it could react, The spirit had already crushed the Ming Yin in its hand. Ruachin was very pleased with this. He said smugly, 2 down. Yumu said loudly, I can't even get close. There's only 1 left. This is tough. Out of options, Yumu had to call for help. Destruction King, can you hear me? Mingya quickly replied, what do you want? He then transmitted his thoughts. Look at the guy down there. Can you beat him? Mingya said smugly, a gong beast spirit? That thing can't even compare to one of my toes. Yumu said again, but the Mingyan you gave me are almost all wiped out. Mingya sneered, ridiculous. How much power do you think you've obtained? If that's the case, Yumu replied, then give me more power. Mingya replied, this is impossible. If you want more power, you need to make a deal. This is what you said. He said silently, system, use all my internal energy value. Break the seal of the destruction King Mingya. While waiting for the system to absorb the internal power value, Mingya spoke up, during this time, you've earned a lot of this so-called internal power, haven't you? Yumu was startled. The seal is broken? Mingya replied, still a long way to go. But I can indeed give you more power. Accept my favor. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a loud roar. Seeing Yumu erupting, Ruachin on this side couldn't help but be stunned. But the Ming Yin had all been killed, their feathers flying everywhere. He said smugly, so all 3 have been dealt with. After absorbing Mingya's power, Yumu was extremely smug. I said these things I only have 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a flock of Ming Yin immediately rushed forward. Yumu said coldly. He glared and then ordered them. Tear him to pieces for me. The flock of Ming Yin aggressively charged towards him. Their cries seemed to want to tear the sky apart. Ruachin cried out in surprise. But his spirit was still operating at full capacity. Another batch of Ming Yin was taken down by the weapon soul. Ruachin's internal energy was truly not to be underestimated. But to him, Yumu was truly a formidable opponent, so he was not careless. The fresh blood of the Ming Yin continuously sprayed out, dyeing the ground. Yumu was still calm. All my crows have been scattered. Hey, what should I do next? Mingya spoke up, leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpses of the Ming Yin on the ground suddenly lit up. Ruachin was startled. What's going on? A dazzling light, from an unknown source, now suddenly appeared in the sky. Ruachin stood there stunned. The crow corpses are reassembling. This golden light is. He stared at the light source in the sky. Goldstone mystic power. The corpses of the Ming Yin thus reassembled into a new body. Its sharp eyes seemed to carry fire. It was accompanied by a pair of wings. It looked like an angel descending. Very quickly, a perfect human body immediately formed from the streams of light. The people behind the screen were amazed. What is this now? It's so big. The whole group was stunned. What level of battle are we watching? Could it be that the strongest disciple of the Li family is really this Li Yumu? Yumu couldn't help but praise. It's really big. By comparison, my Destruction King is a bit more handsome. Mingya pointed at the weapon soul with a cold voice. A mere gong beast spirit dares to stand before me? This fat pig, standing before the Destruction King, couldn't help but tremble. Mingya spread his wings wide. Then he said smugly to him, little brat, watch closely. He channeled his internal energy and continued, watch how I lead you to victory. On this side, everyone was also tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting. Is the winner about to be decided? Within Mingya's stream of power, there seemed to be the image of a bird. It seemed this was his symbol. And at this moment, Ruachin could only stand there stunned, watching Mingya unleash his attack. The pig weapon soul only had time to let out a cry. Its entire body was immediately blown away. Ruachin stood motionless. He looked at the terrifying power before him and thought, it seems this time, I've completely lost, but a helpless smile still appeared on Ruachin's lips. Finally, the winner was decided. Yunmu's team had defeated Ruachin's team. The crowd couldn't help but gossip again. They won. Wasn't it a group battle? The result was 1 person beating 5. Are all the Li family members monsters? The system immediately credited him with 169 dimensional coins. Yumu let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I won. Thanks, brother Destruction King. He was annoyed. Call me Great King. Lisi immediately forgot her image. She rushed over and hugged Yunmu's neck tightly, praising him. Mu is so strong. Deshiong was also amazed. Is that the battle bow you got from the treasury? It seems you really picked up a treasure. Yumu smiled brightly. Just lucky, he said calmly. Try to use that power. It will take you up another level. Deshiong's words made him uneasy. He didn't know if he had noticed anything strange. After this match, Yumu finally returned home. He let out a breath. It's been a while since I've been back to reality. And the system reported at the same time. In this battle, you obtained a certain amount of essence. Essence can be used to expand the star realm. He was annoyed. Cut it out. You want to use this to trick me again? If I throw this little bit of essence I have in there, I won't even see a single hair. Suddenly, at the same time, a loud knocking came from outside. Xiao Mu, open the door. He was puzzled. Xiao Chong, what's wrong? Didn't we just meet? Lu Chong relayed the message. I just passed by the message room. The big boss told me to tell you someone is looking for you. It seems to be Tang Ruachin. This person was like a persistent ghost. Yinmu couldn't help but be surprised. Why is it him again? Ruachin was standing in a corner of the hallway, lost in thought, when a familiar voice rang out. Are you standing over there? Yunmu slowly walked down. Waiting for me? Do you miss me that much? You really can't be away from me for a second. Ruachin immediately handed something over. Take it. The Shuawan Han Dao I promised you. Looking at his dark circles, Yunmu was secretly shocked. He looks terrible. Yunmu was very satisfied. You really keep your word. Ruachin explained. This jade box is made from 1,000-year-old Tianshan cold jade. When you're not using it, it's best to keep the weapon in the jade box. Yunmu found it strange. You said you went through all that, scheming against my friends and offering up a saber, just to meet Li Yun once. Was it worth it? Ruachin replied, I'm sorry for what I did to your friends. But ever since I fought Li Yun, I haven't been able to calm down. I just want to experience his frenzied blade one more time. Looking at his lifeless face, Yunmu thought to himself, it seems losing to the frenzied blade has given him a mental block. Ruachin left sadly. But I dare to lose and I dare to admit it. I won't bother you anymore. Yunmu couldn't help but feel sympathy. Asterisk that retreating figure. Looks so lonely. If this mental block isn't resolved, he'll just stay stuck and unable to move forward. Asterisk. His eyes looked at Ruachin with a bit more favor. Actually, this person isn't so bad. After thinking for a while, Yunmu made a decision. Tang Ruachin. He turned his head to look back. Yunmu smiled and said loudly, I'll fight you. Yunmu said with a firm expression, How about using the frenzied blade? Hearing this, Ruachin was extremely excited. You're serious? You're willing to use the frenzied blade? The crowd immediately gathered. Look, it's Li Yunmu and Tang Ruachin. Are they preparing to fight in real life? Who will win this time? Will it still be Li Yunmu? Ruachin was flustered. There are too many people. Do you really want to fight in reality? If not, then. Yunmu was calm. Don't worry. He quickly took out a black sphere. I have this. The moment Ruachin saw it, he knew. This is a barrier cage. Immediately after, Yunmu quickly threw the round sphere onto the ground. He walked ahead and looked at Ruachin. Let's go. Then it will just be the two of us. When the people saw them disappear, they were extremely disappointed. A barrier cage? Why? Don't go in. Everyone was indignant. Then we won't be able to see anything, right? Time passed quickly. An hour later, it was still very quiet inside. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from inside. Everyone held their breath, waiting. The people couldn't hold it in any longer and started gossiping. Someone's coming out. Who is it? Who's the winner? The young man looked over and was startled with surprise. The two of them walked out at the same time. After the fight, they seemed to be closer. Although both their faces were covered in blood and scratches, Yunmu was satisfied. As expected, a real fight in reality is much more satisfying. Ruachin also seemed to have overcome his mental block. He replied happily, Who says otherwise? The crowd was curious and gossiped. So who won in the end? Who won? Yunmu looked at them. He smiled brightly and replied calmly, Who knows? The two of them then sat down together on a school bench. Yunmu panted heavily. Yunmu spoke up. I fought with you for so long. Shouldn't you give me some fu as payment? Ruachin replied happily, Cut it out. What do you mean, with me? You were clearly having a lot of fun yourself. Yunmu greedily tried to get more. Don't be so stingy. You know that strengthening the Shuawan Han Dao is very expensive. Besides, Your Tang family is so rich. Ruachin also wouldn't give in. You stinky brat, don't try to push me. Just because my family is rich, why should I have to give you anything? Ruachin then suggested, I think you could try the Tower of Honor. Yumu was surprised. The Tower of Honor? Ruachin explained, the Tower of Honor concentrates the power of the Mystic Association Alliance. It was built over 9 years and has a total of 108 floors. Challengers must defeat the guardian beast of each floor to advance. With each floor, the guardian beast gets stronger. Yumu clapped his hands excitedly. It's like playing a game. Ruachin continued, successful challengers will receive a tower medal, which can be exchanged for various rewards. He stood up. I've told you how to get rich. The rest is up to you. Yumu then thought seriously, asterisk the Tower of Honor. I should really go try it when I have time. Asterisk. At that moment, Tangan walked by. Li Yunmu, why are you sitting here alone? Did you fight with someone? He was startled. Senior. He looked at him and said, in a few days, Tianwen Bao will open the Mangyo Valley battlefield. It will be open for a month. You can take that opportunity to travel, train, or gather resources. You're a good seedling. It would be a waste to miss this opportunity. Yumu was dazed. Thank you, senior. 3 days later, at the library. The atmosphere was very quiet. Yumu was buried in a pile of books. He seemed to be very busy. After a while, Yumu sighed wearily. Damn it, this thing is too hard to understand. I don't get it at all. In the end, he had to make a resolution. Asterisk if I don't understand, I have to try harder. After all, Tang Ruachin. Asterisk he recalled that time. Ruachin had handed him an item. Take it. Yumu was surprised. What is this? Ruachin said. This is a map to the entrance of a secret realm. He opened it curiously to look. He explained, the entrance is roughly in the Dark Realm's Mara Mountain battlefield of the Mangyo Valley battlefield. I heard you'll be going there in a little while. This is for you. Yumu frowned. What the hell is this map? I can't understand a single word. Ruachin said again. The words on it are in an ancient language. You'll have to translate it yourself. Whether you can or not is up to you. Back in the present, he was trying to translate the words on it. Mara Mountain battlefield is 138,640 kilometers from the Magu battlefield. At the same time, Nijia's voice rang out. Mara Mountain battlefield? That's a dangerous area. And it's also a dark realm. She asked sharply, you're not looking for information on the Magu battlefield. Why are you looking up this dangerous place? Yumu stood up and said hurriedly, it's nothing. I just heard about this place before, so I was a little curious. She pouted. I don't believe you. Nijia shouted. Do you know how dangerous that place is? Lower your voice. This is a library, even if you have strong protection. She was so worried she was about to cry. So what if you're a disciple of a hidden sect? This place isn't somewhere you can just go whenever you want. Yumu looked at the girl in front of him with a pained expression. Then he gently patted her head with affection, his voice warm. All right, I know. Seeing Nijia on the verge of tears, his heart also felt uneasy. Letting her worry about a fool like me who likes to take risks. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Nijia's small heart felt like it was about to melt. He continued, I see that place must be very dangerous, right? That's why you're so agitated. But that's just how things are in this world. Seeing Nijia still sad, Yumu said again, no matter how dangerous it is, what needs to be done must be done. How about this? I promise you, no matter what, even if it's for you, I will come back alive. Pinky swear. Her eyes were teary again as she looked at him. Nijia felt a bit more at ease. She quickly composed herself and wiped her tears. But she still pinky swore with Yumu. Whether you come back or not has nothing to do with me. What do you mean, for me? Yumu was happy. You're finally smiling. You're still prettier when you smile. Immediately after, Nijia also left. I'm not paying attention to you anymore. You blockhead who doesn't understand. If anything happens, you have to tell me. Yumu replied happily. De Xiong hid behind and smiled cunningly. Our little Moo is really popular. Lu Chong continued. This Li Yunmu kid really knows his stuff. Lingyan replied. Li Yunmu made Lu Nijia cry. And Li Si shouted in frustration. I'm so angry. After everyone had left, Yumu looked at the books on the table again. He started to flip through them to study. Mara Mountain battlefield, huh? Even though he said that, he was still very cautious. It seems this trip will be really dangerous. Immediately after, he went to register his name. Yumu handed over the paper. Is this okay? The staff checked it and then said, all right, leave the registration form here. You can go pay the transmission fee. He felt a bit regretful. The fee to go to the Tower of Honor is 500,000. So expensive. Yumu walked and mumbled. If it weren't for needing the ancient ice weave talisman to practice my saber, I wouldn't have come. A voice came from behind him. Xiaoyu, there are so many silver mystics here. Qingyu immediately replied, of course. The people who dare to come here are all elites. Linley looked at him. Xiaoyu, look. That person seems to be a silver mystic. Meanwhile, Yumu was shamelessly haggling. Hey miss, I'm here to pay. Can you give me a discount? Asterisk, what are you rushing for? No one said I couldn't bargain. Asterisk, Qingyu replied. What's so strange about that? The people here, even if they're only silver mystics, are much stronger than others. What Qingyu saw in front of her was startling enough to make her break out in a cold sweat. She looked at Yunmu's back and thought, why does this person feel so familiar? Yunmu was busy arguing. This is my hard-earned blood, sweat, and tears. Are you saying I can't even complain about the price? What kind of attitude is that? Who are you calling a loudmouth? Qingyu thought. Just looking at his back makes me want to punch him. Immediately, she walked up to Yumu. Excuse me, sir. He turned around, dazed. Yumu was so startled that he had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming. He quickly turned his face away, his mind screaming. Asterisk, why is this woman here? And with Linley, of all people. Asterisk, he even squatted down. Asterisk, I'm so screwed. The two women in this world who hate me the most are both here right now. Asterisk, Qingyu spoke up, sir. Finally out of options, he stood up. He was still calculating his next move. This is the only way. Then, Yumu said in a loud, strange voice. I was wondering who was calling me. Turns out it's two beautiful ladies. I thought he had some brilliant plan, but who knew he'd just act like a weirdo. Linley couldn't help but be startled when she saw him. This guy looks special. Qingyu's face darkened. She bowed her head. My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. Yumu continued, sweating. Pretty lady, didn't your mother ever tell you that hitting on men like this could get you kidnapped? He tried to act like a rogue. Qingyu shouted in frustration. You, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you have any idea who I am? Yumu glared at her. Who are you? I don't give a damn who you are. Stop bothering me. Or do you want me to rip your clothes off and sell you to some mountain brute as a wife? Linley couldn't listen anymore and pulled her away. That's enough, Xiaoyu. Why bother with a creep like him? Let's go. Qingyu fumed silently. Asterisk, that bastard. That ugly guy is just like that monkey, foul-mouthed and treating me like an idiot. Asterisk, she remembered what he had said. I'm here to win, not to save face. As soon as the two left, Yumu relaxed his face back to normal. He glanced over. Asterisk, they're finally gone. My face went completely stiff. I almost couldn't change it back. Staring like that for so long nearly made me puke. This isn't a sustainable solution. Asterisk, just then, he heard a girl's voice. Hello? Interested in some guild souvenirs? Yumu immediately walked over. The girl's voice was still bright and clear. Thank you for purchasing our commemorative mask. Please come again. The shout he'd let out earlier was so loud it could have been heard across the entire city. Yunmu's perspective was a bit different. My God, how many mystic crystals did this cost? It turned out he was drawn to the girl because he wanted to buy this useless item. To have such a large star realm. Qingyu walked over again. Hey, ugly. What are you gawking at? Awed by Xiansu's star realm. Yumu yelped. Ouch. He was surprised. Xiansu. Qingyu was confused. Why did he turn into a fish? She explained. Xiansu is the founder of the guild and the first person to awaken mystic power. How do you not even know that? During the Dark Ages, he gave humanity a beacon of hope. Yumu was astonished. That senior from 200 years ago? He's still alive. Qingyu said, don't talk nonsense. He's doing just fine. She looked at Yumu and guessed. This is your first time at the tower, isn't it? Don't underestimate the Tower of Honor, built by the collective power of the guild's mystics. If you're not careful, you won't even know how you died. He was utterly shocked. People die here? Qingyu continued. The Tower of Honor doesn't just have 108 floors going up. There are another 108 floors going down into the earth. People call it the Fallen Tower. Only those who have been to the Dark Domain and possess a Fallen Pass are qualified to enter. Yumu was surprised. Asterisk the Dark Domain. The place I want to go is also a Dark Domain. Asterisk then. Qingyu led him to a place full of mechanical contraptions. This is it. Yumu looked around and then asked her, "This is the Tower of Honor?" The architecture is so strange. Qingyu couldn't help but mock him. Nothing in this world is stranger than your face. I'm going in first. You'd better pray for your own good fortune. He teased her again. Wait. Beautiful lady, let's exchange contact info. Qingyu was exasperated. Don't call me beautiful lady. Your whole family is beautiful. When Qingyu left, Yumu silently looked around. The Tower of Honor. He made a resolution. Let's see what this place is really all about. Yumu quickly entered. A door opened automatically, and he was immediately startled. The reason for his strange expression was that in front of him were 3 doors. Yumu couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk the Mystic's Door, the Transcendent Mystic's Door, the Saint Mystic's Door. What is all this? Asterisk after the system explained for a while, he was still dazed. So, does that mean I can only enter the Mystic's Door for now? And something else made him scratch his head in surprise. There were rankings on each door. Yumu took off his fish hat to get a better look, and another shocking discovery was made. He exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap! That martial arts maniac is on the board again. I can't lose to him." At the same time, the system warned him that he was in an evil space, and for now, Yumu had to wait. But he was a bit puzzled. An evil space? Yumu sat down, bored. Asterisk what's going on? Isn't this the star realm created by Shinsu? Asterisk. Before he could finish his thought, the system immediately sent another notification. Yumu was bewildered. Is that all? The system warned again. Once you die in the tower will absorb all of your void origin. This startled Yumu. What did you say? The system explained. Any player who dies in the tower will be absorbed by the master of this space. He was shocked. Asterisk it's just a trial tower, but it can be lethal? This isn't normal. Could someone be using the reward system to lure the continent's elites to challenge the tower, just to absorb their void origin and expand their starry sky world? Asterisk. Yumu gritted his teeth. Asterisk Shinsu, the founder of this tower. Isn't he the first human hero to awaken his powers? How could this be? Asterisk he immediately gave a command. System, perform a deep scan of the entire Tower of Honor. Find Shinsu's location. The system quickly found him. Yumu shouted anxiously. Where is he now? A thick, dense darkness quickly enveloped him. According to the system's analysis, this tower is the incarnation of the Mother Stone and the Realm Master, Yumu deduced. Asterisk incarnated as a tower? So he's watching my every move right now? Asterisk. According to the system, Shinsu had become a true god. Yumu was a little annoyed. Asterisk a 12-star, true god. He's already condensed 7 stars. Only 5 more to go. A man regarded by humanity as a true god is willing to sacrifice the lives of others just to achieve godhood. Asterisk. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How disgusting. Finally, he made up his mind. If you're going to use others like this, then I'll use you too. Open the door. The place he entered was another dimension. It was pitch black inside. In front of him was something that looked like an old iron cage. Yumu couldn't help but be surprised. He looked around. Everything was empty, but the danger was actually above him. The moment those mutated beasts saw him, they roared madly and charged. As soon as he heard the noise, he immediately turned around cautiously. Caught off guard, Yumu was scratched by one of them. He quickly blocked with both hands, but was still knocked far away. The surrounding ground cracked from the impact. Yumu tried to dig his feet into the ground to stabilize himself. His arm was deeply scratched, and fresh blood flowed freely. Yumu looked at them, genuinely startled. Asterisk that was close. These are Hellclaw nether rats. It said that their strength is comparable to a peak silver mystic. Asterisk. He looked at them and clicked his tongue in amazement. To think they'd release 9 of them at once. Yumu smirked. And this is only the first floor? That bastard Shinsu really wants people to die, doesn't he? Seeing the pack of mutated rats rushing towards him, Yumu was surprised. Oh, all at once. He began to channel his inner power. Fine by me. I don't have much time to waste anyway. As he finished speaking, A cunning glint flashed in Yumu's eyes. Shadow system activate. The moment he spoke, a blue figure appeared, its powerful sword slashing straight towards the rat. As it died, gold coins shot out from its body. Li Yun stood there majestically, like a general preparing for battle. Seeing the items burst out, Yumu was extremely pleased. More tower coins. Behind him, 3 ferocious rats shrieked in unison and lunged at Li Yun. He didn't even turn around. A powerful inner force erupted from his body, and the rats were quickly blown to bits. They only had time to let out a single cry before completely vanishing. Meanwhile, Li Feng had also swiftly dealt with the other rats. Yumu stood to the side, satisfied. After training in the dimensional battlefield for so long, have they learned to coordinate with each other? He scanned his surroundings. Looks like the first floor is cleared. Return, number 1, number 2. As he spoke, a large hole appeared, and a door gradually rose from within. Something's coming up. He peered closer. This is the exchange list. Ancient Ice Weave Talisman, 100 tower coins. Raging Thunder Weave Talisman, 100 tower coins. That's actually not expensive. Buying one of these outside would cost at least $1 million. Yumu swiped his hand. Qing Ji, Mystic Power, Red Star Max level. Only obtainable from the blood of a 6th dimension wind dragon? You can even exchange for something this high level? No wonder so many mystics are willing to bet their lives to challenge this tower. Suddenly, his eyes froze on something. Wait a minute. This is... The item on the system screen was Blood of the Shadow Saintess, 2,500 tower coins. He remembered complaining before. You've got to be kidding me. The only thing in the box is this seed. At the time, he had looked at the tiny seed in his hand with great suspicion. This seed is a secret treasure? For real? And according to the system, this thing needed to be watered with the blood of a saintess to bloom and bear fruit. Back then, he hadn't even paid it any mind. Forget it. The Shadow Saintess is a 7th dimension humanoid life form. They live deep in the shadows and are extremely hard to find. There's no way I can find her blood. Returning to the present, Yumu was utterly astonished. Something so difficult to obtain can actually be exchanged for here? I have to find a way to get this. But right now, I only have 10 tower coins. The system, sensing his greed, reminded him to be realistic. Yumu grumbled. All right, I know. You're so noisy. I'll be careful. He took a step forward, and a tile rose beneath his feet. Yumu calculated. This is only the first floor. Clearing a few more floors shouldn't be a problem, right? On the second floor, Li Yun and Li Feng also held the advantage. He quickly passed with ease. Reaching the 3rd floor, his momentum was still going strong. Another floor cleared. He continued to the 4th floor. It seemed nothing could challenge him yet. Yumu passed again. Before long, he had reached the 5th floor. This time, there was bound to be a bit of a challenge. Yumu was panting, but also incredibly excited. I accidentally fought my way to the 5th floor. Looks like, Pausing for a moment, he told himself, I need to get a little more serious. In front of Yumu were 49 Hellclaw Nether Rats and 1 Nether Rat Battle General. Li Feng and Li Yun quickly flanked Yumu. He charged forward, shouting, Let's go. Looking at the giant monster, Yumu began to command. Number 1, attack its left side. Li Yun immediately obeyed, his feet gliding swiftly through the air. Immediately after, Li Yun gripped his sword tightly and coldly slashed straight at the target. The monster quickly noticed. It dodged, its eyes unable to hide their ferocity. Instantly, it swung its arm fiercely, smashing it mercilessly towards Li Yun. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Yumu was startled and jumped back. Damn it. I can't even get close. Immediately after, he gave another order. Number 2, feign an attack on the big one to draw its fire. He looked at Li Yun, who was flattened on the ground. Hey, number 1, how long are you going to lie there? Get up and do your job. These small fries are on you. Yumu darted around like a sparrow, his feet a blur. If a close-range attack won't work. Then, he gathered his momentum and leaped into the air. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. His hand gripped something tightly. Yumu shouted, Then I'm counting on you. Big bro ruin. As he finished speaking, a powerful source of inner energy appeared in his hand. A black hole appeared in the sky. This was the celestial devouring moon. The bow in his hand was quickly summoned. Yumu used the celestial devouring moon technique to take it down. The intense light from the bow cast a shadow over half of Yunmu's face, giving him a demonic look. The monster quickly sensed the pressure behind it and immediately turned its head. At the same time, the arrow was released. He shouted, "Go!" Instantly, a stream of energy in the shape of a ferocious wolf lunged forward. It bit down hard on the monster's arm. Its speed was so great that the monster could only stand still and take the hit. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yunmu formed a hand seal and shouted again. As he finished, a massive explosion occurred. Gold coins rained down incessantly. He landed gently on the ground. The air was thick with smoke and dust. Yunmu let out a long sigh. It's over. He looked at the endless stream of falling coins and couldn't help but wonder, why did so many tower coins pop out? Was that big one really that fat? Looking over at Li Yun, who was working tirelessly, Yunmu couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like the minions are taken care of too." He began to focus and calculate. So, first floor, 10 coins. Second floor, 20 coins. That means I should have tower coins now. After a moment, his mind was a tangled mess again. He groaned in frustration. I'm not counting anymore. It's killing me. In short, he paused, his eyes turning cunning. I just need to keep fighting like this. Elsewhere, a girl stared at a screen, worried. Our Yun hasn't been online for days. Did something happen? Her male companion sneered. He must have lost to Tang Duochan in the barrier and is too scared to show his face. Look, even Li Yun and Li Feng don't dare to show up on the dimensional battlefield anymore. Li Yunmu's fans. The girl shouted angrily, "Monkey, our boy can win even in reality." At that moment, a sound suddenly rang out, making the two of them pause. Special broadcast now playing. Special broadcast now playing. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent. As a silver mystic, he has successfully cleared the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor. The announcement repeated. The young man was startled by the sound. Asterisk the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor? A silver mystic? How is that possible? Asterisk meanwhile, in the Central Continent Royal City, someone handed over a stack of papers. The documents you requested have arrived. The man looked over, surprised. So it's this kid, a mere silver mystic who reached the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor. Yes, the War God Temple has already announced that Li Yunmu will be included as a trial member. A cunning smile appeared. Those old geezers move fast. Announce that I am appointing Li Yunmu as the young star general of the Central Continent. His family is officially granted the right to reside in the Central Continent Royal City. Grant him the young star general's mansion. Hearing his master's words, the young man had no objections and obediently replied. The entire city was in an uproar that night with a series of announcements. The War God Temple has announced that Li Yunmu will be included as a trial member, with the qualification to undergo the War God Temple's trials. The Central Continent Royal City has announced the appointment of Li Yunmu as the young star general of the Central Continent, granting him the young star general's mansion and allowing him to form his own star general guard. Everyone was incredibly impressed. Holy crap, the War God Temple and the Mystic Guild have already started fighting over him. Their reaction is way too fast. The old-timers were also buzzing. To appoint a silver mystic like this. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen it. It seems he's a very talented young man. At the same time, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Honor, the chubby rat roared incessantly as it charged madly. This was the Emperor. Yunmu struggled for a while before smiling in satisfaction. Very good. I've caught it. He looked at it and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a gold star dimensional beast. It took all of my power. Immediately after, once he had gathered enough strength, Yunmu shouted, "Celestial devouring moon." At his command, a massive explosion instantly rang out. Those gold coins once again rained down like a storm. And because of that shockwave, he couldn't maintain his balance either. He himself was sent flying far away. His face was a bit scraped up after reaching the 11th floor. Yunmu panted heavily. I won. I'm also about to reach my limit. It's been a long time since I've fought with all my might like this. This time, I've gotten a rough idea of my own strength. It seems that now, if my number 1 and number 2 join forces, they can fight a gold star mystic. Then he quickly approached the announcement board. Let me see. How many tower coins do I have now? Looking over, Yumu couldn't help but be startled. So the king was worth that much? It dropped 300 coins directly. So now I should have 2,730 coins. He suddenly remembered the saintess's blood. Doesn't that mean I can now? Yumu was dazed. Asterisk, I've already accumulated so much by the 11th floor. These tower coins aren't that hard to get, are they? Asterisk. The system explained that it was because he was now a silver mystic, so the coin rewards were higher. Yumu was surprised. Is that so? He then tapped the system. In that case, it was right for me not to upgrade my star hard all this time. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shone directly at him. Yumu was startled and covered his face, shouting at the same time. Faced with this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration and wonder, what is it? As he finished speaking, something very strange fell from the sky. Yumu wondered, this is... It turned out to be a large scale, looking just like the scales of justice for Libra. A voice suddenly rang out. Please offer up your tower coins. Yumu found it a bit interesting. There's even a guiding voice. He walked around it for a moment to inspect it, then looked up at the scale pan. Is it here? Immediately after, he followed the instructions and put all his coins in. The clear sound of money clinking was pleasant to the ear. Instantly, the other scale pan prepared to reveal something. He watched intently, full of anticipation. Its appearing, a large vial of blood was now in Yunmu's possession. He was excited. With this, I can water the shadow seed. Yumu then closed his eyes. In his mind, a commanding voice quickly rang out. Enter the star realm. As soon as he entered, Yumu exclaimed, when did it get so messy? From now on, I can't just carelessly toss things into the star realm. He held a shovel and dug through the chaotic mess. I remember tossing it somewhere around here. Finally, he found that tiny seed. Great. I found it. He began to sit down and dig. He dug a hole and put the seed in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My land, my place. In just a moment, he had finished digging and burying. Yumu was satisfied. All right. Finally, he took out the vial of blood he had just found. Now, I just need to water it with this. Yumu slowly and carefully poured it, as if he were feeding a child. Very quickly, a tiny sprout immediately broke through the soil. On top of that small stem was a leaf, emitting a gentle purple light. The leaves immediately sprouted and grew. The tiny bud gradually formed into a small flower. This growth startled Yumu. It's already blooming so quickly? At the same time, the flower bud suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Cracks gradually appeared on the flower. In just a moment, that light erupted like a volcanic eruption, startling Yumu and causing him to fall down. Damn, it's opening. He stared at the flower and cursed. It's only been a moment, and it's already stunned me twice. Sooner or later, you guys are going to stun me blind. The space then returned to its normal state. He slowly got up. What on earth did I just grow? When he looked closer, Yumu was even more astonished. What is this? Inside the petals, a tiny little girl was sound asleep. This was the Shadow Queen. He had finally succeeded in hatching her. She looked like a tiny fairy. Even in her sleep, she mumbled, her mouth constantly emitting small, cat-like cries. Yumu looked at her, his heart feeling like it was about to melt. He couldn't help but exclaim, so small, so cute, a super-duper cute daughter. The queen turned over, her face even more adorable. Yunmu's soul was stirred. I really want to poke her cheek. Because he was being so noisy, she couldn't sleep deeply anymore. Her small eyes slowly opened. Yumu smiled brightly. The little one is awake. The Shadow Queen sat up, stretching languidly after her long sleep. Yumu brought his finger up to touch her nose and whispered, "Shoo. Hello, little one." The little girl looked at him, equally captivated. Yumu quickly introduced himself. My name is Li Yumu. I'll be in your care. The queen blinked once. Yumu also looked at her gently, as if afraid that a louder voice would startle the queen. The little girl then raised her hands, babbling for a hug. Immediately after, the Shadow Queen lunged forward and hugged him tightly. But Yumu was startled. Before he could even regain his composure, his body was sent flying far away, tumbling several times in the air. The Shadow Queen looked at him like that, and she too was momentarily stunned. Yumu lay sprawled on the ground. The sharp pain that shot through him prevented him from sitting up right away. His mouth could still mumble, "My life." After a pause, Yunmu's eyes widened in disbelief again. "That's outrageous." He lifted the little girl into his hands. "I can't believe a seed could actually grow into a child. Little one, from today on, you'll follow me." Suddenly, the Shadow Queen frowned. Her pouting face was incredibly adorable. He immediately guessed, "Are you hungry?" "But I don't have anything edible on me right now." Yunmu quickly tried to soothe her. "Just endure it for a little while. Wait until we get out." But before he could finish his sentence, the little girl's eyes filled with tears. Seeing the little one's tears, his heart felt like it was about to break. Yunmu was flustered. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll think of something." According to the system, the queen survives on blood, so Yunmu could give her his own blood. He was surprised. "A little blood will be enough." Immediately after, Yunmu didn't hesitate to offer his hand. "Here, drink. Drink as much as you want." The queen was greedy. She happily hugged his finger, biting and sucking on it non-stop. Yunmu was secretly satisfied. Asterisk for such an adorable daughter, what's a little blood loss? Besides, she's so small, how much can she drink? Asterisk as soon as that thought crossed his mind, his face immediately turned pale. He couldn't help but let out a cry. Finally unable to bear it, he shouted at the system. "Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Why does she keep sucking? Even an elephant couldn't handle this. Damn it, are you trying to kill me?" But the system said it might be because the quality of his blood was poor, so she had to drink more. Half an hour later, the queen had finally finished drinking her blood. She was content from being full. As for Yunmu, he looked as if he had become a dried-up skeleton. But he still asked, "Are you full? Don't you want a little more? I think I'm already seeing angels." Due to excessive blood loss, Yunmu had to drink a sweet beverage to recharge his energy. He couldn't help but be startled. "I never thought I'd one day be on the verge of death because of a little kid." At the same time, the queen suddenly appeared again. Yumu was also a bit surprised. She happily hugged Yunmu. It seemed the queen was extremely satisfied with this father. She was just like a child. As soon as she was full, her mood immediately brightened. The system announced again that the Shadow Queen walks in the Void Rift. As long as she doesn't appear, others won't be able to detect her. Yunmu was pleased. "Well, that's really convenient." The system continued. The Shadow Queen's strongest ability is cultivation replication. Yunmu was surprised. "Cultivation replication?" The system replied. "The queen can replicate the cultivation level of any mystic at or below the saint level." Yunmu was surprised. "Doesn't that make her even stronger than me?" According to the system, how strong a cultivation the queen can replicate depends on how much power he gives her. Yunmu looked at the Shadow Queen running and jumping on the ground and quickly understood. "So that's how it is. All right, little one, let's go." He cheerfully pointed at himself and then said to her, "Dad will teach you how to fight." Immediately after, the two of them quickly returned to the original tower. The queen was perched on his shoulder. As soon as Yunmu returned, he was surprised. It's not rats anymore. Now they've changed to bird people. This was the 12th floor of the Tower of Honor. The girls flying in the air were 9 siren bird demons. The moment the Shadow Queen saw those demons, she shrieked. Yunmu found it amusing. She's got a lot of fighting spirit. But after just a moment, the Shadow Queen came running back in tears after being beaten. Yunmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What on earth did you go and do?" The bird demon opened its mouth wide, and ice gradually gathered inside. Immediately after, it blew a powerful blast towards the Shadow Queen. The little girl panicked, crying as she ran for her life. Seeing his daughter being bullied like this, Yunmu couldn't help but feel anxious. "Get out of the way." The spot that was hit by the ice blast was frozen solid. Yunmu quickly flew up. He hurriedly grabbed the Shadow Queen. He looked at her trembling in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. "That was dangerous. I'm glad you're okay." Immediately after, he looked over at the flock of bird demons. "You bastards! How dare you do this to my daughter?" His face turned grim at that moment, like a demon from hell. "Die!" Immediately after, Yunmu put the little girl down on the ground. "Wait here for a bit. Dad will be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu shot over to the side of the bird demon that had just attacked his daughter. It couldn't help but be startled when it saw him. Yumu spoke with contempt. Bird demon. Yumu viciously used both hands to rip off the bird demon's wings. My daughter just now received your... He hadn't finished his words before the bird demon screamed in pain. Yumu ruthlessly stomped its head into the ground. Its 2 wings were torn off. He then continued with the last word, care. Another one flew over and was immediately blocked by him. Bird demon, listen to me carefully. Don't underestimate the power of a father's love. As he finished speaking, the feathers around him continued to fly about chaotically. Yet another bird demon lost its life because its companion had set its greedy eyes on Yunmu's little daughter. He acted with extreme decisiveness. A single blow was enough to slice the bodies of those bird women in half. Fresh blood and gold coins rained down everywhere. Seeing how cool Yumu was, the Shadow Queen couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Over here, the remaining bird demons, seeing how ruthless he was, also became more wary. It was as if they were facing an enemy where it was either you live or I die. So, that bird demon immediately braced itself and let out a loud scream. The ground where he was standing began to crack and shake from her piercing cry, as if there were an earthquake. His ears couldn't take it and started to bleed. Yumu felt a sense of unease. A sonic attack. Damn it, my body can't move. Over here, another bird demon took advantage of the good opportunity and let out a scream from a distance before flying straight over to attack him. As soon as she charged over, a massive explosion immediately rang out. Smoke and fire filled the sky. The Shadow Queen watched this scene, and she couldn't help but cry out in worry. Yumu spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he was sent tumbling several times in the air. Blood from his head wouldn't stop flowing due to the impact. Yumu was frustrated. This sonic wave is so annoying. If I can't break it, I'm dead for sure. The bird demon, of course, didn't stop. She continued to press her advantage, letting out a resounding scream. Yumu heard it and was secretly startled. It's happening again. At this moment, all 7 of his orifices were bleeding non-stop from that sonic wave. Yumu screamed out in pain. Meanwhile, the Shadow Queen also began to feel scared. She felt like she was about to cry, her mouth uncontrollably letting out chaotic screams. Finally, that small, bird-like cry suddenly changed into the growl of a ferocious beast. The Shadow Queen was unleashing her power. Hearing this sound from her, the other bird demons were momentarily startled. Immediately after, the little girl took a deep breath and swallowed everything into her stomach. Yumu knew as soon as he saw it. Is she swallowing the sonic wave along with the air? Over here, it seemed to be just as he had guessed. She was trying to swallow everything. Yumu also quickly stood up and hastily wiped the blood from his face. What kind of strange power is this? Seeing the little one sitting on the ground with a full, round belly, Yumu couldn't help but exclaim, "That's pretty useful, huh?" Seeing the queen sitting on the ground, Yumu stepped forward and held out his hand. "Come on, little one. If that's the case." He placed her on his shoulder, his eyes sharp and cold. "Then let's face this battle together." And half an hour later, in the Void Realm, the announcement sound rang out again. Now for a special broadcast. Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent, with the status of a Silver Mystic. Successfully cleared the 15th floor of the Tower of Honor. The announcement spread to every corner of the city. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. No way. This Silver Mystic is still pushing forward. He's too much of a monster. In the low-level city districts, wow, he's so cool. I told you he could definitely do it. In the new student dormitory of the academy, Bowen was deep in thought. He's already famous across all 6 continents. He smiled warmly, as if this were his own son. To have made a name for himself now, isn't it a bit too soon? In some wild landscape, Ling Shui exclaimed in surprise, "The 15th floor already?" She was sitting on the corpses of a pile of monsters. "Amazing. I can't wait to go back and fight you again." In the Tianlong Tang family fortress, Duo Jun was also watching the news. "What? That kid passed 15 floors so quickly? I'm definitely going to get an earful from Dad this time." He excitedly mumbled to himself, "Just you wait. I won't admit defeat so easily." The scene shifts again to some representative of Yin Tianbao. Eden was sad. "I'm sorry, Chairman. Last time, I shouldn't have failed." The person inside spoke. I never expected this kid to have such great potential. It seems he will definitely be the ace of the academy in the future. He'll become a threat to us later on. He asked again, what should we do now? This guy has been promoted to Young Star General. With Lee Yunmu's current power, he might be able to find out that we tried to assassinate him. He calculated, for a silver mystic to continuously pass 15 floors of the Tower of Honor, isn't that a bit surprising? But if he has the Battle Saint bloodline, then everything can be explained. Eden was surprised. The Battle Saint bloodline. The other person said again, go. Spread the news that Lee Yunmu has the Battle Saint bloodline. The more people who know, the better. He laughed cunningly. I understand. You are truly sinister. You want him to. After a pause, Esmida's face became more ferocious as he uttered 3 words. Have no place to be buried. Back to Yunmu's side. He was currently stepping over the messy corpses on the ground. He wasn't a machine, so of course he felt exhausted. He took a deep breath. So this is the 20th floor. Suddenly, Yunmu remembered. That's right. After passing the 20th floor, I think I'll be on the leaderboard. Isn't that being too showy? The system just now mentioned that there was a function to hide the number of floors cleared. That way, his name wouldn't appear on the leaderboard. Yunmu was surprised. There's a function like this? Why didn't you say so earlier? He immediately clicked on it. Then turn it off. I don't want others to pay too much attention anyway. But Yunmu didn't know that he had already shaken the world. He still knew nothing and was very satisfied. This way, even if I continue to fight, it won't attract too much attention. Outside, people continued to gossip. You guys look quickly. That Lee Yunmu passed the 20th floor and entered the Mystic leaderboard. Everyone was discussing it. Since the tower was built, this is the first time someone with the status of a silver mystic has squeezed onto that leaderboard. Where? Suddenly, his name quickly disappeared. How did it disappear? It was clearly here just now. The young man spoke up. Could he have died? How could he have died? He must have hidden his ranking. Powerful people all like to create a sense of mystery. A young man on the street couldn't help but chime in. But, I just heard a piece of news. They say this Lee Yunmu seems to have the Battle Saint bloodline. The crowd started gossiping again. The Battle Saint bloodline? No wonder Lee Yunmu's power could increase so quickly. The hunter's face darkened. Asterisk Lee Yunmu has the Battle Saint bloodline? I must report this to Tungwen immediately. Asterisk. Over here, the door of the tower quickly opened. He had also completed his tower run. Yunmu let out a tired sigh. I've been in the tower for too long. He greedily took a breath and felt very satisfied. The air outside is still fresher. He turned to look at the large backpack behind him and felt a sense of pride. This time was truly a great harvest. I managed to exchange for quite a few good things. As soon as he left the street, he heard quite a few whispers. Is that person Lee Yumu? It's him. And he hid his achievements. No one knows how many floors he actually cleared. Look at the bag he's carrying on his back. He might have passed the 30th or even the 40th floor. I heard he has the Battle Saint bloodline. It's truly unbelievable. He felt a bit uncomfortable and wondered to himself, why do I feel like everyone is paying attention to me? Am I imagining things? The scene shifts to the Tianyun City Mystic Guild. A voice suddenly rang out. I say, sister, why don't we just go back? Qing Yang grumbled. I'd say Lee Yunmu is 80% dead by now. Just look, he's not even on the rankings anymore. He kept nagging. Even if he's not dead, for me, the young city lord, to personally wait for him, that's giving him way too much face. Qing Yu said coldly, stop complaining here. This is an important job father gave us. We absolutely cannot be careless. Qing Yang reluctantly agreed. Yes, yes. As he finished speaking, the door moved with a strong jolt. Qing Yang was startled. Someone else is coming out. Yunmu, with a scowl on his face, mumbled, this is pissing me off. A 500,000 transmission fee is expensive no matter how you look at it. Seeing the person from a distance, Qing Yu shouted loudly, startling him. Lee Yumu. He was frightened and immediately put on his fish hat. Asterisk, why is she still here? I know I'm very handsome, but you don't need to keep following me around. Asterisk, Qing Yu shouted. Cut the crap. You're the beautiful one. She moved closer and lowered her voice. You don't need to pretend anymore. I know you're Lee Yumu. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble with you. I am under the city lord's orders to escort you to the city lord's mansion. Qing Yang sneered. No way. This idiot-looking guy is Li Yunmu. Yunmu took off his hat and retorted sharply. You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Qing Yang rushed forward to argue. You rotten brat. Do you know who I am? Say that again if you dare. I'll beat you to death. He didn't back down either. You're a dumbass. Go ahead, beat me to death. Qing Yang shouted. He called me a dumbass. I have to kill him. Sister, don't stop me. Over here. Qing Yu pushed him away forcefully. Li Yunmu, time is of the essence. Come with us quickly. He was on guard. I'm not going. Who knows what you people want to do? While they were still arguing, a message from someone was suddenly sent to him. Nai-tai. Yunmu was surprised. Why is this girl suddenly sending me a message? Over here. Qing Yang was getting a beating from his sister. Behave yourself for a bit. Nai-tai cried out in worry. You finally answered your phone. I thought you had died in the tower. Yunmu scratched his head. There's no need to cry. And how did you know I was just in the tower? Nai-tai said again. It's not just me. Now it seems like the whole world is about to know. He was startled. What? The whole world knows. Qing Yu walked over at the same time and greeted her cheerfully. Nai-tai. She exclaimed. Xiao Yu. It's been so long. Why are you with Li Yunmu? He was annoyed. I was just talking about that. Qing Yu recounted. It was father who told me to come pick him up. But it seems he's a little wary of us. Nai-tai said loudly. Li Yunmu, you should go. Xiao Yu is my best friend. She won't harm you. Yunmu really didn't want to go. Nai-tai started whining again. Please? Just go, please? He still couldn't stand it. All right. Stop crying. I'll go, okay? Then he spoke up. Let's go, beautiful lady. Lead the way. Qing Yu shouted. I told you not to call me beautiful lady. If father didn't want to see you, I would punch you right now. Throughout the journey, she couldn't stop frowning. Li Yunmu, you'd better rein in that roguish personality of yours. Qing Yang watched from a distance, secretly annoyed. This punk, seeing his smile, he couldn't help but think, Yunmu is really detestable. He was soon brought to a large villa. Qing Yu said, this is the place. Yunmu was impressed. So magnificent. As expected of the mansion of the Tianyun city lord. She said, if you like, you can follow this style to renovate your Azure Dragon mansion. Suddenly, she was startled to see Yunmu staring blankly. Could it be that during the time you were in the tower, you had no idea what was happening outside? Qing Yu then recounted, the Central Continent Royal City has appointed you and inducted you into the War God Temple. Qing Yang thought to himself, is this Li Yunmu an idiot? Hearing this, Yunmu panicked. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm famous now? I clearly try to hide my ranking. Qing Yu continued, this is just the beginning. There's more bad news. She put on a serious face. Now, everyone outside is saying that you have the Battle Saint bloodline. A huge question mark appeared in Yunmu's head. Qing Yu was once again startled. No way. You don't even know what the Battle Saint bloodline is. Qing Yu had to explain again. A Battle Saint is the highest level of a Saint Mystic, the reigning king of the current era. And a direct descendant of a Battle Saint is very likely to possess the powerful Battle Saint bloodline. She reached up and pulled her hat down low, her expression serious. Refining this Battle Saint bloodline can upgrade one to a Saint Mystic. After a pause, she concluded, so, mystics all over the world are eyeing the bloodline on you. Yunmu bristled. My father was just a small squad leader. What the hell kind of Battle Saint bloodline do I have? Qing Yu placed her hand on the door and continued, whether you have the bloodline or not, we have our own way of judging. As soon as they stepped inside, Qing Yu glanced around and then said, our Tianyun Saint wants to make a deal with you. The atmosphere in here suddenly became extremely tense. The people sitting here were all sent to be the face of their sects, including the representative of Feiyu City and the representative of Yawu City. Duo Zhun was the representative of Tianlong City, and there was also the representative of Machan City. The elder of the Qingyun sect saw him and immediately stood up to greet him. This must be Li Yunmu of the Li sect, correct? Yunmu walked in. He casually dropped the backpack from his shoulder. If you have something to say, just say it straight. Yunmu then found a good spot and stood leaning against his backpack. Let's not waste each other's time. After all, I still have a lot of things to do. The representative of Machan City laughed heartily. The kid is very arrogant, but I like it. The elder of the Qingyun sect also smiled brightly, as expected of someone from the Li sect, so straightforward in speech. He also got to the point. Do you know that in Tianyan City, the guild president and the city lord are two opposing forces? The two sides have equal power, so there is some friction between us. Tianyan City also maintains a delicate balance. Yumu sneered. Asterisk, no matter what arrow it is, the object of human conflict is still human. How ridiculous. Asterisk, he continued. But recently, this balance is about to be broken. So this time, we invited you here. The elder of the Qingyun sect said again. We hope that the Li sect behind you can join our Tianyan City Lord's faction. As long as the Li sect agrees to join, we will be your backing and protect you. He thought to himself, after all that talk, you just want to pull me into your gang. At this point, Yumu spoke calmly. Sorry, I refuse. This statement startled the elder. Refuse? Do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Without us? My apologies. He smiled. I'm afraid you've all forgotten that I'm a member of the Li family. The Li family can naturally protect me. Yumu thought to himself, if I were to join you like this, wouldn't that be equivalent to saying that the Li sect has no ability? The representative of Machin City offered a reward. Then I'll add 10 secret manuals for the Li sect. Yumu stood up straight. The one thing our Li family doesn't lack is secret manuals. Qingyang spoke up. We can gift a city guard to the Li sect. A surprise sound was heard. What? To concede to this extent? Qingyu continued. And all tax revenue will belong to the Li sect. There will be no need to hand it over to Tianyan City. She said to Yumu, this is the highest condition we can offer. What this condition means, you are a smart person, you probably know very well. Qingyang looked at his sister, stunned. Yumu thought to himself, asterisk, she's not wrong. This means I will have an autonomous city and an infinite amount of money. But my whole family, plus the shadows, is only 6 people. How can we manage a city? Wouldn't this expose the Li sect as a sham? Asterisk, after weighing the pros and cons, Yumu said again, sorry. Although the condition you offered is very attractive, but, suddenly, the sound of a table being slammed rang out. Enough, Qingyang said coldly. I've had enough of you for a long time. Do you know who you're talking to right now? We give you a little face, and you start acting all high and mighty. He glared at Yumu. Who do you think you are? Don't be ungrateful. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shouted, Men! His bodyguards from outside immediately rushed in. Yumu looked at the group of bodyguards. He began to be more cautious. Qingyu also stood up anxiously. Qingyang, what do you want to do? He said arrogantly. If this kid doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to cooperate with our Tianyan City, then let's just. His eyes flashed with a vicious light. Refine him and give him to a neutral sect in exchange for their loyalty. Before he could finish speaking, Yunmu's fist immediately shot out. The other guy couldn't help but bleed from his nose. His punch sent him flying far away, his body like a ball. The rest of the group looked at the guy and couldn't help but be startled. He's way too strong. They looked at him in surprise. Asterisk, didn't they say he was just a silver mystic kid? This is not the strength of a silver mystic at all. Asterisk, Duo Jun spoke with contempt. A bunch of idiots. Judging his strength by his realm is completely meaningless. That kid, he glanced over, is intentionally not upgrading. His combat power might have already surpassed the mystic level. Qingyang shouted, You bunch of trash. So many of you can't even handle him? Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Get him for me. Immediately after, his bodyguards followed the order and rushed forward blindly. His eyes immediately turned cold. With a quick move, he caught the arm of the attacking bodyguard. With just one move, he swiftly slammed the guy onto the floor. Another one slipped past. He intended to sneak attack Yumu from behind. But how could he get past his eyes? Yumu immediately turned around and struck. The man only had time to scream once. His face was already like a steamed bun that he had punched. The remaining two who were aggressively charging forward, seeing their comrade like that, couldn't help but be startled. Yumu cracked his knuckles. He stood there calmly. Continue. Qingyu shouted in alarm. Qingyang, tell your men to stop. Who gave you permission to do this? She said anxiously. What are you all still sitting here for? Hurry up and stop them. The elder said calmly. Why bother? If he's so dismissive of the conditions we've offered. As he spoke, his face showed great interest. I want to see just how capable he really is. Hearing this, Qingyu was also stunned. But it seemed she thought he had a point, so she also fell silent. Qing Yang shouted repeatedly, "A bunch of trash. The worst of you is still a high-tier mystic, yet you can't even handle a silver mystic. I see you all don't want to work anymore." Before he could finish scolding, his underlings rushed forward, and the result left Qing Yang stunned. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. The words were stuck in his throat. Yumu's face darkened. He looked at Qing Yang with some annoyance. "It's your turn." He backed away. "Stop. I told you to stop. Do you hear me?" Qing Yang was so panicked that he fell to the ground. "Don't come over here. Do you know who I am? I'm the City Lord's son." Seeing the inner power emanating from his hand, Qing Yu was secretly startled. This is the mystic power of the lightning attribute. How does he have it? Back at the fighting arena, he still had ordinary mystic power. He then immediately stopped holding back and rushed over. Qing Yang retreated in fear until he was pressed against the door, while Yumu had no intention of stopping. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Qing Yang kept crying out in vain, "Don't come over here." Seeing that he was about to deal with Qing Yang, the representatives on the other side also became anxious. "Kid, stop." But of course, he didn't listen. A massive explosion immediately rang out. But immediately after, Yumu was suddenly thrown back, tumbling several times in the air. Yumu seemed to have sensed something. He frowned and looked over to the other side. The representative of Yawu City couldn't help but be startled. Qing Yang was actually, by this kid. She looked over and couldn't help but wonder, that's not right. There seems to be something inside. Qing Yang was not dead yet. He was protected by a blue shield in front of him. Everyone was surprised. A defensive shield? At the same time, a voice rang out. "Young friend, please show mercy. This child is overly arrogant. Don't stoop to his level. I will punish him myself." Yumu quickly realized, a sound transmission technique. There's a saint mystic nearby, Everyone on the other side also stood up anxiously. This voice is the City Lord's. The City Lord has made a move. Yumu said loudly. "City Lord, is it? If you personally intervene, then I will give you face." "Actually, you're overthinking it. I never intended to kill him," he said coldly. "A piece of trash who only knows how to rely on his father is not worthy of being killed by me." Qing Yang was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to argue back. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare to utter them. "This guy?" That voice rang out again. "Qing Yu." She immediately replied, "I'm here." "Over here." Yumu casually dusted off his hands. The City Lord said again, "Take this kid to the back garden. I want to meet him personally." Yumu walked for a while. He was tired. "Are we there yet?" "Your house is really big." Qing Yu spoke up, "It's right ahead." At the same time, his body glowed. A voice rang out, "Kid, are you there?" It seemed to be Mingya. He continued, "You might meet an old geezer in a bit. The moment you see him, immediately copy his cultivation." Yumu was startled and cried out. He immediately reminded him, "Keep your voice down." Qing Yu quickly led him to a room. The architecture here all used fingerprint-activated doors. As soon as they entered, a thin man was already sitting and waiting. Qing Yu spoke up, "Father, I've brought him." As soon as he saw him, he was impressed. Indeed, not an ordinary aura. The moment he saw him, Yunmu's eyes couldn't help but freeze. Qing Yu's father then looked at him and smiled brightly. "Li Yunmu, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yunmu looked at him and couldn't help but be secretly startled. What's with this body? A body like this, can it even live? He saw his reaction and immediately realized that Yumu was very surprised. And he just stood there, not knowing that Qing Yu's father was also looking at him. He couldn't help but ask, "Very surprising, isn't it? Did you not expect the legendary saint to?" Then he took off his outer robe. After a pause, he continued, "Looks so miserable?" It was true, his entire chest was just a frame of bones. If it weren't for the skin, one might mistake him for a moving skeleton. Qing Yu was a bit embarrassed. "Father, it's all because you used a forbidden technique to forcefully upgrade to a saint, and the backlash turned you into this." Seeing his daughter's shyness, he also teased her. "Looking closely, this kid is not bad. I'm telling you, you're not young anymore." She blushed and shouted. Qing Yu spoke up again. "Father, don't talk nonsense." He smiled happily. "If you don't have a partner, I'm also in a hurry." Yunmu cut in. "I say, old man, Did you call me here just to watch the family drama between you and your daughter? Qingyu's father smiled brightly. Just kidding. I called you here because I need the power of the Li sect to join Tianyun City. He said again, and to join the Qingyun sect to counter the power of the Mystic Guild. I think you can see that it won't be long now. If things continue as they are. Once I die, Tianyun City will surely undergo a great change. As the city lord protecting this land, I am not willing to see Tianyun City fall into chaos and its people suffer. He spoke again. Sorry, our Li sect is just a small sect. I don't think we can help you with anything. Yumu thought. Asterisk, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Besides, the Li sect is really just me. How can I help you? Asterisk. Even though he refused, he was still very amiable and gestured for him to come closer. Young man, come here for a moment. Lend me your ear. I have something to say to you. Yumu also complied and knelt down. He then whispered, I say, that Li sect of yours doesn't exist, does it? Hearing this, Yumu couldn't help but be startled. The moment the words were spoken, Yumu was so scared that his whole body swayed. Qingyu was stunned. What's wrong with you? He began to feel wary. Asterisk, how does he know? What other secrets of mine does he know? Asterisk, looking at that smiling face, Yumu became even more cautious. Asterisk, what does he want to do? Threaten me into working for him? Asterisk. He turned to his daughter. Yuer, please leave us for a moment. I have something to discuss with him in private. Seeing him coughing violently, Qingyu was worried. Father, you should rest. He waved it off. It's fine. It won't take too long. As soon as she turned to leave, he patted his side and gestured for him to come closer. Young man, don't be nervous. I won't harm you. Sit over here. Although he said that, how could he believe it? Yumu pouted and looked at him. Then he still decided to sit down. Asterisk, forget it. Whether you want to chop me up or kill me, it's up to you. Asterisk, Qinyu's father was amiable. What's wrong? It's as if I'm going to eat you. Yunmu's face was as gloomy as if someone had punched him. He glanced over. How did you know the Li sect was fake? He laughed heartily. I was just tricking you just now. After hearing that, Yumu immediately wanted to faint. He explained again. My subordinates couldn't find any clues related to the Li sect. It would be strange if I didn't suspect whether the Li sect truly existed. Yumu couldn't help but curse. This old fox, he said again. And I know you don't have the bloodline at all. Capturing you and handing you over to other sects is naturally not something I would do. He leaned his head against his backpack nonchalantly. Sorry to disappoint you. Then Qinyu's father smiled happily again. So you should still join me with your Li sect. Yumu was puzzled. I say, old man, are you senile? Didn't you already know that the Li sect is fake? My joining you won't enhance your combat power at all. He said again, whether the Li sect is real or fake is fundamentally not important. What the truth is actually not important. What's important is that you make people feel an unfathomable fear towards you. This is what I need. Hearing him say this, Yumu was still a bit wary and thought silently for a moment. Then, he handed him an item. That's right. Take this. Yumu looked over. A jade pendant. He said again, Yuer is a good child. He recounted, she was an orphan. When I found her on the street, she was as sick as I am now. After I adopted her, she always wanted to do something to repay me. Qinyu's father coughed a few times and then said with difficulty, now I could die at any moment. Yanger only knows how to cause trouble. It's really difficult for Yuer to be alone. She needs an assistant. Young man, I've been observing you for a long time. I started paying attention to you since the Central Continent Grand Competition. You are very capable. I want to entrust Yuer to you. With someone like you by her side, when I close my eyes, I will have nothing to worry about. Yumu was blunt. You want to recruit me as a live-in son-in-law? Yumu didn't answer directly, but he had tacitly agreed. I say, old man, then you must prepare a good betrothal gift. Yumu looked at him, his smile becoming even more cunning. Having me as a live-in son-in-law is very expensive. Seeing that he was still silent, he was surprised and the smile on his lips faded. Yumu quickly realized something was unusual. He stood up and let out a long sigh. Then Yumu put his arm around Qinyu's shoulder and said cheerfully, let's go. She was surprised. Are you done talking? He smiled brightly and replied, yes. Qinyu then turned her head back to look at her father, smiling radiantly. Goodbye, father. She was a little curious and turned to ask Yumu, "What did father say to you?" He replied nonchalantly, "Why should I tell you?" Qingyu pouted. "Tell me, please." He still kept it a secret. "I'm not telling you. This is a conversation between men." Under the bright sunlight, he had passed away peacefully. Qingyu asked again, "So you've agreed to join us?" Yumu replied, "I can't say yet. I haven't decided." She was startled when she saw the thing he was twirling in his hand. "Why is this jade pendant with you?" Yumu held it up close to look at it. "This? Your old man gave it to me." He looked at the exquisite jade pendant and then asked, "What's with this thing? Does it have any use?" Qingyu also took out an identical one. "Look." Yumu was surprised. "You have one too?" She brought the two pieces close together. "You hold your piece." Yumu was excited. They fit together as one. Qingyu explained, "This is the talisman key to a seventh dimension secret realm. When two people holding it reach the transcendent realm, it will guide them to open the secret realm." She warned him worriedly, "You absolutely cannot let anyone else know it's on you, or you'll face a fatal disaster." At this point, Qingyu suddenly hesitated. "And also it." Yumu listened silently for her to continue. Suddenly, Qingyu's face turned bright red. Her cheeks puffed out as she looked at him. Then, Qingyu quickly turned away to hide the embarrassment in her eyes. "Never mind. It's nothing." At the same time, the system announced that the Shadow Queen had successfully copied someone else's cultivation, but to use this power, she needed a lot of void origin. Yumu transmitted his thoughts. "Give her all the void origin I currently have." As soon as Qingyu opened the living room door, a sharp voice rang out. "You talk for so long. I've been waiting here for half a day." Tian Ba raised his glass and took a drink, then continued to mock. "I say, Xiaoyu, why did the meeting start before I even arrived?" Yumu looked at this guy and couldn't help but feel a dislike for him. Asterisk, who is he? I haven't seen him before. Asterisk. Qingyu briefly introduced him. Just a representative of a second-rate sect that supports Qingyang. You don't need to pay him any mind. Then she spoke up. "Wang Tianba, you were late yourself, and you expect all of us to wait for you?" He glanced at Yumu. "This is the representative of the Li sect? No way, a silver mystic brat. I think the city lord is really getting old and senile, isn't he? He dares to bring just anyone here." The elder spoke up. "Wang Tianba, I advise you to watch your words. The city lord is still alive, yet you dare to speak so disrespectfully to him. Are you trying to cause a rift? Besides, Brother Li has not yet agreed to join Tianyan City. He is still a guest. Have you forgotten your manners towards a guest?" Tian Ba said again, "Not yet joined? I say, Xiaoyu, your work efficiency is also too poor. You can't even handle such a small matter. I think you should just give your position as commander to Xiaoyang. As a woman, isn't it an easy matter to seduce a man into joining your side?" Yumu glanced at her expression. The madman kept rambling on. "You have to learn how to use your body. Don't you agree?" Qingyu's face turned red with anger. After he finished speaking, he immediately burst into laughter. Yumu saw her awkwardness and also felt a little unhappy. Then, he propped his feet up on the table and said smugly, "Wang Tianba, right? I say, that breath of yours is really foul. What's wrong? Didn't you brush your teeth when you woke up?" Yumu casually leaned his head back. "You're so old, yet you still say such trashy things to a girl. You really are a piece of trash." Tian Ba didn't back down either. "You from the Li family. Although you're a guest and a young star general, when we people of Tianyan City are talking, it's not your place as an outsider to interfere." Yumu glanced at him. "Outsider? What outsider? Who's an outsider? There are no outsiders," he announced loudly. "I, Li Yunmu, starting from today, am the representative of the Li sect, joining Tianyan City." As these words were spoken, his expression also became colder. Hearing this sentence, Qingyu couldn't help but be startled and surprised. Tian Ba showed excitement. "So you've agreed to join?" Yumu said nonchalantly. "That's right. I just talked with the old city lord. I feel that he's not a bad person. We had a good chat." Tian Ba said again, "Well, since you're one of us now, shouldn't you also let us see the foundation of the Li family?" Yumu was a bit annoyed. "So troublesome. What do you want then?" Tian Ba said again, "Simple. How about you let us pay our respects to the senior of your Li sect?" He pushed his luck. After all, Joining Tianyan City is a matter for the entire sect. He transmitted his thoughts. Little one, are you there? The queen immediately responded. Yumu said again, do this in a moment. The little girl quickly understood. Tian Ba continued. This matter still needs a sect elder to come forward. That would be more reasonable, right? Yumu then agreed. Then I will satisfy your request. The elder was anxious. So there's a chance to meet a master of the Li sect? Men, quickly prepare a carriage to invite him. Yumu stood up and looked at him disdainfully. What's with preparing a carriage? What era is this? He then smiled cunningly and raised his hand. Please prepare 3 incense sticks for me. Thank you. Hearing this, the elder couldn't help but be surprised. But why? Everyone found it strange, but they still did as he said, mainly to satisfy their curiosity. 3 incense sticks were lit. Yumu acted as if he were performing a ritual. He prayed in a loud voice, I invite my master aunt. Then, Yumu began to dance and spin around. The elder couldn't help but wonder, what is this? A shamanic dance. Not stopping there, Yumu even recited a whole prayer. The sun sets in the west, it's getting dark. Every household closes its doors. 10 doors, 9 are locked. There's still one house with its door unlocked. Tian Ba laughed hysterically. No way. What era is this to still be using this kind of god-summoning trick? Where's your master aunt? Tell her to come out. Let's have a couple of rounds with me to learn a thing or two. Immediately, Yumu smiled cunningly. I can satisfy you. As soon as the words were spoken, an arm reached out from beside Tian Ba. He was momentarily caught off guard. His eyes reflexively turned to look behind him, and he was horrified. Instantly, a massive explosion rang out, shaking the place. Yumu pretended to be happy and exclaimed, Master Aunt, you've arrived. Then, he said in a loud voice, let me introduce everyone. This is our Li family's little master aunt, Li Linglong. Who would have thought that the tiny Shadow Queen could also have such an outstanding appearance? But her aura, everyone couldn't help but be impressed. What level of cultivation is this? Duo Jun was secretly shocked. This is the strength of the Li sect? A little master aunt already has such combat power. It's unbelievable. Li Linglong, *. Meanwhile, Tian Ba was beaten until he vomited blood. He still couldn't get up. Yumu stood in front of him and sneered, my little master aunt doesn't make a move casually. But seeing as you insisted on a spar, she used a few fractions of her power lightly. How about it? Satisfied? Tian Ba looked up and wiped the blood from his mouth. Thank you, senior, for the mercy of not killing me. Immediately after, Yumu pretended to bow respectfully. We respectfully send off our little master aunt. We've troubled you. He secretly lamented. The void origin I just accumulated was all spent by this little brat, the Shadow Queen. Pretending to be cool really comes at a price. Over here, everyone also respectfully said. We respectfully send her off. The elder was overjoyed. Excellent. With the Li family joining, let's see how the Mystic Guild can play with us now. He was greedy. I say, everyone, since I've already agreed to join, then what about those things we talked about before, like the city guard? The representative of Machin City spoke up. Don't worry, brotherly. We won't go back on our word. Yumu looked over at him. You also promised me 10 secret manuals. Not a single one can be missing. I remember it all. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, not a single one will be missing. Qing Yu's eyes also looked at him with a bit more favor. As night fell, the elder spoke up. It's getting late today. Why don't you all stay at the city lord's mansion for a night? Someone, lead the other guests to their rooms to rest. The young man respectfully said to Yumu, the young miss has arranged for you to stay in this room. He couldn't help but be surprised. Hongyu Pavilion? In a European-style villa, to give it such a Chinese-style name. The old city lord is strange. Then, the young man continued, then I'll be leaving first. Please rest. As soon as Yumu opened the door, 2 smiling faces looked over. Hello, young master-in-law. Yumu was startled. You scared me. Who are you two? The 2 girls cheerfully introduced themselves. We are Schwanger. We are the most outstanding maids in the city lord's mansion. Yunmu's face darkened. Are you guys filming the Duke of Mount Deer or something? The 2 quickly introduced themselves. I am De Schwanger. I am Xiao Schwanger. We were specially sent by the young miss to serve you, young master-in-law. Yumu was startled. Wait a minute. What did you just call me? The two answered in unison, young master-in-law. He shouted in alarm. Don't just call me that. I'm not your family's young master-in-law. Who told you to call me that? After covering her mouth and smiling cunningly, young master-in-law, don't pretend anymore. The young miss has already arranged for you to stay in her boudoir. If you're not him, then who is? He hurriedly explained, no, this matter. Before he could finish, the two had already quickly started working. Yumu yelped, what are you doing taking off my clothes? The two said in unison, of course, to serve you in your bath, young master-in-law. This left him stunned. Immediately after, Yunmu's face looked as if someone had eaten his rations. He sat motionless, letting the two girls cheerfully scrub him. Yunmu couldn't help but cry out in misery. This is a bit too much, damn it. Xiao Shuang'er's two mountains kept pressing against his back. Yunmu felt a hot sensation as if electricity was running through his body. Oh God! His head kept crying out in misery. Who the hell can stand this? Yunmu blurted out. You too. It's not that I can't handle it myself. I can take a bath on my own. Xiao Shuang'er cut him off. How can that be, young master-in-law? This was specially instructed by the young miss. Her rosy lips moved close to his ear and she whispered, she wants us to serve you well, young master-in-law. Hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but be startled and turn around. But the sight before him made him widen his eyes in alarm. Xiao Shuang'er suddenly dropped her bath towel. Her entire fair body was now completely bare before him. Immediately, a scene of chaos erupted. Yunmu shouted, what are you doing? Shuang'er replied in unison, obeying the young miss's orders. He was even more startled. Stop! Stop it! You must have misunderstood. They said again, don't worry, our technique is very good. Left with no choice, Yunmu resorted to a desperate measure. Lightning art. As soon as it was over, Shuang'er was electrocuted to the point where her head was dizzy and her speech was muddled. Ugh! Yunmu quickly changed into proper clothes. He made the two of them kneel before him and interrogated them. Speak. Where is your young miss? His face couldn't help but show a bit of annoyance when he mentioned this girl's name. At the same time, Qingyu stepped out. De Shuang'er, Xiao Shuang'er, you two may leave. The two girls were aggrieved. Young miss. Qingyu's face was also flushed red at this moment. Yunmu glanced over at her. I knew it. You were definitely hiding in this room. Speak. What kind of trick are you playing? Qingyu said, I'm not playing any tricks. I just wanted to test you a little. He replied, if there's nothing, why are you testing me? She explained, I've already told you. The jade pendant given to you is the key to a true god-level secret realm. And this secret realm can let you open the seventh dimension and obtain the method to become a true god. Hearing this, Yunmu was a little startled. She continued, you already know. Even someone like Xian Su has only managed to condense 7 planets. He's still a long way from being a true god. So you can imagine how powerful this thing is. He frowned and pressed. So what does that have to do with testing me? Besides, if this thing is so amazing, why use it to rope in an insignificant person like me? Qingyu suddenly became nervous, her face getting redder and redder. That's because... She stammered and turned her face away. The method to open the secret realm requires the two people with the jade pendants to dual cultivate together to upgrade to Saint Mystic. Hearing this, his face turned even redder than Qingyu's. Yunmu was stunned and asked directly, is it the kind of dual cultivation I'm thinking of? Qingyu looked down. Yunmu then immediately looked at her with a cunning expression. Then what are we waiting for? Don't treat me like a delicate flower and pity me. Qingyu was flustered. No, not now. We're not familiar with each other yet. No. She squeezed her eyes shut. After a moment, seeing no movement, she slowly peeked her eyes open. Yunmu held the jade pendant out in front of her. Qingyu couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing Qingyu not reacting, he brought the item closer. Here, it's yours. Qingyu didn't expect him to act this way and didn't know what to do. She just sat there dazed. Qingyu stammered. Give it back to me? Yunmu replied, that's right. The old city lord left this for you, so it should be returned to you. Qingyu couldn't help but wonder, why? Do you know what this jade pendant means? He replied calmly, I know. The true god's secret realm is very tempting. I can't accept a predetermined marriage. I think you're the same as me. These words greatly surprised her. He smiled brightly and continued, You must hope that the ideal husband you wish for is chosen by you yourself, right? Suddenly, Qingyu blushed and asked hesitantly, "Do you hate me?" Seeing her serious expression, Yumu let out a long sigh. Then he was honest. "To be honest, at the beginning, I really did find you very annoying. But I don't hate you. It's just that I haven't considered marriage yet. Besides, I hope that the person I marry starts from love. After slowly experiencing the joys between two people, of course, there will also be difficulties." He continued to paint a picture. "Until one day, we decide out of love that the other person is the one we've been looking for. Only then will I get down on one knee and ask her to entrust the rest of her life to me. From then on, we'll grow old together, with white hair, and never be apart." Yunmu said this with a very happy smile. Qingyu seemed to have been moved by these words. She just stood there, stunned, looking at him blankly. Yunmu then smiled slyly. "All right, you have to take good care of that jade piece. I'll help you keep this secret. You have to find yourself a good husband, okay? When that time comes, I'll come to your wedding to drink a toast." He picked up his backpack, walked past her, and then reminded her, "If anything comes up, you can send me a message. I'm leaving first." Suddenly, Qingyu forcefully pulled on his sleeve. She was a little reluctant, but it wasn't appropriate to be too forward. "Where are you going?" Yunmu answered honestly. "I want to go to the wildlands of Sunset Town." Qingyu blushed and said, "Our family has a transmission array. I'll take you there." Yunmu didn't refuse. "That would really save me a lot of trouble. Thank you so much." After Yunmu left, a loud scream suddenly echoed in Qingyu's room. He had been gone for a long time now. Now she was all alone. Suddenly, the usually strong Qingyu suddenly fell to her knees on the ground. Idiot. Her tears, for some reason, fell like rain. Qingyu hated herself. "I'm really an idiot." The scene changes to Sunset Town, the wilderness camp. At this moment, a man's voice rang out. "Captain Wu." He reported, "There's movement at the transmission array." The captain stopped what he was doing. "Someone is transmitting this late? Go check it out quickly." Over here, the two of them were already standing there on guard. Because they knew someone was coming, they were very nervous. It turned out the person who arrived was Yunmu. Because Qingyu had sent him using this, his speed was also faster. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would have a gun pointed at him? They shouted nervously, "Don't move." One of them said, "Hands up. You're surrounded." Yunmu found it amusing. Two people count as being surrounded. At the same time, Captain Wu walked over. "This is a military transmission array. We didn't receive any notification of a transmission." "Young man," he said cautiously to him, "please give me a reason not to open fire." Yumu looked at his name tag. Asterisk a captain. The same rank as my father before. Asterisk he snapped his fingers. "I am Tianyun City's young star general, Li Yunmu. Mystic number 930,664. This is my mystic badge. Please prepare a month's worth of supplies for me." Captain Wu was anxious. "Quick, go prepare for the young star general immediately." His subordinate ran off in a hurry. He said cautiously, "Young star general, it's already late. I feel it would be safer for you to go in the morning." He smiled brightly and replied, "No need. It's a very urgent mission. Just call me Li Yunmu. I'm younger than you, so there's no need for honorifics." Yunmu asked, "How have things been at the camp recently?" Captain Wu replied, "Same as always." He recounted, 24 hours under arms, constantly patrolling, always ready for battle. If we let our guard down for even a moment, we might lose our lives. Yunmu felt a little heartbroken. So this was what my father's days were like before? After just a moment, the subordinate reported, "Captain, the supplies are ready." He said to Yunmu, "The supplies are all ready. This is my life-saving medicine. Take it with you, just in case you need it." Yunmu was polite. "Thank you, Uncle Wu. You all must be careful in the camp." Then he handed over a crystal. "Uncle, take this. Consider it payment for the supplies I'm taking. You brothers work hard every day. Take this and treat your brothers to some good food. I'll be going now." Captain Wu shouted in alarm, "This is 10,000. Take it back quickly." Yunmu waved his hand. "See you again. I'll come back to see you all." Captain Wu scratched his head in confusion. What kind of young star general is like this? As soon as he arrived, he encountered a monster. It roared aggressively, staring intently at Yunmu. He scowled. "I should have listened to Uncle Wu and left tomorrow morning." Yumu couldn't help but be surprised. Why are all you dimensional beasts out tonight? Then he remembered something interesting. That's right. I remember I exchanged for that thing in the Tower of Honor. Yumu took out the item and was satisfied. This will be much more convenient. This was the wind's swift wing of the true six-tailed creature, the Wind Child. Then he fumbled behind his back and wondered with difficulty. Does it go here? As soon as it was attached, his back felt a slight sting. A stream of blue light immediately burst out from it. Very quickly, a pair of long wings appeared. Yumu couldn't help but shout in surprise. He looked behind him. He couldn't help but be stunned. I really grew wings. The wings were incredibly beautiful. They were a pure blue color and as slender as an angel's wings. Yumu looked at it and kept marveling. He felt it was bigger than he had imagined. He tapped his foot. But how do I use this thing? Do I need to say some incantation? Fly up, wind swiftness, something like that. Just by saying something like that, he didn't expect the wings to actually move. Immediately after, Yumu felt as if he was about to faint. His terrified scream echoed. Yunmu's vision then changed. He could see a panoramic view of where he had just been standing. At this moment, Yumu was not yet very accustomed to his new wings. He felt as if he couldn't believe his eyes. After a few minutes of getting used to it, Yumu was excited. I'm flying. This feeling is amazing. Immediately after, he gradually got used to this way of moving. As he flew through the air, he commented, although I haven't fully grasped it yet, I can already fly lightly. The wind blew fiercely against his face. Yumu was excited. I've flown so far in just a moment. These wings are so convenient. Suddenly, a collision sound rang out. Yumu was startled and gritted his teeth. He held his face in pain. Oh my God. I've only heard of car crashes. Are there plane crashes too? After taking a closer look, what was in front of Yumu was not a plane. What he had just collided with were these flying creatures. Recalling Bowen's lecture, these were subdragons. Silver-level dimensional beasts with sharp attacks and fast flight speeds, which made hunting subdragons more difficult. Therefore, their internal organs are very valuable. Extremely valuable. Thinking of the two words, extremely valuable, a greedy look appeared in his eyes again. Yumu immediately cheered. Not making money when you can is for idiots. Let's go, brothers. But these beasts were naturally not easy to deal with. Feeling threatened, they prepared to breathe fire. And this was a problem that Yumu didn't seem to have expected. He saw the power of the subdragon and was terrified. As Yumu screamed, the dragon fiercely breathed fire towards him. Li Yun and Li Feng quickly dodged to the side. With the help of his wings, Yumu also had no trouble dodging the attack. Although its momentum was so powerful, he still weaved through to find a way to approach it. As soon as he charged through, Yumu had already gripped his sword tightly in his hand. A single slash of his saber came down. Instantly, the blade pierced through the neck of that huge monster. It also didn't expect to have such a strong opponent. It was also very surprised. It looked at him with its blood-red eyes and growled non-stop. Realizing the danger he posed, the group of monsters decided to surround Yumu together. Their blood splattered in the air. At this moment, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. It's not clear what he was thinking, but he suddenly stood still, which made them momentarily stunned. In the next few seconds, he suddenly turned his head and let out a loud shout. The monsters were startled and growled chaotically. Immediately after was a massacre from Yumu. He charged forward, relentlessly slashing and killing. Blood flowed like a river. Meanwhile, Li Yun was also diligently carrying out his mission. This was probably their night of terror. Li Feng, of course, was not to be outdone. The punches he threw were all fatal blows. Over here, someone was boredly drawing a picture of a monster on the ground. I say, what's with today, he wondered. Why haven't I seen any subdragons all night? This was a subdragon hunter. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse of the monster simultaneously fell with a thud in front of him. The subdragon hunter was startled and shouted. He moved closer to observe. What is this? Suddenly fell down a subdragon. He was so surprised that he had to put on his glasses. I've only heard of it raining pies from the sky. What the hell is this raining subdragons? In the sky, Yumu was shouting and chasing them. Stay still. Don't run. The monsters flew about chaotically, crying out in terror. They had never encountered anything so terrifying. Yumu chased after them from behind. He shouted heroically, Little moneybags, don't run. Why do you run when you see me? I'm not some kind of ghost. He looked up and thought to himself. After being a subdragon hunter for so many years, for the first time, from the bottom of my heart, I feel sorry for the subdragons. The scene changes to the Wangwon Pavilion in the Void Dimension. Yumu anxiously pushed open the door. He walked in with a very excited mood and shouted, "Hey, uncle." After a pause, he observed his surroundings with a cunning face. "I'm back again." The old man picked up his teacup. "Judging by your expression, young friend, you've got some good stuff again." Yumu replied, "This time's goods are very tough. I don't know if you can handle it." The owner smiled lightly. "Young friend, you must be joking. If I dare to be in this business, then I certainly have enough capital." Yumu took out a sample and showed it to him. "A subdragon beast. Name your price." He glanced at it nonchalantly. "A complete subdragon corpse. It's indeed rare. 1,200,000. I thought it was something else." Yumu was happy. "Deal. I have 23 more here. Same old rules. I only want mystic crystals." The owner didn't believe him and asked again, "How many?" He continued calmly, "I have 12 more that were accidentally split open." Yumu asked again, "What's the price for the split ones?" He stammered, 1,050,000. He was satisfied. "Deal." Then, he happily placed the item on the table. "This is the final important item." He was dazed. "There's more." Yumu smiled brightly. "It's alive." Putting it alive into a plastic box was too much effort. The owner picked up the container and fiddled with it. 50 million. No, 65 million. This is a top-grade subdragon beast. Yumu was very satisfied with this price. He didn't stay long either. "All right, I've given you all the goods. I won't disturb your enjoyment any longer. Remember to send me the money." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, "Uncle, you'd better hurry up and get the money. Because I'll be back soon." This person really had a connection with money. He quickly packed up his things and continued to look for good stuff. At this time, in the Star Realm, Yumu. As soon as Yumu arrived, he cursed with a dark face. "Damn it. The money I worked so hard to earn has to be thrown in here. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. I'm like a hired worker for this Star Realm." He put down his suitcase. "This time, I brought 1 billion dimensional crystals directly. I don't believe you won't transform at all." As soon as Yumu threw them on the ground, he was so startled that he shouted. He threw them in one after another. "And more. Let's see if you grow bigger or not." A moment later, Yumu sat down on the ground, panting. "I'm dead tired." "Are you kidding me? 1 billion only increased it by this much." He scowled and glanced over. No wonder Shin Su wanted to set up the Tower of Honor to trick people. To become a true god, relying on oneself is simply impossible. Then Yumu lay down on his back. "System, how much Star Realm energy can I use now?" According to the system's report, he could use roughly enough power to absorb a full force blow from a white-silver mystic. Hearing this, he was a little startled. Immediately after, Yumu let out a long sigh and quickly sat up. He made up his mind to expand his power. Then let's continue. The next day at the Tianyun City Lord's mansion, a loud shout echoed. The servant was startled. "Young master, the young Mrs. Boudoir, you can't go in." Qing Yang made a fuss again. "What country? I'm the young city lord. If that Li Yumu can go in, why can't I?" After being blocked at the door, "No. The young miss is not available to see you right now." At the same time, Qing Yu's voice rang out. "De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, let him in." Qing Yang walked in angrily. "You let that country bumpkin stay here overnight last night." He continued to make a fuss. "You don't believe that punk, do you? Our father has gone senile, and now you too." Qing Yu sadly took a sip of beer. "Our father," after a pause, the words finally came out with difficulty, "is gone." Qing Yang was only then startled. He asked again in disbelief, "Father is gone? Then where's the jade pendant?" This question momentarily stunned Qing Yu. She also stopped her movements. Qing Yu then stood up coldly. "I really didn't expect that the first thing you would ask is where the jade pendant is. You don't need to think about the jade pendant anymore." She looked at her spoiled younger brother and said decisively, "Father has already given it to me and Li Yumu." She continued, "Besides, even if you got the jade pendant, it would be useless. Your awakening is of the dark element. With your cultivation talent, you have no hope of reaching the super mystic realm in the end. Although Qing Yu was not satisfied with this younger brother, he was still her family, so she chose to advise him gently. Qing Yang, listen to your sister. Just live your life as a carefree young master. But he couldn't accept it. Qing Yang was indignant. He angrily grabbed Qing Yu's hand and shouted. He scowled and yelled, I am the young master of the city lord's mansion, the future city lord. Qing Yang's eyes became crazed. I am that old man's only son. He remembered hearing the gossip about himself when he was young. Have you heard? The city lord's son can't awaken his powers. Those people gossiped and laughed nonstop. Doesn't that make him a good-for-nothing? Remembering this, he angrily pushed Qing Yu away. She fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain. Qing Yang shouted unwillingly. The jade pendant is mine. Only I can have that jade pendant. Seeing her brother acting as if he had lost his mind, Qing Yu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She remembered when she was first brought home. From today on, this is your home. That small voice had called her sister. The image of the tiny boy kept appearing in her mind. But now, all Qing Yu heard were crazed words. Forget about Li Yunmu. I can dual cultivate with you too. He pushed Qing Yu to the ground. I want you. You are mine. Qing Yu was startled. Qing Yang, stop. Are you insane? He pinned her hands behind her back. Stop struggling. You drank a lot of wine just now, didn't you? You have no strength to resist me right now. Qing Yang laughed until tears streamed down his face. You are mine now. Luckily for her, just then, someone broke down the door after hearing Qing Yang's crazed voice. Xiao Shuanger rushed forward and kicked Qing Yang straight in the face. He couldn't block in time and took the full force of the blow. Xiao Shuanger's strength was enough to send a weakling like him flying. Qing Yang cried out in pain. She looked at this scum with contempt. Young master, please have some self-respect. Qing Yang roared. You dog of a slave, you dare to hit me? I am the young city lord. You're dead for sure. De Shuanger carefully covered Qing Yu with a blanket. Young miss, you must have been frightened. Then Qing Yu stood up and gave a cold command. De Shuanger, Xiao Shuanger, take the young master down. Lock him in the secret room. Her words stunned Qing Yang. Only at this moment did he kneel down in fear. Don't. Sister, you can't treat me like this. I'm begging you, sister. The scene changes to another place. In the star realm, Li Yunmu. He was dejected. Only the last one left. All the subdragon crystals I earned were thrown into it. I should still leave one for self-defense. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly slipped, causing the last one to fall as well. The moment the object touched the ground, it was swallowed up, leaving him stunned. Yunmu bristled. It's been absorbed. This time, I'm really broke. Suddenly at this moment, a tremor rang out, startling him a little. An earthquake. Yunmu's entire body shook nonstop. He was scared. What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, a large, bright yellow light immediately appeared, dazzling the entire area. Yunmu couldn't see. He squinted his eyes to observe. In the sky, what's appearing? That thing was a planet. At this moment, it had turned a yellow color, almost like Earth. Under his feet, grass and trees also began to grow from the ground. Yunmu was a little startled as he looked. He found it interesting. Grass is growing. This place finally has a bit of life. At the same time, the system announced, Congratulations, host. Your star realm has given birth to a star, becoming a one-star star realm. He wondered, how much realm power can I mobilize now? According to the system, he could now roughly absorb a full power blow from a gold star mystic. He calculated, so, adding my own combat power, I can probably withstand a full power blow from a red star. While he was excitedly talking, Yunmu was a little surprised. Why is there a red here? As soon as he clicked on it, the image of a familiar person appeared, startling him. Dahong. Yunmu smiled cunningly. What's wrong? Haven't seen me in a long time. Miss me? Naitai was anxious. Li Yunmu, where are you? Something bad has happened. Yunmu was surprised. Lu Naitai, why are you two together? Dahong suddenly became very serious. Yunmu, no matter where you are right now, remember what I'm about to say. His face hardened. Hide immediately. Quick. Don't come out. Don't trust anyone. His words startled Yunmu a little. He frowned and remained silent for a while. Inside here, Qing Yang smiled cunningly. You didn't expect me to tamper with the secret room, did you, sister? He had almost gone mad. Qing Yu, that stinking bitch, dares to look down on me. If that's the case. He hated Yumu with all his heart. You can all go to hell for me. Qingyu angrily entered the secret room. She slapped her rebellious brother hard across the face. She shouted in anger, Qingyang, are you insane? Qingyang's face was bruised from the slap. He revealed a crazed smile. I am insane. Immediately after, he laughed loudly like a madman. It seemed that fame had driven him crazy. Qingyang then put on a dramatic expression and looked at Qingyu defiantly. I am insane. His heart was filled with hatred. I was driven mad by Li Yunmu and that old man. And you can't stop me anymore. Qingyang recounted the despicable things he had done. I have already announced to the world that the old man is dead and about the twin fish jade pendant. I also said that the jade pendant is on you and Li Yunmu. You people, after a pause, Qingyang said with great pride, are dead for sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyang's eyes became even more crazed. He laughed like that, his voice echoing. Seeing her younger brother like this, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. The scene changes to Duo Jun. He was scrolling through his news feed and sighing. Third brother, I'm so bored. The other person replied. Then let's go to the dimensional battlefield. Let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, Duo Jun was startled and looked back. Wait a minute. That news just now was the news that Qingyang had spread. At the same time, the news about the jade pendant had spread all over the world. The key to the ancient secret realm. Just a few words stirred the nerves of every expert in the central continent. In comparison, the death of the Tianyun city lord was no longer important. Various factions mobilized. All the sects sent people to find traces of Li Yunmu, as if they wanted to snatch the twin fish jade pendant. But there were no leads on Li Yunmu's whereabouts. He was being pursued everywhere. Not long after, a clip of Li Yunmu in Sunset Town appeared online. It was uploaded by a beast hunter. Friends, today I saw a super cool guy. Just like that, Li Yunmu's whereabouts were exposed to all the sections. The various forces immediately mobilized to capture Li Yunmu. At this time, at the city lord's mansion, big trouble had come knocking on Qingyu's door. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I've already said, those things were all nonsense spoken by Qingyang. The group of people was aggressive. Who are you trying to fool? I think you want to monopolize the ancient secret realm for yourself. He rushed forward and grabbed Qingyu's shoulder tightly. A treasure like the twin fish jade pendant should be kept by all the sects together. Hand it over quickly. At the same time, Schwanger's voice rang out. You bunch of trash. Stay away from our young miss. Before she finished speaking, the two of them simultaneously kicked the heads of the group of people and flew over. Xiao Schwanger kicked the head of the man who was grabbing Qingyu hard. Get your filthy hands off her. The three of them stood in the middle of a group of vultures feeding on a carcass. De Shuang was worried. Are you all right, young miss? The group of people still didn't stop. They've made their move. It's just 3 women. Control them and take the jade pendant. Get them. In fact, with their strength, they couldn't possibly fight against the whole group at once. In this critical moment, the main door suddenly opened. A sarcastic voice rang out. Yo, yo, yo. A group of adults bullying 3 children here. Hearing this, the group of people felt guilty and turned to look. The man with a drunken voice walked in. I say, you people, have you no shame? Before he could finish, he tilted his head back and took another gulp. As soon as the crowd saw this man, everyone was terrified. Isn't he? Even Qingyu was extremely puzzled. Why is he here? Suddenly, some lunatic charged forward. Listen here, old man. The person next to him was startled. You idiot, get back here. He pointed right at the drunk man's face. The major sects are handling business right now. You have no right to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the old man by the collar and yelled, Who the hell do you think you are? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. The man calmly replied, If you've already made up your mind, then do it. Seeing his calm demeanor, the man was a bit taken aback. The drunk man then casually flicked his hand. No one knew what he did, but the hand gripping his collar was instantly severed. Seeing the blood pouring out, a sharp pain shot through his nerves, nearly paralyzing him. The arrogant fool finally realized what happened and screamed in agony. The crowd around them could only watch. This idiot. How dare he provoke that lord? It turned out that this man was the supreme elder of the Azure Cloud sect. The crowd was in an uproar. A dignified battle sage actually came here in person. Right after, he gently approached Qingyu and whined playfully. Little you, when are you going to clean my ears again? I still want to use your lap as a pillow. Qingyu was dumbfounded. Supreme Elder, do you really think this is the time to be cleaning ears? He looked a bit disappointed. Good point. Then, the Supreme Elder announced loudly, You brats, I'm laying down the law right here and now. If any of you dare to lay a single finger on Chu Qingyu, I'll exterminate your entire families. His face still bore an incredibly cheerful smile, but everyone knew this man would absolutely make good on his word. Everyone present turned pale. His words had truly terrified them. Immediately, those who knew better backed away. Sorry to bother you. I'm leaving. Someone on the other side questioned, Are we really just retreating like this? Another one spoke up, We definitely can't touch Chu Qingyu now. Staying here is just a waste of time. They began to scheme among themselves. We need to hurry up and catch Li Yunmu to get that jade pendant of his. Hearing them discuss this, Qingyu couldn't help but worry. Li Yunmu. On the other side, after Naijia gave him a brief rundown, she added, So that's the situation. Basically, you're in extreme danger right now. De Xiong chimed in, Don't worry about your family. I've already arranged for our experts to relocate them. He warned him tensely, Go hide for now, don't just run around blindly. Lu Naijia and I will come meet you. But contrary to their urgent attitude, Yunmu simply said, You guys should head back. Hearing this, Naijia was somewhat startled. But Yunmu continued, Given my current situation, being alone is the safest option. Hearing him say this, De Xiong felt a pang of heartache. He stayed silent for a moment before speaking up again. Yumu, being called by his name, so suddenly surprised him a bit. De Xiong was incredibly serious. You can completely trust us. His mood was somewhat complicated at the moment. Yunmu silently looked at his friend for a long time. Finally, he was convinced. Yunmu quickly gave his location. I'm just outside Sunset Town. De Xiong, I'm counting on you. De Xiong slammed on the gas pedal. Wait for me. Right after hanging up, Yunmu quickly moved into a forest. He then scanned his surroundings, looking for a place to hide. Finding joy in a tough spot, Yunmu smiled slyly and took out a golden beetle. Perfect timing to test out this little gadget I exchanged from the Tower of Glory. He quickly tossed it into the air. Go, giant dung beetle. Dig a hole. At the same time, something with sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. His beetle was still flying in circles around it. Yunmu was surprised. What is this? As soon as he spoke, a loud noise suddenly echoed from beneath his feet. The ground cracked open. Then, from the fissure, a massive boulder inexplicably shot straight up into the sky. Fortunately, Yunmu managed to dodge in time. He spread his wings and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost died. The group of people quickly revealed themselves. See, I told you your trap wouldn't work. They exchanged glances. It doesn't matter. If the trap failed, we'll just capture him directly. No big deal. As soon as Yunmu saw them, he recognized them. Hunters. They got here fast. He silently assessed their strength. 1 gold star, 3 silver stars. The leader looked at Yunmu with disdain. Wind wings, huh? Not bad. Right after, they sprouted their own wings. A mere ordinary crystal user having wind wings is a total waste. Aside from the jade pendant, I want his wings too. Everyone get him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yunmu quickly shot straight up into the air. But just as he did, he was startled by their incredible speed. The leader viciously slashed at him. Luckily, Yunmu was still able to dodge in time. But before he could even react, 2 of them immediately lunged at him. 2 against 1. Yunmu struggled desperately to avoid their strikes. But constantly defending like this wasn't a good strategy. Yunmu glared and summoned his mad saber. Before he could even unleash an attack, he had to twist his body upward to dodge. 2 aggressive bursts of energy slashed right past his head. The 2 of them quickly joined forces to continue their assault. He hadn't had a single chance to fight back. At that moment, another hunter launched a sneak attack from behind. Go to hell. Yunmu's eyes instantly turned sharp. He whipped his head around and glared fiercely at him. A massive explosion echoed out, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere in chaos. They looked at the aftermath before them, even rejoicing as they thought they had successfully taken him down. Is it over? Suddenly, one of them gritted his teeth in shock. Wait, that's not right. It wasn't Li Yunmu at all. It was one of their own members. He had been beaten into a bloody pulp, dying on the spot. The leader was so furious he ground his teeth. But suddenly, a shadow flashed right beside him. He screamed in shock, "Damn it!" Seeing Yumu, they were now somewhat terrified. This guy, his speed is too fast. We have to find a way to lock down his movements. He casually brought his weapon forward and said coldly, "Mad Saber." As soon as the words fell, fresh blood immediately sprayed out. The other two quickly lost their lives. Both of them screamed in agony. They were hit. Before they could even react, a wave of excruciating pain washed over them. He stood calmly, watching them fall from the sky. The leader roared in absolute fury, "You bastard." These hunters were truly strange. They came to kill, but got angry when they were the ones being killed. "You killed my comrades. Go to hell." That massive surge of internal energy viciously charged straight at Yumu. This was the golden essence wave technique. He didn't react, simply standing motionless as he watched the powerful attack barrel toward him. The leader of the hunters couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "This is my full power strike. You're dead meat, you little brat." The jade pinned in his mind. But contrary to his expectations, he immediately reached out and effortlessly blocked it. And the skill he used was absolute defense shield. Perhaps in his entire life, he never would have expected that the power he was so proud of would be so easily dismantled by him. Even Yumu couldn't believe it as he quietly looked at his hand. "It seems I really can casually block attacks from the gold profound tier now." Just as the thought crossed his mind, he glanced over at the hunter. But by now, the man was already fleeing as fast as his legs could carry him. He was so terrified by Yumu that he was on the verge of tears. Is this guy a monster? My full power strike couldn't even scratch him. How am I supposed to fight this? He stood still in place and unleashed another powerful mad saber strike. The hunter tried to run, but it was as if the blade had eyes. He was completely surrounded by those surges of internal energy. He screamed loudly, tears streaming down his face like rain. Left, right, behind. He was being attacked from all sides. Even though he could see it coming, he couldn't escape. The leader of the hunters could only accept his fate. In just a moment, his body was cut into many pieces, looking as tattered as a butchered pig. The system just then reported, "Because you killed a gold star mystic this time, the reward will be a dimensional box." Yumu was surprised. Another dimensional box? Immediately after, Yumu quickly found a place to hide and see what it was. Dung beetle, dig a hole. After just a moment, the dung beetle had completed its task, digging a hole big enough for Yumu to crawl into. "You've worked hard, dung beetle." He sat down with peace of mind. No one should be able to find this place, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu immediately said loudly, "Dimensional box, open." The box immediately shook violently. A strong beam of light shone directly into his face. Yumu couldn't help but squint his eyes. He was stunned when he saw the item inside the dimensional box. What is it? Below, it looked like a frozen centipede. It lay motionless. The system quickly displayed the information. It turned out to be an A-rank treasure, the living dragon demon spine. Its function was that when placed on the spine, it could act as defensive armor to protect the internal organs. Yumu didn't seem very satisfied. Another defensive item. I'm really going all the way down the path of a tank. The scene changes to the Sunset Town border camp. A voice rang out. "Old man, let me ask you something." Yunmu's picture appeared on the system. "Have you seen this person?" The shop owner knew as soon as he saw it, but he didn't say anything. "I haven't seen him at all. I advise you to look elsewhere." He watched the group of people leave. Another group of bounty hunters. It must be some big trouble. As soon as this group left, 2 other people arrived. "Excuse me, uncle. Have you seen a person with red hair?" As soon as he saw this person's appearance, he was startled. Over here, Yumu was preparing to embed the dragon demon's spine into his body. His face darkened. His body also became tense. Yunmu's expression became more and more unsightly. The thing was halfway embedded in his back. Yumu was going crazy with pain and couldn't stop screaming. And only at this moment did the system warn, "Embedding the spine is very painful. Please be patient for a little while." He cried out, "You bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier?" After the bone was completely embedded, Yumu was left crawling on the ground, panting heavily. He sat up and let out a sharp breath. I don't want to experience this kind of pain a second time in my life. As soon as he finished speaking, two mines suddenly fell from somewhere and landed right in front of him. Yumu looked over calmly. He was silent for a moment. Immediately after, a shocking explosion erupted from the small cave where Yumu was. The few people outside were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They thought they had succeeded. They had just arrived and were very satisfied with this prize. You really made us search hard. But to their disappointment, Yumu was still alive. He heard the voice clearly. He didn't die from 2 mystic crystal lightning strikes. I set the explosive charge to be enough to kill a red star mystic. Yumu gritted his teeth and listened to them ramble on. Sorry, you have something we want. So, you have to die here. As soon as he finished speaking, he aggressively jumped down into the cave. Yunmu's face was covered in blood. He looked at the man with some surprise. As soon as he saw him, the man immediately swung his sword and slashed over. But Yumu quickly dodged. He tried to maintain his balance so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. His expression as he looked at the man was not very friendly. Just then, another man saw Yumu as a delicious piece of prey and immediately rushed over to support him. His eyes lit up. A fierce glint flashed, making Yumu look somewhat terrified. The two of them decided to fight in close combat. Each of them used their full force on the other. And the other guy also took the opportunity to hold Yunmu's hand tightly. Then, from both sides, someone stabbed straight through. Just like that, Yumu was thrown far away, tumbling once. He only had time to scream once. Seeing Yumu lying flat, they were very pleased. Give up struggling. You're dead for sure. He secretly cried out in misery. Asterisk, damn it. 3 gold stars and 1 red star. Not easy to deal with. Asterisk. His body had difficulty moving, but Yumu still tried to calculate. Asterisk, and the coordination between these 4 is very good. I'm always being led by their fighting rhythm. It's very difficult to find a place to break through and counterattack. Asterisk, the leader immediately ordered his comrades to bow, finish him. In this situation, he could really only grit his teeth and endure. Yunmu's body was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand up. But at the same time, a familiar face quickly aimed at the opponent. Dabao was targeted directly. He didn't have time to react before a large hole was blown through his body. The pain washed over him, and Dabao screamed. And at this moment, Yumu was extremely surprised by the scene before him. The other guy was also surprised to see his comrade fall like that. What's going on? From a distance, Dahong held a large gun and stood perched on a tall tree. I say, you people, what are you doing to my good brother? Especially that big gorilla. At this moment, Yumu rubbed his head and slowly stood up. Dahong, the one-eyed man shouted. Everyone, don't panic. It's just a little brat. Reform the team. Before he could finish his sentence, Naitai had already stomped down hard on One Eye's head from above. Their comrades shouted. Another one came out from this side. Deal with her quickly. Immediately after, the two of them simultaneously held their weapons and rushed towards her. Go to hell. And how could Yumu just stand by and watch? He shouted, Ming Yen. Instantly, the two of them were torn to shreds. Fresh blood dyed a large patch of ground red. Yumu slowly stood up. I say, I was just careless for a moment, and you guys really got arrogant with me, huh? Naitai was overjoyed. It's so good that you're okay. Yumu was full of confidence. As long as I'm not led by their rhythm, to me. The sword in his hand was quickly summoned. Yumu had regained his composure. His eyes were cold as he looked at the group of people and continued with contempt. They are basically like ants. Yumu slowly approached. You really took good care of me just now. In that case, his eyes flashed with a strong, murderous intent. Let me repay you. One Eye was now extremely panicked. For some reason, he felt scared at this moment. As he ran, One Eye secretly trembled in fear. Asterisk, that guy's eyes are not something a human would have. I'm going to be killed. Asterisk. And of course, how could Yumu let him escape so easily? A stream of red light immediately aimed at One Eye's ankle and attacked. He fell down in pain, unable to help but cry out. Dahong on the tree laughed smugly. I won't let you run away. The blood from his leg, caused by his shot, flowed out nonstop. One Eye trembled as he crawled on the ground with his injured leg. He looked extremely pitiful at this moment. Yumu approached and grabbed his hair tightly, pulling it back. As a Red Star mystic, to run away in such a pathetic manner Truly shameful. Immediately after, his eyes lit up again. Yumu coldly used the lightning art. One Eye's entire body was in so much pain from the electric current that he screamed loudly. In just a moment, he seemed to have turned into a roasted pig, lying motionless on the ground. Dahong teased, "Is it over? Yumu, you're vicious enough." Yumu smiled happily at Dahong. "I was lucky this time, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Thanks." He also raised his hand along with him. "What are you talking about? We're brothers." Naitai was vigilant. "Let's get out of here first. The sound of the battle might attract others." Yumu also agreed. "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright firework suddenly shot up into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. As soon as Yumu saw it, he guessed, "Is this a signal flare?" Over here, One Eye had woken up. He laughed smugly. "You're all dead for sure." Before he died, he wanted to take them down with him. "Now everyone searching knows you're here." One Eye removed the cap of a bottle of some kind of medicine. As he prepared to drink it, he laughed arrogantly. "You will be." Yumu was annoyed and gripped the sword in his hand, snorting coldly. "Forget it. You talk too much." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand had already stabbed hard into his head, piercing through the large tree trunk. Meanwhile, Dahong was also quick. He caught the blue bottle before it could fall to the ground. "Got it." Yumu was puzzled. "What is this?" Dahong explained as he capped the bottle. "This is good stuff. This holy water of life. As long as you're not completely dead, even a remnant can be saved." He threw the bottle over to Yumu. "It might come in handy. You take it first." He was startled. Yumu couldn't help but remind him, "If it's good stuff, don't throw it." At the same time, an arrow flew aggressively from somewhere. His eyes lit up. It seemed Yumu had also sensed the killing intent. He immediately shouted a warning, "Careful!" But the arrow grazed Naitai's arm. She cried out in pain. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. "Li Yumu, surrender. Hand over the key to the ancient god's secret realm." Peeking out from behind the clouds, a group of people, arguably the size of a small army, was surrounding him. The voice rang out again, "You can't escape." Naitai looked at the number of people. She couldn't help but stand there stunned. "There are so many people." Dahong spoke up. "If it were just a lot of people, it would be easy." Hearing him say that, Naitai was somewhat surprised. A cunning smile appeared on Dahong's face. Even they came? Standing in front, dressed like a chameleon, was Gu Changfeng of the Earth Dragon Nation. The girl with purple hair and a cold face was Qi Shui of the illusory Sound Snow Palace. And there was also Lu Jing of the Giant Lion City's Lu family. Naitai was startled. This is no joke. Yumu was secretly terrified. Asterisk, so many people releasing their mystic pressure at the same time. It's truly terrifying. Even the sky is starting to roar. Asterisk, Yumu raised his hand and said loudly, "If I hand over the key, can you really spare my life? Want to surrender?" The other side replied, "Of course." He was hesitant. "But now there are 3 families. So who should I give it to?" Lu Jing spoke up. "If you surrender to my Lu family." Qi Shui quickly cut in. "You rotten brat. Don't think you can drive a wedge between us with just a few words." He pretended to be dejected. "Damn it. This woman saw through me. If that's the case, I can only." As soon as he finished speaking, the clothes on Yunmu's body flew off. He began to use this trump card of his. The profound meaning of the Li family's techniques. Over here, the group of people watched with dark faces. This is the body double technique. The 3 Yunmus at this moment all looked vaguely similar. He looked at the group of people and laughed loudly. "So, try to find out who I am." Changfeng looked over, also a little anxious. "He's turned into 3 people." As soon as she saw the 3 Yunmus scatter, Qi Shui shouted, "They're running in different directions." It seemed that among the 3, she was the calmest. Qi Shui didn't rush to chase. Although she saw the target running right in front of her, she still waited silently for the situation to unfold. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of the treasure. Qi Shui immediately turned and left. "The one running north belongs to me." Lu Jing also began to identify his target. "Then I'll choose the one running east." It seemed this person was not Yumu. It was probably Dahong. He was secretly happy when he saw the group of people chasing him. "They're here." At this time, in the eastern part of the forest, Changfeng couldn't help but cry out in misery. This little brat runs so fast. He was out of breath from chasing. Just now he was leading me in circles in the forest. How did he disappear in front of my eyes? As soon as he finished speaking, Chongfeng's comrades were immediately shot down, which made him very confused. What? Another one was shot. And at this moment, Chongfeng couldn't even determine the correct target of the shots. Just like that, his underlings were taken down one by one, and Chongfeng just looked around in confusion. At this moment, when only a few were left, Dahong also revealed himself. Too bad. You guessed wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Dahong looked down at the group of people below with contempt. Chongfeng was defiant. So what if I guessed wrong? I can still capture you and use you to force Li Yumu out. Or do you really think that with just you alone, you can defeat the dozens of people from my Earth Dragon Valley? Perhaps because of this, he was very pleased with himself. Dahong replied disdainfully, No way, no way. Don't tell me there are really people who thought that just now. I was just leading you in circles? As soon as he finished speaking, they also realized they had fallen into a trap. His hand was about to touch the switch. That's right. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Zhang Dahong of the Tianyan City's Zhang family. It's a pleasure to meet you. And then, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he also coldly pressed the switch. And very quickly, Chongfeng's group was wiped out. The scene changes to the northern part of the forest. Qi Shui must have been chasing Nai Tai. She shouted, Stop. You can't run. The group on this side was also out of breath from running so far. Nai Tai at this moment asked coldly, Are you here? She stepped forward. Give up resisting. Hand over the jade pendant. I won't make things difficult for you. Nai Tai was contemptuous. What I? You're just a little kid. She was so angry that she blew on the plan in her hand. What did you say, you rotten brat? I've changed my mind. Go to hell. Immediately after, the plant stabbed straight into Nai Tai's back. She was left hanging high in the air. Because she didn't like the feeling of being suspended, Nai Tai quickly took off her cloak. She landed heavily on the ground. Qi Shui was actually very surprised. She looked at Nai Tai. It's another girl. Nai Tai also spoke up mockingly. Sorry, you guessed right. As she said this, Nai Tai's eyes became extremely sharp. At this time, in the southern part of the forest, Lu Jing had just caught up. I finally caught up. I won't let you escape again. Yumu stood there waiting calmly. He said to him smugly, Who said I wanted to run? He opened his hood and praised. It seems the final winner of the first prize is you. In that case, let's make it a quick battle. Yumu was also in a hurry. It seemed he was even more anxious than Lu Jing's group. He looked at the group of people, the patience in his eyes completely gone. I'm in a hurry. All of you come at me together. He remembered Dahong's words. The three forces are all formidable. If they join forces, we will surely die. If it's just one small force, with Yunmu's strength, he might still be able to resist. So, we'll split into three paths to reduce the pressure on Yumu. At that time, he couldn't help but worry. How can that be? You two's combat power is far inferior to theirs. If you're caught, you'll be killed. Dahong reassured him, Don't worry. Nothing will happen. He analyzed. Their only target is you. Besides, with my brain, it's not difficult to hold them off and retreat safely. As long as we don't actively provoke them, nothing will happen. Dahong said again. As for little Nai Tai, have you forgotten who her grandfather is? As long as she reveals her family, no one will dare to touch her. Seeing him hesitate, Dahong made the decision. All right, it's settled. Everything will proceed according to plan. In fact, it was just because he was worried that if they split up, they would run into trouble. But what Dahong said was indeed reasonable. Back to the present, Lu Jing couldn't help but be surprised. All at once. Are you insane? We have 20 to 30 people. You're just one person, yet you want to. Yunmu quickly retorted. Who said I'm alone? He licked his lips cunningly. Number 1, Number 2, Mingyan, Li Linglong. All of you come out. It seemed that after being alone for so long, everyone had forgotten that he also had an elite army of his own. Over here, Nai Tai was still fighting enthusiastically. She swung her arm and shouted, Horizontal fist. Although Nai Tai's strength couldn't take down this whole group at once, she was more than enough for a few of them. Mountain demolishing cannon. The subordinate's guard was punched so hard it seemed to cave in. Then came the chin uppercut. That girl was sent flying like a ball. Qi Shui stood calmly to the side and said, Surprising. Such a cute girl. She was also someone who knew how to weigh the situation and asked Nai Tai, "If it's Baji Quan, miss, you must also be from Tianyan City, right? State your family. I don't want any trouble." Nai Tai still tried to hide her identity. "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't mind who I am." She thought to herself, if I reveal my family, the opponent will definitely not pester me and will turn to find Li Yunmu. In that case, Li Yunmu will become 1 against 2. Nai Tai secretly made up her mind. I must hold her back and buy time for Li Yunmu. Even if it's just 1 more second, I must hold her back. As soon as the words were spoken, a shocking explosion suddenly rang out from the distance. Nai Tai was in a defensive stance on this side. She was suddenly startled by the sound. "What?" Qi Shui looked over. "The explosion is coming from the east. It seems Gu Changfeng over there has also made his move." Nai Tai looked up at the sky, and at this moment, she couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. "Dahong, you too?" And on Yun Mu's side, after he heard that shocking sound, he was also secretly startled. An explosion. Yun Mu looked around to determine the direction. He couldn't help but feel anxious. "It's to the east." Yun Mu's mind was screaming. What on earth is that idiot doing? As long as we don't provoke them, we won't die. I'm not stupid enough to confront them head-on. Lu Jing guessed. The east is where Gu Changfeng is. Such a loud explosion. "I think your comrade has been killed by him." Before he could finish his words, the shadow had already flown behind him. Lu Jing was actually surprised by Yun Mu's speed. He only had time to hear the screams from behind. In just a flash, it was a mess behind Lu Jing. He stammered in a daze. "What the hell is this?" Yun Mu spoke up. "I said it before. I'm in a hurry." In just a moment, quite a few people had fallen. Lu Jing was actually startled. Because he was worried about Dahong, his face also became colder. "All of you, come at me together." And on this side, Dahong seemed to be fine. He coughed a few times and waved his hand to clear the smoke and dust around him. Looking at the corpses in front of him, he was somewhat satisfied. "I didn't expect the power of 50+ ice lightning cannons to be so great. Although it cost me a lot of money, it was worth it to be able to kill you all in an instant." Dahong quickly took the coat of one of them and put it on. "Since it's settled, let's go find them." At the same time, Changfeng suddenly appeared behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" He slammed his hand down on the ground. Another small tremor rang out, but Dahong had already quickly leaped up. He held his gun tightly in his hand and aimed. Power gun cannon. The bullets fired had a considerable destructive power, but it seemed that Changfeng was not fazed at all. He was actually very calm. Not only that, but he also snorted in contempt. Child's play. Immediately after, Changfeng gently blocked Dahong's cannon blast with his hand. He looked at him with some surprise. He blocked the mystic power pressure cannon with his hand. Then, he held his gun firmly in his hand and shouted, "Let's see how many shots you can take." Changfeng quickly flew up to dodge. He was contemptuous. "This kind of heavy cannon can't hit me." Immediately after, he swiftly moved behind Dahong. But of course, he also wouldn't let him do as he pleased. Dahong immediately somersaulted to dodge. He flew behind him and at the same time held the gun in his hand and shouted, "Go to hell." And just like that, many shots were fired straight at Changfeng. With Dahong's momentum, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been killed long ago. But this Changfeng was truly formidable. He used his bare hands and the army breaker technique to easily block one shot after another from Dahong. He was truly somewhat terrified. His fists are too fast. And he used his bare hands, which are impervious to weapons, to block all the bullets. By using the extremely fast speed of his fists, he created a solid wall. This is basically absolute defense. From within the smoke and dust, Changfeng was still as calm as ever. Immediately after, Changfeng immediately flew swiftly towards Dahong. Faced with his speed, he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Once again, the army breaker move was immediately unleashed. Dahong hurriedly flew up to dodge. He couldn't help but be startled. Damn it. I can't get hit by that fist. Feeling his heart start to waver, he immediately reassured himself. Calm down, Zhang Dahong. No matter what the technique is, there will always be a loophole. There's no such thing as absolute defense in this world. Dahong squeezed his eyes shut. As long as I find the weakness, it's basically no big deal. It seems I can only use that move, Come out. After focusing and channeling his inner power, Dahong immediately opened his eyes wide. The Eye of Malaysia. Full counterattack. Dahong said loudly. The Eye of Malaysia is a secret art of our specialists. It can allow us to maintain a calm mind to analyze the enemy's attacks, and thus find a way to break them. One shot to kill him. Immediately after, he looked coldly at Changfeng. Dahong's eyes had indeed changed at this moment. He immediately struck hard towards him, his mouth constantly shouting, "Cut the crap." Changfeng was pleased. A weakness? Kid, do you know what absolute defense is? He explained with a contemptuous smile. It means your attacks are completely ineffective against me. I have no weaknesses. Dahong dodged the blow and continued to reassure himself. Calm down. Adjust your breathing. He told himself. This is just a concentrated attack. Even if the attack is more concentrated, there must be a loophole. Dahong's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, I must carefully watch his every attack. And at this moment, because he was so focused on watching Changfeng's movements, Dahong carelessly tripped on a rock under his feet. Just like that, he fell to the ground himself. Changfeng was also momentarily stunned. But the most surprised person was Dahong. This fall made him unable to react in time. Changfeng laughed smugly. Even the heavens won't help you. You're dead for sure. As he spoke, he channeled his inner power again, preparing to finish off Dahong. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes at this moment. He felt as if he was done for. Dahong couldn't help but swallow hard. It's that damn army breaker technique again. Changfeng struck hard towards Dahong. He screamed in pain. He tried so hard to hold on that tears couldn't help but stream down his face. Changfeng laughed with great pleasure. Aren't you very arrogant? Come on, break me. Seeing Dahong's blood and tears, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and shout, Go to hell. In the midst of misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. At this moment, Dahong's eyes suddenly lit up. He bluntly fired his gun straight into Changfeng's body. Of course, he couldn't block it. Just like that, fresh blood gushed out from his body like rain. Dahong said coldly to him, I saw it. Your weakness. Changfeng lay flat on the ground. He retorted indignantly, You're lying. You bastard. Dahong said again, continuously throwing so many punches like that? Must be very tiring, right? Just now, your 132nd punch was at the 37th minute. Hearing this, Changfeng was very surprised. He didn't expect him to be able to guess. The scene changes to the northern part of the forest. Nai Tai continued to attack, elbow behind the ear. When she used the horizontal blow, Qi Shui's subordinate was hit and dazed. Next was the Iron Mountain Lean. As soon as this move was unleashed, the other person was sent flying to the ground. Qi Shui stood calmly to the side and analyzed. In literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In martial arts, Baji Quan stabilizes the universe. What a powerful and fierce fist technique. Nai Tai looked at her cautiously. At this moment, she was also exhausted. It was very easy for Qi Shui to guess. After the new era, this kind of ancient fist technique is not common anymore. She looked at Nai Tai with contempt. But I've seen enough of your martial arts performance. Let's play a real game. As soon as she finished speaking, she melted like water and sank into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Nai Tai turned around and was momentarily startled. No, she's gone. In a flash, Qi Shui struck Nai Tai hard in the back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Another blow sent her falling to the ground. Nai Tai didn't have time to react and just let out a dazed cry. Qi Shui laughed smugly and appeared, asking, How about it, little girl? Are you regretting it a little? Qi Shui stared at Nai Tai again. I originally wanted to let you go. After all, fighting you is meaningless. But you charged up like a madman and even killed my people. She looked at Nai Tai lying on the ground and disdainfully pointed her sword at her. I really don't know what you were thinking. Seeing Nai Tai stand up, Qi Shui was a little surprised. Your left hand has been frozen by the cold qi and can't move, right? Even so, you still want to fight. Nai Tai, on the contrary, was not afraid and was confident. Cut the crap. Even if it's just my left hand. I still have to stop you, you big-chested mom. As she spoke, Nai Tai got into a fighting stance. Qi Shui really didn't like that nickname. She gritted her teeth and asked again, Big-chested mom? Being hit where it hurt, Qi Shui was somewhat displeased. Immediately after, Qi Shui immediately channeled her inner power and flew up. You little brat who hasn't even weaned yet. Her face, needless to say, looked extremely terrifying at this moment. Qi Shui looked at Nai Tai and shouted, "Are you looking to die?" The scene shifts back to Yumu. The people of Lu Jing's group had continuously fallen to the ground. The sound of groaning echoed through the mountains and forests. His army had now gained the upper hand. Lu Jing's group lay scattered on the ground like dead fish. He was secretly terrified. What is this situation? Where did all these people come from? No, after looking at his army for a while, he should say, these things, are they really people? Before he could finish exploring, Yumu had already flown up. In a flash, he was behind Lu Jing. He was momentarily startled by this speed. Yumu showed no mercy. He delivered a long slash, but luckily for him, he was able to dodge it. Lu Jing was then terrified and stared at Yumu intently. So fast. And on this side, he was already in a frenzy. Yumu was secretly worried. There's no more time. I have to deal with him quickly. Da Hong, Lu Nai Tai, they must be waiting for me. Just as Yumu feared, on this side, Nai Tai was struggling. Qi Shui struck again. Piercing back cold thrust. A massive explosion rang out where she stood. Nai Tai was sent flying a distance away, but she still didn't give up easily. She twisted and turned, somersaulting to try and dodge. Nai Tai secretly looked at Qi Shui. She was somewhat frustrated. So hard to deal with. Nai Tai then began to calculate. This woman can attack from a distance. If I increase the distance with her, I'll be at a great disadvantage. As soon as she finished speaking, Nai Tai immediately turned around and channeled her inner power. Qi Shui saw her react like this and was momentarily puzzled. Not long after, Nai Tai immediately flew over quickly and shouted, "Arrow step." She made up her mind. I have to close the distance. But Qi Shui must have realized the problem early on. She dodged away to continue maintaining the distance. Qi Shui looked at Nai Tai. She couldn't help but secretly praise her. This footwork is really fast. Seeing her panicked look, Nai Tai secretly smiled in her heart. Good. It seems this move is working. Immediately after, Nai Tai continued to use the arrow step, quickly flying up to close the distance with her. As soon as she got close, Nai Tai threw a punch with the frog cannon technique. Qi Shui had lost her patience by now. She frowned and shouted, "Your shouting is so annoying." Nai Tai continued to slap her hand away with the tiger stance. Qi Shui was now on the defensive. Not stopping there, Nai Tai continued to channel her inner power and attack. Try this move. This was the fierce tiger descends the mountain. Nai Tai aggressively struck her hard in the chest. Just as Nai Tai had calculated, Qi Shui couldn't fight at this distance. She was sent flying far away. But of course, she didn't give up. The weapon in her hand was quickly thrown out. Qi Shui was so angry she gritted her teeth. This annoying thing. Instantly, the sharp ice spike pierced hard into Nai Tai's leg. A sharp pain shot through her, causing her to grimace. Qi Shui saw her fall and couldn't help but be pleased. I've sealed your left leg. Let's see how you can jump around now. Seeing Nai Tai's reaction, she was momentarily surprised and silently observed. Seeing Nai Tai still trying to react, she shouted, "This one is using the crawling move again. Do you still want to fight?" Qi Shui couldn't help but wonder, why are you fighting so desperately? What is your relationship with that kid? Still not giving up? Nai Tai opened her mouth with difficulty. I must stop you here. No matter what, I have to buy time for Li Yunmu to escape. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up. Because. After a pause, Nai Tai used all her strength to shout, "I like Li Yunmu." Qi Shui was startled when she heard Nai Tai say this. Nai Tai let out a sigh of relief and thought to herself, I said it? It's good that I said it. Qi Shui snorted in contempt. What kind of reason is that? Childish. She channeled her inner power and flew up. If you like Li Yunmu so much, then you can die for him. Nai Tai was pessimistic. If I don't say it now, I might not have another chance. Qi Shui pointed her sword at Nai Tai's head. Seeing the little girl unable to resist, she shouted, "Go to hell." Nai Tai suddenly burst with fighting spirit. No. How can I say such discouraging words? I've clearly made up my mind to help Li Yunmu. She remembered that young man again. I don't want to just look at his back anymore, right? What I want is to stand by his side. Asterisk, she began to force herself to sit up. Asterisk, if that's the case, then I must be as strong as him. This is not a fight for anyone, but, asterisk, my own fight. Chi Shui thought she couldn't get up anymore, but seeing Nai Tai like this, she was startled. And finally, Nai Tai was able to stand up. She delivered a powerful sweeping kick to Chi Shui's stomach. Chi Shui was hit so hard, she vomited blood. She was now at a disadvantage compared to Nai Tai. Looking at Chi Shui, Nai Tai raised her hand in frustration. Fall down for me. Finally, Chi Shui fell before Nai Tai's love. She lay exhausted on the ground, panting. I won. This was my strongest attack. Nai Tai couldn't help but feel a little happy. Asterisk, I succeeded in stopping her. I helped Li Yunmu stop. Asterisk, before she could finish her words, Chi Shui had already aggressively gotten up. Her face revealed a fierce expression. You said you stopped who? The two sharp daggers plunged hard into Nai Tai's body. She screamed in pain. After stabbing Nai Tai's two arms hard. You bitch. I let my guard down for a moment, and you really got arrogant, didn't you? Nai Tai was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. Chi Shui said again, prepare yourself. I won't let you die so easily. She screamed crazily. I'm going to slowly nail you here. I'm going to torture you to death. It must be said that Chi Shui's pride had been hurt by Nai Tai's attack just now. At this moment, she just wanted to chop up the person in front of her. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying force from afar simultaneously struck towards Chi Shui. The sword in her hand was shattered by that force. Chi Shui was momentarily at a disadvantage again. She was surprised. What? Blood flowed down her hand nonstop. Chi Shui looked up in terror. Who is it? Luckily, the person who arrived was Dahong. He said loudly and mockingly, beautiful sister, on your side. That's not our little girl, is it? Dahong's eyes became darker at this moment. Nai Tai tried to open her eyes. She looked weakly at the person in front of her and couldn't help but be surprised. Dahong. Over here, Yunmu was still fighting with Lu Jing. The two swords clashed aggressively. Compared to Yunmu, this Lu Jing was somewhat at a disadvantage. He chose to fly over and dodge. At this moment, his breathing also gradually became weaker. Lu Jing looked at Yunmu cautiously. What is this kid's background? Thinking of that, he glanced behind him at Li Yun. The monster he summoned is also ridiculously strong. Lu Jing secretly cried out in misery. Asterisk, why haven't Gu Changfeng and Chi Shui dealt with the others yet? Hurry up and come to help. Asterisk. Yunmu said nothing. He just silently focused on finishing off this troublesome group so he could go and rescue his comrades. Immediately after, he used the middle step again. In a flash, Yunmu had disappeared without a trace. While Lu Jing was still surprised, he had already quickly appeared behind him. With just one jolt of the lightning art, Lu Jing couldn't bear it and screamed in pain. Lu Jing's mind was now screaming. Asterisk lightning. My whole body is numb. I can't move. Asterisk pressing his advantage. Yunmu continued to use the saber slash, stabbing him through the stomach. At this moment, Lu Jing began to feel terrified. Asterisk no, I can't kill this man. I have to run away quickly. Asterisk as soon as he finished speaking, he shouted loudly for his comrades. Giant Lion City. As he ran, he wondered, Boss, are we just retreating like this? They killed so many of our people. Lu Jing was anxious. We can't beat him. A smart person knows when to cut their losses. Don't worry, Lu Jing reassured his men. Wait for me to go back and gather a group of high-level mystics. Then we'll come back and clean him up. Just then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The clouds gathered thickly. Shi Cheng shouted in alarm. Boss, look at the sky. What's with these dark clouds? He stared intently at it and couldn't help but stammer. Could this be? Yumu's face was cold. He waved his hand lightly and said softly, then fall back. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely, causing the ground to explode. The sounds of singing and screaming from below were deafening, but his expression remained as calm as ever. Yet, Lu Xing still managed to struggle to his feet. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Yumu hadn't expected him to be able to stand up. He sneered, Aizu, what a surprise. Looking at Lu Xing panting before him, Yumu couldn't help but be curious. How are you still alive? He twirled the sword in his hand. Normally, I would let you go. But since you've seen my shadow spirit, then I Pausing for a moment, Yumu looked at Lu Xing and continued, "Have to kill you." But before he could make a move, another voice rang out. "Single soldier heavy particle cannon. Fire." Instantly, Lu Xing was shot through the head. His entire body exploded, and fresh blood splattered in front of Yumu, which surprised him a little. The other person slowly revealed himself. "Trash from Jushur City dares to fight for the Jade Pendant?" He introduced himself. "Chao Tian Sect, Lin Jian. Your Jade Pendant. We of the Chao Tian Sect will be taking it." Seeing Yunmu's dazed look, Lin Jian repeated, "Your Jade Pendant. We of the Chao Tian Sect are taking it." Hearing the name of this sect, Yumu thought to himself, the Chao Tian Sect. He looked over at the group. Even a top-tier sect like this has come? How troublesome. Yumu approached with his sword. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry right now. I don't have time to mess around with you people." Lin Jian laughed cunningly and clapped his hands together. "Trying to run? I won't let you go. Array fly." As soon as he finished speaking, several of Lin Jian's lackeys soared into the air. Yumu looked at them. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The other side quickly reported, "Handsome young man, preparations complete." Yumu wondered, "What are you doing?" "An aerial ballet." Lin Jian, holding a cup covered in writing, continued, "You'll know soon enough. The sacred artifact of the Chao Tian sect." Immediately after, he threw the cup into the air and shouted, "Void mirror." Then, he clapped his hands together and shouted loudly. His hands formed seals, then skillfully moved into various other shapes. Seeing Lin Jian's sinister display, Yumu couldn't help but be startled. "This is..." Instantly, a golden, spherical light appeared in the sky, enveloping it completely. Lin Jian laughed cunningly. "You can't run this time. Just hand over the jade pendant obediently." Of course, Yumu wouldn't give in so easily. He scoffed and channeled his internal energy. "A mere barrier wants to hold me back? How arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu's powerful sword strikes slashed directly at the barrier. Outside, Lin Jian stood calmly, watching the inside of the cage he had created. The one who was surprised was Yumu. He glared. "How can this be? It's not even scratched." Lin Jian looked at Yumu with disdain. "I advise you to give up. This is no ordinary barrier." He explained, "This is the sacred artifact of our Chao Tian sect, an enclosed space created by the void mirror. You can't break it on your own." Yumu looked at the two behind him in frustration. "Damn it, I'm running out of time." Meanwhile, Dexiong was carrying Nai Tai on his back, shouting in panic. Dexiong was running for his life. "I'm telling you, what on earth did you do to piss her off? She's gone crazy and wants to kill you." Nai Tai was miserable. "I don't know what I did to set her off either." Qi Shui, as if hypnotized, kept screaming, "Die, die, die." She's a sour monster who's lived to 49 without ever experiencing love. Dexiong thought to himself, "This woman has gone completely berserk. Her attacks have no pattern. She's just lashing out wildly." He was a bit panicked. "She's full of openings, but because her attacks are so random, I don't know how to counter them. That means the Eye of Alasia is useless too. I can only run." As he thought, he tried to run as far away as possible. But very quickly, Qi Shui caught up. She screamed and pounced like a madwoman. "All of you die for me." Dexiong gritted his teeth in despair. Is this the end? At the same time, a voice rang out, "You're in the way." As soon as the words were spoken, a long slash appeared in front of Qi Shui. Dexiong stared blankly at the situation before him. What just happened? The person pulled his hat down. "Hello, sir. Peak Express delivery. Excuse me, do you know a Mr. Li Yunmu?" The cold-faced man continued, looking at Dexiong. "I have a package for him. Please sign for it." Dexiong was dazed. So strong. He took care of that woman in an instant. And with such a cruel method. The guy held the box out in front of Dexiong again. "You're Mr. Li Yunmu's friend, right? Please sign for him." Dexiong signed while sighing in relief. "That's great. It seems he's on our side. If someone like this were an enemy." The guy then left. "Package signed for. I'll be going now. Remember to give a 5-star rating." Dexiong was surprised. "Aren't you here to help?" The man replied coldly, "Help? I'm just a delivery man. Besides, I don't do overtime." Dexiong was stunned. What kind of delivery man is this? And where did this package come from? Then he was shocked when he looked at the information on it. This is sender's name, wouldn't you like to know? Sender's address, Hall of the War God. Sender's phone, not in service area. De Xiong stared blankly at the information on the package. The Hall of the War God. Meanwhile, back with Yumu, the gun in the man's hand was about to fire at him. But Yumu was like a frenzied fish in a net, not easily caught. He immediately swung his leg and kicked the man straight in the face. Another man with a gun came up behind Yumu. He quickly sensed them and looked over. Yumu channeled his internal energy and shouted, summoning several shadows. Go. Number 1. Number 2. Instantly, Li Yun was behind the man, who turned his head and stared in disbelief. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream and a spray of fresh blood filled the inside of the barrier. Lin Jian looked at his two shadows. He couldn't help but wonder in surprise. What are these two things? Looking at Li Yun and Li Feng, Lin Jian was extremely shocked. Where did Li Yunmu summon these monsters from? He looked over at Ling Lung again. Where did this woman come from? A moment ago, it was clearly just Li Yunmu trapped inside. This kid has too many secrets we don't know about. But Lin Jian felt a little relieved. Good thing I brought the sect's sacred artifact this time. He assessed the situation. This kid definitely can't escape the void mirror. I must take this chance to kill him. What a pity. He's quite spirited and handsome. He's my type. At the same time, he suddenly shouted to his men, "Hold your fire for now." Lin Jian spoke again. This kid can pull so many strange tricks. Who knows what else he has? If you ask me, let's not waste any more time. Then he smirked and ordered, "Use that. Let them see the power of our Chao Tian sect." As he finished, a green rope-like object descended from above. Yunmu and Ling Lung stood back to back, constantly on guard. What are these guys up to now? At the same time, the other side shouted in unison, "Long hair." The atmosphere fell silent. Immediately after, the man shouted and pointed towards Yumu. It turned out, the weapon was aimed at Ling Lung. She was momentarily stunned, watching the object hurtling towards her. Yumu immediately rushed over, hugged Ling Lung tightly, and dodged to the side. "Be careful." For some reason, Ling Lung suddenly burst into tears. Her small lips trembled. Yumu looked at his little girl and smiled brightly. "Really, what are you crying for?" He smiled brightly, patting Ling Lung's head and gently comforting her. "It's good that you're okay." Outside, Long Jian was watching as if it were a good show. He said smugly, "It's working. This thing can kill him." His blood dripped onto Ling Lung's face. She frowned in annoyance. Immediately after, Ling Lung's eyes filled with killing intent. She screamed in rage. Seeing Ling Lung get angry, Long Jian's eyes suddenly became serious. Perhaps they didn't know that this beautiful girl was the Shadow Queen. She laid Yumu to one side. Her eyes, looking at Lin Jian's group, blazed with a fire of hatred. Finally, Ling Lung quickly dashed towards her opponents. She treated them like punching bags, knocking out her opponents with a single punch. Seeing the killing intent in her eyes, the men couldn't help but be terrified. What's with this woman? Yumu lay flat on the ground. Seeing Ling Lung like this, he couldn't help but worry. "Kiddo." His eyes grew heavy. Yumu felt uneasy. "No. My vision, it's getting blurry. Am I about to die?" Lin Jian looked at Yumu and laughed heartily. "You've been hit by the blood curse of the Mao talisman. You're a dead man." He smiled cruelly. "The blood curse wrapped around the talisman will follow the wound, drain your strength, pull out your soul, and you will eventually die of exhaustion." How pitiful. Inside, the men were screaming, hoping to stop the woman. "This woman is crazy," they said to each other. "Quick, use the Mao curse to kill this woman." Yumu was breathing with difficulty. He began to worry for Ling Lung. "Kiddo, run. You'll die." The speed of that thing is no joke. On the other side, they were ready. Their weapons were aimed at Ling Lung, and then they shouted. Ling Lung was now a bit confused. She didn't turn to look. Before her, in the sky, countless red arrows were hurtling towards her. Ling Lung's eyes were filled with blood-red arrows, like a heavy rainstorm constantly pouring down. At this critical moment, Yumu shouted and then pulled her forcefully towards him. "Over here." Although he was severely injured, he still tried to hug her and dodge. Yumu's breathing became more difficult. "Quickly shrink down and hide in the star realm." "That's an order." Ling Lung's tears streamed down her face. Seeing her fear, Yumu comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't die. Your father is invincible." His eyes glared fiercely at the red lights. Immediately after, a shocking explosion occurred. Smoke and fire filled the air, no different from a war zone. Outside, Lin Jian was extremely smug. He can still move? Surprising. But it doesn't matter. After being hit by so many Mao curses, it'd be hard not to die. But contrary to what he thought, Yumu wasn't dead yet. He was gasping for breath. Seeing this, Lin Jian couldn't help but be secretly shocked, screaming internally, "What?" It turned out he was able to escape, thanks to Li Yun and Li Feng using their bodies as shields. The system announced that all of Yumu's shadow spirits had died. At this moment, resentment surged in Yumu's eyes. He made a resolution and shouted, "I will kill every last one of you." Yumu was now exhausted from fighting for too long and losing too much blood. His breathing had also become chaotic. Li Yun seemed to be in great pain, groaning continuously. Yumu couldn't help but feel guilty. "I'm sorry. Number 1, number 2. I'll bring you back." As he thought this, he opened the vial. He remembered asking Deshiong, "What is this?" At that time, he had explained that this holy water of life could save someone even if they were completely withered. Yumu closed his eyes and took a gamble. "I don't know if this stuff really works. At this point, I can only bet on it." After chugging the whole vial, Yumu was so disgusted he stuck out his tongue. "Tastes awful." Immediately after, in less than a heartbeat, his severed arm began to react. That part of his body was like a lizard's. The arm actually grew back, leaving Yumu stunned. And up above, Lin Jian couldn't help but be flabbergasted. What? His severed arm grew back. Lin Jian immediately guessed. Could it be that what he just drank was the holy water of life? Down below, Yumu was extremely pleased. "I can't believe this stuff actually works." He moved his body a little. "The wounds on my body are healed too." Immediately after, his eyes became incredibly steely. Time for a counterattack. Yumu's legs were also more agile now. He began to leap up while shouting, "Thunderblade!" He shot past like a gust of wind. Wherever Yumu passed, the men fell. The smell of blood in the air was incredibly thick. Yumu admired his new hand. "I wonder if it's an illusion, but this newly grown arm seems even more flexible than my old one." One of them thrust his sword over, shouting in frustration, "Die, you bastard!" Yumu quickly dodged to the side. It had to be said that once his wounds healed, these guys were no match for him. His hands deftly caught the man's sword, holding it tight. The sound of the weapon cutting through the air was ear-piercing. In less than 5 seconds, he had thrown the sword back at the man. He didn't even have time to say his last words, only letting out a scream before he stopped breathing. Lin Jian couldn't help but be surprised. This kid took the Mao curse. How is that possible? Yumu resolved to himself. Being back at peak condition is different. As long as I'm focused enough, I can keep up. He began to calculate in his head. Now I have to find a way to break through this barrier. He recalled Uncle Wen's instructions. Listen carefully. No matter what, as long as it's a technique that uses power as its energy source. At that time, he had told him, then it must have a weakest energy point. Just break through that weakest point, and you can get out. At this moment, Yumu began to channel his internal energy. Brat, don't run. I wouldn't tell this to a normal person. His eyes quickly became cold and filled with killing intent. He said to himself, go. Immediately after, he leaped up and slashed wildly at the enemy. As he leaped, he thought, even though I have the method, Yumu furiously slashed at the large cage. This damn thing is too big. Seeing him dashing back and forth like that, Lin Jian was extremely puzzled. He laughed mockingly. What is this kid running around for? After running around and slashing wildly like that, Yumu was a bit tired, panting heavily. Yumu glanced around. Damn it. Continuing to search like this is not the way. I'll die of exhaustion before I find the barrier's weak point. As he thought this, suddenly, from outside, several bullets flew from nowhere and hit the cage. Yumu looked at it in surprise. He silently observed the spot where the bullets had hit. Unexpectedly, it was actually effective. A small crack quickly appeared on that side. Yumu frowned on guard. It seemed he was wondering who had pointed it out for him. Outside, the familiar gun was still hot and smoking. It was none other than Deshiong. He had used his skill to find the loophole for him. Deshiong was satisfied. That's the spot. This is all I can do to help. The rest is up to you. Yumu sighed in relief and smiled happily. Looks like they're okay. You damn brat. You made me worry. With the burden lifted, and with them providing support from the outside, Yumu felt like a tiger with wings. Let's go. His sword continuously slashed wildly inside the cage. The wind howled from the force of the blade. The cage now had many more cracks, like an egg. Once there's one hole, the entire structure is affected. His eyes were now bloodshot. Yumu used all his strength and shouted, "Thunderblade!" Outside, Long Jin was startled and hurriedly formed a hand seal. Not good. This kid found the barrier's weakest point. Seeing his cage gradually cracking, he couldn't help but get nervous. Quick, reinforce the power. Yumu immediately gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Just a little more." Thunderblade. Seeing him so frenzied, Lin Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Not good. This kid, he's entered a divine state. At this moment, Yumu was wildly attacking, and his entire body emitted a brilliant light. Lin Jin's subordinate trembled. "It's no good, Mr. Lin. This guy's power suddenly exploded. The barrier is about to. It can't hold on anymore." Just as he finished speaking, Yumu successfully broke through. He was covered in sweat, but Yumu showed no signs of fatigue. The two subordinates standing next to Lin Jin were thrown back by Yumu's pressure. Lin Jin stood frozen in panic, watching Yumu. He shouted, "All of you from the Chao Tian sect must die." Meanwhile, after Dexiong was sure that victory was in Yumu's hands, he happily landed on the ground. He looked over at his teammate. "All right, we can go meet up now. Little NC, little Nai Tai." But at this moment, he realized that Nai Tai was not responding to his words. Dexiong was a bit puzzled. Did she pass out? He mischievously leaned into Nai Tai's ear and whispered, "That thing you said earlier about liking little Mumu. I heard it." As soon as he finished, she shot up as if she were on her deathbed. Nai Tai grabbed Dexiong's collar. "What did you say? You damn pervert. How dare you eavesdrop on a lady's little secret?" She was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and bury her face in it. "I want to die? I should go bury myself," Dexiong said. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Let's go." Nai Tai's face darkened as she pulled out a knife, thinking evil thoughts. Might as well go all the way, kill him to silence him. Dexiong shivered a little. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Very quickly, they found the place where Yumu was fighting. Dexiong said loudly, "It's just ahead." Just as they ran over, he leaped out. The sound of shattering rang out. Dexiong couldn't help but share in the joy. "Great. You really broke out." Suddenly, Dexiong noticed that there was something a little unusual about Yumu. "Little Mu, he's..." Yumu's mouth kept repeating, "All must die." Dexiong made a bold guess. "He's in a divine state." Nai Tai was bewildered. "Divine state? This looks more like he's become a demon." Dexiong explained. "He can't control this power well yet." Meanwhile, Yumu, with blue wings and a sword in hand, was aggressively charging in to slaughter the enemy, his momentum unstoppable. Dexiong looked at Yumu's eyes and said to himself, "Becoming a demon or a god, the line is thin." Lu Jing's group was now shocked. What's with this kid? He instantly killed a Crimson Star level Shin practitioner. One of them boldly charged forward. "How dare you turn your back on an enemy? Die." But instantly, Yumu, as if with a motor attached, spun around with a demonic smile. The man had just had time to think, so fast, when Yumu's sword had already slashed across his body. The area around Yumu was now dyed red with blood. The bodies he had cut into pieces were too numerous to count. Tonight seemed to be an unforgettable night for the people of the Chao Tian sect. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the mountains and forests. Nai Tai was horrified by the scene before her. She screamed internally, "So cruel." Looking into those blood-red eyes, Nai Tai doubted. Is this still the Li Yunmu I know? He has completely lost his reason. Lin Jin stood motionless, watching his men, their flesh and blood splattering on the ground. He was stunned, terrified in his heart. Damn it, the dozens of Chao Tian sect members I brought were all killed by him alone. Right after killing all the minions, Yunmu immediately turned his attention to Lin Jin. The moment he met his eyes, he felt an involuntary fear. But how could Lin Jin back down? He was the one who had proactively brought people to kill. He immediately regained his composure. "Don't look down on the Chao Tian sect, you bastard." I am the captain of the top sect. Yumu stood motionless, saying nothing. He didn't look friendly at all. Lin Jian tried to act tough. Killing a brat like you is as easy as flipping my hand for me. I'm about to surpass the Crimson Star level and become a Super Shin practitioner. But before he could finish, Yumu's hand was on his face. On Lin Jian's face. Blood couldn't help but spurt from his mouth. Yumu smiled brightly. All must die. He was like a captured dog, unable to struggle, only able to curse silently. Damn it. Just like that, Yumu dragged him from one place to another. Lin Jian's body slammed into countless ancient trees, felling them all. A brilliant light also appeared in the sky, with a terrifying aura. He unceremoniously threw Lin Jian to the ground after dragging him for a long distance. A huge explosion occurred where he landed. Lin Jian now had no strength to resist, constantly vomiting blood. Yumu let out another demonic laugh, raising his sword to unleash a thunderous attack. The power of that sword strike was incredibly terrifying. As Yumu used his frenzied blade technique, Lin Jian could only grit his teeth and wait for death. The ground here shook violently. The devastation everywhere was the aftermath of the recent attack. Naitai was panting over here. Wait for me. I can't run anymore. Deshiong was stunned. Just how much has he grown since the Central Continent competition? Looking at Yumu, he couldn't help but be horrified. Is this a growth speed a human can achieve? After finishing off everyone from the Chao Tian sect, including Lin Jian, Yumu's gaze shifted to another direction. As soon as he saw Deshiong, he identified his target. He shouted in alarm, "He's coming this way." Yumu flew towards them like a rocket, his mouth constantly repeating the slogan, "All must die." Naitai screamed in fear. He wants to kill us too?" She shouted urgently. "Li Yumu, stop. Look closely, it's us. Don't you remember us anymore?" Yumu charged forward like a mad dog. All Naitai could do was scream, "Look, we're your friends. Please." Seeing the distance between them closing, Naitai closed her eyes and screamed, "Wake up." In contrast to her, Deshiong surprisingly slapped him hard across the face. This could be considered the slap that awakens friendship. He looked at Yumu and scolded him irritably. So noisy. Laughing like that at night. Seeing Yumu truly asleep, Naitai was stunned. So, it really ended with just one slap? Deshiong replied calmly, "Yep. What else? Awaken his inner self? You've been watching too many dramas. Don't worry, this isn't the first time. I have experience with this." At this moment, in the document room of the Shin Practitioners Guild, the names of the defeated players were being erased again. Dota observed the screen and found it interesting. Another name gone. He sighed and smiled lightly. "Li Yunmu, you've really caused a huge mess." From behind, the person immediately announced, "President, several major clans are sending a joint signal. Patch them through." The person on the screen was furious as soon as he was connected. "Hello, Dota. The young star general you chose wiped out my entire team. I want an explanation." He replied forcefully. "Explanation? What explanation? Weren't you trying to rob him, but ended up getting killed because you weren't skilled enough? I'd like to ask, what do you plan to do to my young star general?" The man was rendered speechless by Dota. The others laughed. Old Mia is choking. Dota asked again, "Is there anything else, gentlemen? If you want to continue hunting Li Yunmu, I won't stop you." Another old man clicked his tongue. "Forget it. Even the Chao Tian sect suffered such losses. It's not worth it for a secret realm. Dota, you found a real talent." Hearing this, Dota couldn't help but be extremely pleased. Of course. Meanwhile, after receiving a heavenly slap from Deshiong, Yumu finally woke up in a daze. Yumu looked around. Where did everyone from the Chao Tian sect go? Naitai sassily recounted, "You killed them all. You almost killed me and Deshiong too." Yumu was still dazed. He scratched his head foolishly. "They're all dead? In that case, that's right." Before he could finish his sentence, Yumu was already running off. Naitai shouted in surprise, "Where are you running?" Yumu was rummaging through the pile of corpses. "I remember it should be here." After a while, he finally saw it. He was overjoyed. "Found it." Yumu held the small cauldron in his hand. "I can believe it now. The Chao Tian sect's sacred artifact that kid mentioned. It's mine now." 3 seconds later, this greedy man was continuously searching through all the corpses. "This isn't bad. This isn't bad either. Take it. Take it all." Xiong was speechless. No way. Have you fallen so low as to loot the dead? I'm truly impressed. Yumu still didn't care. I'll take this sect master's spear too. Xiong's attitude immediately changed. Sect master? Give it to me. I want that. Yumu was sassy. No way. Weren't you just judging me? Naitai was speechless. These two are unbelievable. Just then, Xiong's notification suddenly went off. You have a new message, please check. He opened it out of habit and was startled. This is... Immediately after, Xiong let out a loud shout. Yumu was startled. Geez, you scared me. He was trembling and blushing. I think I just got rich. Yumu was puzzled. Your family is the richest. Of course you're rich. Xiong hurriedly explained. There was an online bet on whether you would survive. I bet $1 billion that you would. Just now, the major sects send a message that they won't try to take your jade pendant anymore. The odds for you winning the bet were 1 to 300. Which means, at this point, Yunmu's face looked a little grim. Immediately after, Xiong excitedly showed him the message and shouted, I won 300 billion. Yumu forced a bright smile. That's great. 300 billion. Immediately after that was a beating for Xiong. You son of a bitch. When I was fighting for my life, the first thing you thought of was to bet on my life, wasn't it? Xiong screamed. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yumu was fierce. I don't care. I earned this money with my life. This 300 billion is mine. Naitai chimed in. Hey, his back is about to break. Xiong recovered. So what did I win? Yumu got angry again. What? 300 billion is nothing to you anyway. Then Yumu looked at the betting board, a little annoyed. Basically no one believed I would live. Very few people bet on me to win. It feels like the whole world was waiting for me to die. He curiously clicked to see who had bet on him to live. The names all surprised him. There were 6 people who bet $1 billion that Yumu would live. They were all familiar faces. Yumu cursed in his head, these guys. I'm speechless. But his face clearly broke into a warm smile. Scene changed to the Chao Tian sect on the Divine Continent. A loud shout echoed. Li Yunmu, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Zhu Min, who was passing by, couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with the young sect master? Locking himself up and being so angry. Qing Nan, hearing this, added, you don't know? I heard the male pet the young sect master was raising was killed by someone. Zhu Min was surprised to hear this. The young sect master has this kind of hobby? Qing Nan continued. Yes, even the sect master has a headache over his passion of the cut sleeve. From what I've seen, the young sect master really cared for Lin Jian, making him his dual cultivation partner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the void wheel. Now the void wheel is lost too. It'd be strange if he wasn't mad. Inside the dark room, Yi Qing sat with his head down for a long time. He muttered to himself, Pu Xing level? You're also suppressing your abilities, aren't you? Yi Qing gradually calmed down, his eyes showing a hint of killing intent. I want to see, which of us is suppressing more? The scene shifts back to Yumu. As he stepped out, Xiong asked, how is it? Do my clothes fit? Yumu stretched for a moment and replied, a little tight. Turns out you're this skinny. But you two are really well prepared, even bringing a change of clothes. Xiong handed him a box. This is for you. A delivery guy brought it earlier. Yumu was surprised. A delivery guy? There are delivery guys in this remote place. Xiong explained. It's a delivery guy from the Hall of the War God. There's no place in the world they can't deliver to. Yumu was stunned. The Hall of the War God. Xiong recounted. We were lucky to have that delivery guy. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened to me and little Nai Tai. But for a delivery guy to easily kill Qi Shui, the hall is truly an incredible place. Yumu sighed in relief. Glad you guys are okay. I really don't know what you two were thinking. As he spoke, Yumu picked up the paper inside. What's this? A letter, Xiong said. I think it might be an invitation to the trials of the Hall of the War God. Naitai cheered happily. It really is an invitation. This is what you need most right now. Yumu was still confused. What I need most? What do you mean? She happily explained for her friend. Getting this invitation means you have the strongest backing in the entire world. Hearing this, Yumu himself was very surprised. Backing. The scene shifts to a crowded street. Yumu is negotiating with a young boy. Name your price. I'll buy it. The boy aggressively shoved Yumu's hand away. This action surprised him a little. Wu Fan hugged the item tightly in his hands. 3 million. Not a cent less. Yumu felt the boy was like a scared cat. A passerby, seeing Wu Fan's price gouging, felt it was unfair to Yumu. He was about to speak up. Stupid. But Yumu, on the contrary, didn't haggle and accepted right away. But you have to tell me where this came from. The boy, seeing his chance, pushed further. Then you have to add more money. I want 5 million. The kind-hearted man warned. Young man, don't listen to him raising the price. He just quoted me 1 million. But Yumu was dazed. What did you say? As soon as he finished, Wu Fan's account buzzed. You have a transfer of 5 million. Please accept. The man was shocked. He actually paid? He was horrified. Where did this rich guy come from? Does he not see money as money? The person standing next to him whispered. You should look at this. They both discussed. Hey, it's the recently famous Li Yunmu. And I heard he's also a young star general. Wu Fan was startled. Young star general? Yunmu, seeing the boy clutching the item, said loudly, I've given you the money. Can you give me the item now? And also tell me. Wu Fan stammered. That. The boy handed it over. Here's the item. I don't know its origin. Yumu was surprised. Wu Fan lowered his head and whispered, I actually stole this. I just wanted to trick you out of some money. Hot tears fell on his young face. Wu Fan admitted, my brother is dying. I really need money to treat him. I'm sorry. I can pay you back. Please, young star general, don't arrest me. The passers-by, hearing this story, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. What a poor child. Even I'm touched. If I had known, I wouldn't have treated him like that. Yumu surprisingly lifted the boy's head up. You brat. You dare to trick me. Go to hell. I'll kill you. The passers-by were indignant. Are you a monster? Yumu then lowered his voice. Forget it. If you really need this money. Pausing for a moment, Yumu looked at Wu Fan and continued. Consider it a loan from me. He turned to leave, adding a few words of advice. Life is hard, but cheating people out of money is wrong. Don't do it again. Anyway, the next person you meet might not be me. Goodbye. The boy stared blankly at his retreating back. Yunmu's voice still echoed in his ears. Boss, do you have any holy water of life? That? Our small shop doesn't have it. In just a moment, Yumu appeared. Dexiong cheered excitedly. Little Mumu is back too. Dexiong was anxious. How was it? Did you find any? Little Nai Tai and I couldn't find any. Yumu was dejected. Me neither. Couldn't find any at all. Looks like our luck is bad today. He quickly showed everyone what he had bought. I only managed to buy 3 latitude eyes and 1 tattered page. Nai Tai said, a tattered page? A single page is useless. At the same time, Yumu suddenly broke into a sly grin. He took out another page from his system. Who said I only have 1 page? Yumu said happily. So now I have 2. Dexiong continued. So what does this thing do? Suddenly, Yumu turned his face away. Dexiong was startled. Why are you so quiet? He blamed himself in frustration. I think I wasted my money. I bought it without thinking at all. Nai Tai said loudly, don't be sad. Aren't you going to the Mara Dark Domain? Maybe you'll find something new there. Yumu asked again, do you two want to come along? Dexiong happily replied, of course. We're already here. Get in the car. Nai Tai couldn't help but scold him. Are you stupid? Your car is a 2-seater. Dexiong looked at Yumu again. Then you can fly. A brief explanation of the Dark Domain. It refers to the border area closer to the upper world. This place has many dimensional beasts that have come from the upper world. In such a remote and desolate place, people come to train their abilities. Although they knew it was extremely dangerous, they still came at great cost. The 3 of them quickly arrived. Yumu was now panting like an ox. Our protagonist kept complaining. The oxygen concentration here is too low. How much longer do we have to walk? Dexiong looked around and then said, still a long way. We've just entered the Dark Domain. See that mountain? That's the central area of this Dark Domain. Hearing this, Yumu lay down and started crying. I don't want to go anymore. I'm tired. Dexiong was exasperated. Are you a child? You're the one who wanted to come, and now you're the one throwing a tantrum. Yumu was still struggling. Nonsense. You two came by car. I flew the whole way. As he finished his sentence, Dexiong quickly noticed a stranger nearby. He immediately became cautious and shouted, Who's there? It turned out to be a familiar face. He laughed slyly and said, Hey, don't be nervous. Upon hearing the words, Yumu quickly recognized him. Tang Ruachin? The four of them then walked together. Yumu couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Ruachin was calm. "Don't forget, I gave you the map. With your strength, you were sure to break through the encirclement, so I came here directly to wait for you." He added, "By the way, the Chao Tian sect has given you 3 days to return the Void Wheel." Yumu didn't care. "Like hell I'll return it." Ruachin continued, "I heard the Chao Tian sect wants to gather all the sacred artifacts to form an ultimate killing array. Their young sect master, Yi Qing, is like you, suppressing his level for the supreme sacred artifact of the Tower of Honor." Yumu was confident. "Don't worry, I'll get it before he does." At this, Ruachin coughed. Pausing for a moment, he blushed and asked quietly, "Your little junior aunt, is she doing well?" He stammered, "If you have time, could you help me ask her out?" Hearing this, Yumu froze as if turned to stone. His heart went numb. Then, Yumu became irritable for no reason. Dexiong couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Yumu was annoyed. "Leave me alone. I'm suddenly in a bad mood. I want to chop something." Continuously after that, wherever Yumu went, large ancient trees fell. He looked no different from a logger. Ruachin couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you randomly chopping things down as you walk? You're like an angry child." Yumu sulked, "Leave me alone." First lesson in life. Never tell a man who is a slave to his daughter that you like his daughter. So that's why Yumu was upset. At the same time, a rustling sound came from the bushes. From within the thicket, a golden snake leaped out towards them. Naitai screamed in alarm. "Oh my god, what a huge snake." Seeing Yumu still dazed, Ruachin quickly stepped forward and took down the snake with his heavenly demon dragon overlord fist. He warned them sternly, "Everyone, be on high alert. There are many dimensional beasts here. We must be careful." Yumu couldn't help but praise him. "We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've really improved a lot." Yumu thought to himself, "This place with high-level dimensional beasts is perfect for AFK, farming with my shadow spirits." Thinking this, he did it. He silently commanded, "System, revive number 1 and number 2. Begin AFK farming." After walking for a while, everyone sat down to rest for a bit. Yumu opened the map to consult it, but he quickly fell into deep thought. Only a ghost could understand this pile of scribbles. Did I really waste 5 million? Ruachin then shouted, "Stop staring at that thing. The barbecue is ready. Come and eat." Yumu quickly folded the map. "Coming." He didn't notice a strange hand reaching out from the side. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu finally realized something was wrong. He immediately turned around, just in time to see the monkey holding his map, about to leave. And it had just realized that he had seen it. Yumu smiled slyly. "Good monkey, give me back what's in your hand." It frowned, its attitude as if to say no. Immediately after, Yumu took a punch from the small monkey, causing his face to contort. He angrily chased after it. "Die, you stinky monkey. Are you a monkey from Mount? Stealing and then hitting people? See how I deal with you." Ruachin, seeing him running back and forth, was losing patience. "If you don't come now, we're not waiting for you," he said helplessly. "How old are you? Still playing with monkeys?" Dexiong had seen similar things many times and wasn't surprised. "Forget it, just let him be." The two chased each other for a while. In front of Yumu now was a large stream. The monkey, after all, was still stubborn. It clutched the map in its hand, screeching and running, refusing to let go. Yumu chased it across the rocks. He shouted, "Stop, you stinky monkey." Yumu reached out his hand to grab it. His mouth was still roaring. "Give it back to me." His sword slashed aggressively towards it. The monkey was startled, and its hand slipped from the map. He quickly ran over to pick it up, muttering, "Really? What's the use of being fast? I still got the tattered page back, didn't I?" The monkey ran straight into the water in fear. It let out a frustrated cry. Yumu watched it carefully, but the scene before him surprised him. It went through. Unable to hide his curiosity, he immediately stood up and followed. It turned out that behind the waterfall was a cave. Inside, it was as quiet as a tomb. Yumu glanced around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." He channeled his internal energy to make his hand glow like a torch. "This cave is so deep. It doesn't look naturally formed." Yumu walked around, observing. A monkey couldn't have made a cave like this, right? After a moment, He saw a figure lurking in the darkness. Yumu wondered in surprise. Is that a person? Noticing that this person had no killing intent, Yumu immediately walked over and asked loudly, "Are you okay?" Seeing that the person didn't answer, Yumu got closer. "Excuse me, where's this place? Why are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It could be said that he was frozen on the spot. It turned out that it wasn't a person, but a human skeleton. It seemed to have been dead here for a very long time. This startled Yumu. His body felt like it had been electrocuted, and he shot back, shouting. He helped himself by backing away cautiously from the skeleton. What is this? Looking more closely, he couldn't help but wonder. Is this a person? Looks like they've been dead for a very long time. Yumu then shifted his gaze to the gem near the skeleton. He was curious. What's that? His greedy nature resurfaced. He cautiously approached. It might be something good. Senior, please don't blame me. You can't use it anymore anyway. At that moment, a small foot quickly rushed out and lunged towards Yumu. The monkey's screech was deafening. Yumu was startled and looked up. It was so fast he couldn't even see it clearly. Seeing it fly like an arrow, Yumu was impressed. Something is aiming for me. Instantly, the foot kicked him hard in the face without mercy. A small explosion rang out, and the surrounding rocks and dust were sent flying. His mouth was bleeding. Yumu frowned in annoyance. Damn it, that hurts like hell. When he looked closely, it was an ape, quite a bit larger than the monkey. It was also wearing a mask. It slowly raised its hand, about to take off the mask. He was surprised. This is... The masked ape looked at Yumu with no goodwill. It made a strange sound. Fat fat. Yumu gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but praise it. Fat fat is so friendly. He looked at the ape. This guy. Why did he suddenly attack? Forget it. You can't talk, so asking you is useless. Immediately after, Fat Fat leaped up and prepared to attack. Yumu was startled and exclaimed, "Again?" It punched and kicked. Yumu kept dodging back and forth, but his speed was no match for this ape. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack, and Fat Fat kept hitting the vital spots on Yumu's face. Finally, Fat Fat delivered a finishing blow. Yumu was sent flying far away. He fell to the ground, trying to steady himself. Yumu looked at the ape in front of him. He couldn't help but be frustrated. Damn Fat Fat. This is... He observed its attacks and knew, Tongbiquan, and it knows how to use power. Before Yumu had a chance to counterattack, Fat Fat leaped up again. Yumu was startled. There's more. He hurriedly summoned his sword. He felt he couldn't fight it barehanded anymore. He quickly slashed at it and shouted, "Bastard! Don't underestimate humans." He glared at it, gripping his sword tightly and shouting, "Thunderblade!" As Yumu swung his sword, his ordeal seemed to have arrived. The sword got stuck in the rock behind him. Yumu was flustered and confused. Holy crap. Wait. Time out. But how could the crazy ape listen to him? It immediately launched a powerful kick towards Yumu. He tumbled to the ground, shouting in frustration, "Oh my god. No martial ethics." Yumu began to calculate. In this cave, my wide-range blade attacks are useless. In that case, number 1, number 2, come out. The system immediately reminded him, your shadow spirits are AFK farming. Recall will take nearly 2 hours. Yumu felt like crying at this point. So what do I do now? Am I screwed? As soon as he finished speaking, another loud explosion echoed in the cave. Fat Fat did several flips in the air, then quickly steadied itself on the ground. Yumu slowly emerged from the cloud of smoke. Damn, I almost forgot. He couldn't help but be pleased. I still know this move. This is the Shin Kong kick. Yumu looked at Fat Fat and smiled slyly. At this moment, it was also startled. This time it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu kicked out, sending Fat Fat tumbling. Fat Fat was kicked hard. It slammed into the large rock behind it, which then had a large hole in it. Yumu shot down from the sky towards Fat Fat. Without waiting for it to regain its senses, he continued his attack. It's not over yet. Fat Fat quickly blocked this attack with its hands in front of its face. This ape was indeed agile. Yumu continued to defend. He couldn't help but praise it. This damn Fat Fat's physical skills are no joke. It could be said that if it were in the mountains, it would definitely be the leader of the pack. Fat Fat's skills and thinking were no different from a human's. His kicks were continuously caught by it. Yumu couldn't help but be surprised. Where did it learn this? Finally, he stopped wasting energy, pulled his leg back, and jumped to the side. Such good defense. I can't break through it all. Immediately after, Yumu quickly somersaulted towards Fat Fat. Try this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu did a somersault. His foot slammed straight into Fat Fat's face, startling it. Because the force of this attack was a bit strong, Fat Fat's mask couldn't take it and broke. Yumu's voice was mocking. Your mask is broken. Need me to let you go? Seeing Fat Fat still standing, he couldn't help but be surprised. You can still move? I used a lot of force in that kick. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Fat knelt down. A powerful internal energy emanated from its body. While he was still stunned, it erupted with a terrifying aura. Yumu couldn't help but be startled. Releasing such high-intensity power again. You idiot, stop. He looked at the falling rocks and shouted in panic. The cave can't take it. It's going to collapse. As soon as Yumu finished his sentence, a large rock fell straight down in front of him. He looked up, a little nervous. Not good. This place is about to collapse. Yumu was also a little worried about this ape. Stinky Fat Fat, if we keep fighting, we'll both be buried here. Stop. But it paid no attention to Yumu's words. It immediately ran behind him, back towards the skeleton, which surprised him. What? At this moment, Yumu finally understood. This Fat Fat. So it was protecting this skeleton? He couldn't just leave it in danger like this. Besides, its body was having trouble moving the skeleton. He cursed in frustration and rushed over. This idiot. Yumu pulled Fat Fat back by the shoulder and shouted. Too slow. He threw it forcefully towards the cave entrance. Don't try to act tough when you're injured. Yumu then hugged the skeleton. Although he didn't know why Fat Fat wanted to protect this thing, he shouted and instructed, You go out first. Fearing it would rush back and despite the danger, he channeled his internal energy to push Fat Fat out forcefully. It was safe, but the cave entrance was gradually being blocked by large rocks. Fat Fat was bewildered, not understanding why he had helped it. It was also partly worried for the skeleton, its mouth constantly screeching. The sound of the stream trickled through the cracks in the rocks. The cave entrance was now completely blocked. Fat Fat approached closer. It was not content to just wait outside like this. Even though its small body was nothing compared to the rocks, Fat Fat still tried to dig them out. At the same time, a hand fiercely punched the rocks out of the way. Fat Fat was digging. It couldn't help but stare blankly at the arm. At this moment, Yumu had emerged from the cave, carrying the dry skeleton on his back. The skeleton was still intact on his shoulder. Yumu looked at the still-dazed Fat Fat. I brought him back. Immediately after, its incomprehensible cries rang out continuously. Yumu couldn't help but feel a headache and frustration. Fat Fat was overjoyed, but Yumu couldn't understand a thing. A bold idea popped into his head, making him excited. I've got it. After that, Yumu sent a telepathic message. Big Brother King of Destruction. He replied irritably. Call me Great King. He said again. You're a dimensional beast too, right? You must understand Fat Fat's language. Be my translator. Mingya was surprised. Be your translator? Who do you think I am? I'll kill you. Yumu didn't beat around the bush. I'll help you release your seal. In the end, Mingya had to agree. And the translation began. According to what Mingya said, this skeleton belongs to my master. Or rather, friend is a more suitable word. He never treated me as a pet. He taught me kung fu, even how to use power. We were inseparable every day. A few years ago, my master wanted to cultivate a technique, so he came to this remote area. Everything was going smoothly. But just as my master was about to succeed, he suffered a backlash from the technique. Before he died, my master had a regret. He believed someone could master this technique and hoped I could help him fulfill his wish. So I stayed here, waiting for a capable and fated person. Just as I was about to give up, you appeared. Yumu listened silently and seriously to the ape's words. At this point, it bowed its head. Please, accept this. Fat Fat was sincere. If you accept it, my master will surely be very happy. Yumu looked at the object on the ground in great surprise. Why me? Fat Fat continued. Because you are strong enough. I can feel that you are not a simple pushing level. You are suppressing your level. And you risked your life to help me save my master's remains. I see your righteousness. So, at this point, it held out its hand. its face full of earnest pleading for Yumu. Please. In the end, Yumu couldn't bear to see this ape sad. Then Yumu let out a sigh. All right. I promise you. Fat was surprised. Really? After that, Yumu picked up the orb again. Let me see. Morning Sun Great Flame Art. Fat was surprised. You're going to practice it now? Yumu replied calmly. Yes. Why not? I think you also want to see what this technique is really like, right? I'll practice it in front of you. It looked at him, stunned. My master spent months practicing and failed. It's impossible to master it in a short time. Looking at Yunmu's expression, Fat was a bit startled. His eyes, he's serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumu said to the system, System, scan the technique. But according to what the system said, this technique had a flaw. Yumu couldn't help but be surprised. What do you mean? The system said again. This method had an error when it was created. So theoretically, this is a technique that cannot be completely cultivated. If you forcibly cultivate this technique, you will definitely be possessed by a demon and die from the backlash when you are about to succeed. Yumu was surprised. So do you have anything to supplement it? After that, the system guided him. Yumu couldn't help but be satisfied. Great. Then exchange for those 3 techniques first and cultivate them simultaneously. After that, in just a moment, he had learned 3 techniques at the same time. The Great Sun Golden Body Art, the Honored Tyrant Water Art, and the Tendon-Altering Marrow Washing Art. After learning them, he was extremely weak and needed to rest. Yumu then looked at Fat. And Senior, I will now let you see the Morning Sun Great Flame Art with your own eyes. As he spoke, he panted, seeming a little tired. As soon as he finished speaking, the orb immediately flew into the air and continuously emitted light. Yumu then leaped up, to Fat's surprise. He seemed to be having a breakthrough. A huge power was flowing through Yunmu's body, causing him to let out a loud shout. At the same time, the strange light shot straight into the middle of Yunmu's forehead. An extremely large power appeared in the sky, like a phoenix nirvana. Fat was now standing frozen below. Yumu exclaimed excitedly. Did you see that? This is the Morning Sun Great Flame Art. His entire body now seemed to be gathered from the wind. And Fat could no longer hold back. Its tears streamed down its face. Yumu also couldn't help but be emotional. Your and Senior's wish. I have fulfilled it for you. After Yumu had successfully cultivated the secret technique, the regret in Fat's heart was also lifted. And it believed that its master's was too. Standing before the flames, looking at his master one last time, from the bottom of his heart, Fat was extremely grateful. Thank you, not only for letting me see the Morning Sun Great Flame Art, but also for sending off my master with me. Yumu was full of sincerity. It's nothing. I also respect the senior. I think he risked his life to cultivate this technique because he wanted to leave something for future generations. After that, Fat poured his master's ashes into a small glass vial. Yumu looked at it and continued. This way, he can pass on without regrets, and you no longer need to be bound by the senior's regrets. Fat couldn't help but praise him. You're not bad. From today on, we are friends. Immediately after, it took out a bunch of good stuff and gave it to him. This is also for you. Yumu picked it up to observe. What's this? Fat explained. I don't know what's in that small vial, but my master valued it greatly. And that card is a token that can prove my master's identity. You take it too. After that, it didn't stay any longer. All right, I have to leave now. You must take care. See you again. Yumu didn't keep it. You too. He held up the red vial and shook it. What's in here anyway? Blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the vial suddenly flashed with a red light. Yumu couldn't help but be surprised and looked at his feet. Then he shouted, What's going on? Why did it suddenly catch fire? It didn't stop there. The flame shot up into the sky, taking the shape of a phoenix. Yumu looked at this flame. He was unconsciously stunned. This is... Finally, after a moment, the clear image of a phoenix appeared before Yumu's eyes. He stared blankly at the majestic bird in front of him. Phoenix. Seeing it, his feelings were of extreme joy, although he was still overwhelmed. This is really... Yumu raised his hand towards the phoenix in front of him. Unbelievable. At the same time, Deshiong appeared from nowhere and slapped him hard on the back. What are you doing spacing out here by yourself? I've been looking for you for half a day. Yumu immediately turned around and looked at his friend in a daze. Dexiong. He wanted to tell Dexiong about the fire phoenix. He looked over there, but there was absolutely nothing in front of him. It's gone. Yumu was bewildered. Was I hallucinating? Dexiong said. What are you mumbling about? Let's go. It's not safe to be out here alone. For the past month, under Li Yunmu's leadership, everyone had been constantly fighting dimensional beasts, and their power had grown continuously. Lu Naidi and Zhang Dexiong both entered the ranks of Gold Star Xian practitioners. Even Zhang Kai in the lower city, who had been a powerless person, was hammered into a Xian practitioner by the things Li Yunmu constantly sent over. At the same time, Li Yunmu arranged for him to go to his Azure Dragon Star General's mansion to be his butler. Only Li Yunmu didn't want to level up, still staying at the Pu Xing Xian practitioner level. But he successfully condensed his third shadow spirit and named her number 3. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. A girl? Meanwhile, the cold air made him sneeze. Dexiong looked at him happily. Are you all ready? Yumu smiled brightly. All ready. He warned him anxiously. Be careful on the road. He was nonchalant. Don't worry. I'll just go into the tower, get the sacred artifact, and come back. You guys keep training and wait for news of my triumphant return. At this moment, at the Sunset Town border, he was startled as soon as he arrived. The transfer array is under repair. Captain Wu replied, That's right. The higher-ups have forbidden long-distance and cross-level transfers. Yumu was annoyed. What's this about? Why repair it now of all times? He whispered in his ear. Actually, the equipment problem is just an excuse. A few days ago, I saw it with my own eyes. Someone was about to be cruelly swallowed. The scene was terrifying. Captain Wu continued. Then we received the order to ban transfers, and I wasn't allowed to speak about this. I'm afraid something big is about to happen in the Xian practitioner world. A small fry like me should just resign and retire. Uncle Wu, this is for you. He held out an item to him. If you're willing, you can take this token to the Azure Dragon Star General's mansion and find a butler named Zhang Kai. He'll give you a high-paying and relatively safe job. You can bring your family too. Yumu smiled brightly at him. Don't be a stranger. Captain Wu was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Thank you, young Star General. He added, By the way, you can go to Weaver Girl City first. They have an independent transfer array. You can try your luck there. Yumu was surprised. Weaver Girl City? Immediately after, Yumu moved to Weaver Girl City. What struck his eyes was a large statue. Yumu couldn't help but exclaim, This city lord is really extravagant. Putting a statue in front of her own house. And not just a small one. At the same time, a girl immediately stepped out. Are you Mr. Li Yumu? As soon as she saw him turn around, the girl continued coldly. Someone would like to invite you over. He didn't know who was inviting him, but he was secretly on guard at this moment. Yumu was driven over in a private car. He couldn't help but think for a moment. The city lord of Weaver Girl City is looking for me? He recalled old Wu's words. The city lord of Weaver Girl City is a legendary figure. She was just an ordinary woman who had to earn money. But by a stroke of luck, her Xian power awakened, and she eventually became a warrior. She became a war saint, but didn't forget her hard days. She named herself the Weaver Girl War Saint, and the city was renamed after her. Weaver Girl City is the best city for commoners among the 7 major cities of the central continent. The city lord is naturally loved. Yunmu, sitting in the back of the car, couldn't help but speak up. Why would the great city lord of Weaver Girl City look for a small star general like me? The city lord naturally has her reasons. You'll know when you get there. Finally, he didn't want to think anymore and let out a tired sigh. Forget it. I'm already in the car. I'll just go with the flow. The girl led him inside. City lord, I've brought Mr. Li Yumu. The girl who was bathing slowly stood up. Thank you for your hard work. You may go about your business. Yumu was a bit startled by the scene before him. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yumu thought for a moment. So this is the city lord of Weaver Girl City. A true war saint level Xian practitioner. This is the strongest person I've seen with my own eyes. Just then, the girl spoke up. From your power, I can sense that you are not of the war saint bloodline. Hearing this, he was momentarily startled. Yumu thought to himself, she saw through my fake war saint bloodline just by sensing my Xian power. The city lord, this is a war saint. She continued, The young star general is truly a young hero. You've surprised me. Yumu was direct. Let's skip the pleasantries. Why did the city lord summon me? The saintess said again. I won't beat around the bush. Do you know about the pan-martial tournament? Yumu continued. Of course I know. It's a competition between the talented youths of the 6 great continents, held once every 3 years. Each continent sends 2 or 3 combatants. The higher-ranking continents get a larger share of resources. The combatants have a chance to be recommended. Usually, disciples from prominent families are chosen. The saintess got straight to the point. I hope to see your name on the list of combatants for this pan-martial tournament. Hearing this, Yumu was extremely surprised. He asked, startled, why would something like this fall to me? The saintess explained, this year's situation is a bit special. The Earth's energy has become abnormal. I'm afraid there will be a major upheaval in the near future. Only then did Yumu secretly understand. Abnormal energy, no wonder the transfer array had problems. The saintess continued. So this year, to prepare for the future, the World Shin Practitioners Guild wants to select the elite and the strong. This year's pan-martial tournament will have no limit on the number of participants. You and I both come from humble beginnings. I have high hopes for you and believe you can bring good results for the central continent. Yumu thought to himself, this sounds troublesome. This is not in my plans at all. With that, the saintess stood up. I will give you time to think. That's all for today. Chinger, please see the young star general to the transfer array. Hearing this, Yumu frowned. He couldn't help but sigh. Geez. The scene shifts to the Tower of Honor. Everyone is buzzing. Why are there so many people at the entrance? Yumu cautiously pulled up his hood. I don't know what's going on. It's better to be low-key.